Oh boy, let's make sure it's live. Hey, welcome back to Tailosive Tech live on YouTube, ladies and gentlemen, for a very, very special stream. We have peak performance starting in just 2 hours. So, of course, I've got the timer for you here. Why do we start live streaming 2 hours before the event begins? Well, because there's tons of last-minute news, last-minute leaks, sometimes rumors and information that drops within a few minutes of the event officially beginning. And we're all going to be like refreshing the Apple Store app, and we're going to be refreshing Apple's website for the next couple hours anyway. I'm not doing anything. This is what I've allowed for my time today. This is what I've got to focus on. So I figured if I'm just going to be sitting around looking at news, looking for updates, and waiting for this event to begin, I'd rather wait around with you guys. I would rather just be hanging out, speculating, covering some last minute stuff, last second stuff, I should say. I've already done the last minute video. Now we got to talk about what's happening at the very last second. So yeah, good morning. I was happy to see so many good mornings in the chat. Yeah, it should be interesting. I mean, I have never seen, maybe it's happened in the past and I'm just not remembering it, but I feel like I've never before seen this many leaks and this many rumors all drop the day before or the last couple days before the event begins, and it's making me really wonder about what is real, what is fake, what are we gonna see. There's already been some more stuff since my last video I posted, so probably one of the bigger ones that I definitely need to gauge your guys' opinion on is there's a rumor floating around that the iPad Air 5, which was rumored to just be the catch-up iPad, you know, catching up with its little brother, the iPad mini, and it's supposed to get the A15 chip and 5G in center stage. Now there's a rumor suggesting the iPad Air is actually getting the M1 chip, which I've seen a bunch of people go back and forth on. There's a ton of people that are like, oh no, there's no way the M1 chip would get it. And then I tend to side more on the, you know, the Apple Silicon that's in the iPad is kind of redundant anyway because it's still an iPad. It's not really going to be utilized or very useful for much in the first place. So whether or not it has an M1, people are saying that makes it too similar to the iPad Pro, whereas I disagree, because we're probably getting an A15 chip in the new iPhone SE today. That's the exact same silicon they put in an $1,100 iPhone. They're putting that same silicon in a $400 iPhone. So the concept that two iPads with $200 between them are going to have the same silicon and the only difference is going to be features, I don't really think that's why people spend the extra money on the iPad Pro. I don't think people opt for the Pro just so that they can get more M1 chip power inside of it. I mean, maybe some diehard LumaFusion fans would love that, but I think the biggest reasons people go with the Pro over the Air is for Face ID, 120 Hertz, for Thunderbolt, maybe for 3D modeling stuff. You know, they want the LiDAR, they want the ultra-wide camera. There's all kinds of extra perks of going with the Pro that I think are more tangible, that feel more real than just, oh, the A14 or A15 chip is just too dang slow. I need the M1 chip. Not to mention, the iPad Pros are rumored to be refreshed later this year. So even if the 11-inch iPad Pro and the 10.9-inch iPad Air 5 are very similar with each other, just because they have the same chip on the inside, keep in mind, in another 6 months or so, they will probably update the iPad Pros. Fairly likely to, excuse me, I hate it when it gets stuff, it's stuck in my mouth. They have lots of underperforming M1 chips that they can use for an iPad. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense to me because the M1 is a very powerful chip. And for the same reason that I thought it was pointless to put it in an iPad Pro, especially with how limited iPad OS is. And for the record, I'm not saying they shouldn't put M1 chips in iPads. I'm just saying they need to scale up iPad OS to take advantage of that additional silicon, and that's what they're not doing. I'm fine if they want to throw an M1 Pro or M1 Max in an iPad, but make a way for us to utilize that performance and power. That's what I'm looking for. Yeah, there's probably a bunch of binned M1 chips. They've been mass producing this thing since 2020. You know, they have a ton of them. If they need to refresh the iPad Air, they easily can just pop an M1 chip in there. They know it fits in the 11-inch iPad Pro. And also, in a few months, we'll probably get maybe a mini LED version of the 11-inch iPad Pro, further creating more differences between the Air 5 and the 11-inch Pro. So I think in the short term, if the 11-inch iPad Pro and 10.9-inch iPad Air 5 have the same silicon inside, it's not really going to cannibalize much. I don't think that many people are buying the iPad Pro today as is. Cavito got a Samsung commercial before the live stream. So I personally believe this report. We'll find out very shortly if it ends up being correct, but personally I think the iPad Air is getting an M1 chip. Sounds believable to me. Apple's first live event since the pandemic. I just need an MKBHD probably at Steve Jobs Theater. No, it isn't. It's all online. I'm sorry. Unless I'm missing something. Let's see. We need M1 to power that Translate app they introduced on the iPad. Yeah, now you're going to have the M1 chip and still no calculator or weather app. That's how it works. There's not going to be a Mac Studio. That's the dumbest leak I've seen. People get too hyped. I do think it sounds amazing. If it ends up being real, the concept of there being a more affordable, tower that's rocking the M1 Max chip and all that, it sounds really good, which is why I'm skeptical, especially after the whole AirPods Studio thing. It's making me wonder, like, is this just another troll? Because it sounds really last minute. It sounds very like, oh, and by the way, and lots of people are reporting on it. Lots of people are saying it's real and it's happening, but that also is like, is this going to be an Apple Watch Series 7 situation all over again? So I'm really hoping it's real because I do think there's a lot of demand and a lot of people that would buy a $2,000 Mac Studio if it was available, or less, hopefully. But yeah, normally when there's multiple scenarios that you're playing in your head and you're wondering which one is real with Apple events, the more disappointing one typically ends up being real. Usually the better case scenario is not what ends up happening, because in the leak community and the rumor community, things tend to get blown up to sound way, way better than they actually are. Thanks for doing this. Oh, you're welcome, Adam. Thanks for watching. Ultimate fake leak before the event. Apple is going to ditch Lightning on all accessories. Yeah, now is a weird time to do that. I would say if you were going to ditch Lightning on everything, do that during the iPhone announcement and unveiling. That's when you could introduce USB-C or portless across everything and then ditch it on all the new AirPods and stuff like that. Would Apple ever introduce a new product category on digital, or would they wait for live events again? AirTags were at the last spring event. That was a brand new product category, and they did it during a live event. So I personally think, not a live event, but an online event, I think all the keynotes are going to be online moving forward. I actually don't think Apple really sees a huge rush to get back to in-person events. There's likely a few advantages to them, but they were definitely less interesting and less controlled to have, real keynotes where someone's walking on a stage and it's live because there's mistakes and, let's move to backup here. All kinds of botched demos and there's all kinds of pressure when you have to get everything right on stage, live on camera. Whereas this, they can take their time, they can edit it exactly how they want, and do everything precisely and make sure they get the best possible take, and they get to show off their amazingly fancy campus. And I wonder if it's possibly even cheaper to have these events online than it is to have them in person, because they don't have to rent out big venues and they don't have to accommodate for security as much, because there's already a dedicated security team at Apple Park. So no more, yeah, exactly, Scott. There's no more gasping at $1,000 stand prices. That's another thing Apple would love to avoid, is, heckling if at all possible. So even if the pandemic went away, and cases are going down quite a bit right now, I actually don't think Apple plans on bringing back in-person events. Maybe quadruple UDC for the workshops, but those have been software for the past couple of years. They haven't announced any hardware at the past quadruple UDCs. Yeah, there's going to be an iPod Touch refresh today. Oh, please. Don't joke about that. Is it possible for Apple to introduce the A16 chip for the iPad Air? The leak said the iPad Air will have performance like an M1 chip, not necessarily having that chip. Correct me if I'm wrong. That's not what I read. I'll double check. But I don't think the A16 chip would be ready this year. Let's see. Peak performance. According to information from 9 to 5 Mac, it says include the same one chip. Okay. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything that claims it's going to be like the M1 chip. It pretty much just said it will feature an M1 chip, but very last minute. If they end up being wrong, this is right on the record. Sad how the SE went from the good low budget phone to a waste of money. I feel like it's always kind of been that, though. It's always not a waste of money, but it's meant to be like the cheapest possible way for you to get an iPhone. It's not about having the best hardware. In fact, quite the opposite. It's usually been intentionally about having old hardware recycled hardware. That's what the first iPhone SE was, is it was a repackaged version of the 5S, which was on its way out and had been out for a while. The first SE launched right after, a couple months after the 6S launched. So we just got 3D Touch, we got 4K cameras, we've got this bigger design. And over here you got the 5S. Okay, we update that with some newer silicon, but for the most part, $399 back then. $399 is not what it used to be. If you adjust for inflation, $399 is probably actually cheaper than the original $399 iPhone SE. Do I believe the studio leaks? I'm skeptical because it sounds really, really good. So I'm trying not to get too invested in it or too hyped about it, because I personally still think there's a good chance it doesn't happen. But I'm really hoping it does exist, because I do think it sounds like an awesome product. I'm not in the market for it per se. I'm personally far more interested in the standalone monitor if that ends up happening, but I'm increasingly less interested if it ends up not being 120 hertz, or if it ends up being well over $2,000. I'm gonna be like, okay, I'm kind of looking for an external monitor, but I don't know if I'm willing to pay that much for it. Definitely a lot cheaper than the Pro Display, which is a step in the right direction, but I mean, I think you can still be a lot cheaper than the Pro Display and still be too expensive because of how far out there it is. So I'm mostly interested in Mac stuff today. I mean, I'm curious, of course, to find out what rumors were true, because there is some last minute stuff floating around about the iPhone SE. One person, I'm trying to find the source of it. One person was basically saying, oh, by the way, the Apple Store is down, in case you were curious. So that means, since it says be right back, there's going to be some stuff to buy today. There will be products on the Apple Store app after the event concludes, which means I will probably be buying some things today. I don't really plan on getting the iPhone SE or the iPad Air 5, just because I already have my wife uses an iPhone SE 2. I see that phone every day. Just the exact same design that now happens to have 5G in a faster chip. If there's no other features that come along with it, I'm not that interested, but same thing with the Air 5. I've used an iPad with an M1 chip, and I've used an iPad with a 60 hertz display. Like, they seem like spec bumps, so I'm not like terribly interested in reviewing them. But any kind of new Mac, whether it's an M2 MacBook Pro or a Mac Studio or a standalone monitor, all the Mac stuff I definitely want to check out. Not necessarily to keep, just to review and use in person. Thank you for the super chat. First super chat of the day. Thank you. From Austin's Tech. He says iPad Air 5 is tempting. I personally still think the Pro is a better deal, because even if it's true that the Air 5 gets the M1 chip, it's an iPad. And I don't genuinely think that performance gain will be noticed, especially because it's still rumored to be rocking a 60 hertz display, not 120 hertz. So you can't even really play games or do anything intensive at over 60 FPS in the first place. And the certified refurbished iPad Pros you can get from Apple with full warranty and a fresh battery and everything, they're rocking either the A12X or the A12Z chip, and those are still plenty fast. I do not believe there's really any use case on iPadOS that has tapped out the performance of those chips. So to me, it's kind of unnecessary to be upgrading just for faster and faster silicon on the inside. I don't necessarily even think it will result in more years of support. What about $199 iPhone? Especially with inflation the way it is these days, I do not expect a $200 iPhone, especially if they kept the second generation SE. So I'm sorry, Mark Gurman, I have to disagree with you on that one. Like, there is just not enough reasons to upsell people, in my opinion, on the SE3. Although there was a rumor this morning, according to a Korean blog, talking about the new SE is going to feature MagSafe now. It's going to feature ceramic shield and significantly better battery life, which are all good things. I'm just wondering why they waited till right now to drop this information. Maybe it wasn't for sure known until recently, but I always thought it was going to be awkward and weird for the iPhone SE to come out in 2022 and not have MagSafe, when all the iPhones for the past 2 years that have launched have had MagSafe. So now that there's finally a report claiming, yes, there might be MagSafe on the iPhone SE, I'm like, okay, thank you. That makes a bit more sense. I'd be very confused as to why Apple wouldn't do it. It's just a little magnetic ring. They can add that into the 12 mini and 13 mini, which is a smaller footprint than the SE. So I don't get what was so hard to believe about that. The rumor this morning is SE will get MagSafe. Yeah, that is makes a lot of sense to me that with your cheapest iPhone, you would try to upsell people on your MagSafe accessories, right? They use the Find My wallet, use the battery pack because the battery's not as good. But hearing that they want to improve the battery life on the SE is also a good sign. That means that this might actually be worth the money because I primarily was disappointed in the leaks surrounding the iPhone SE because I thought that it was going to just get a 5G modem and that was it. And that it was, of course, going to tank the battery pack. Or not the pack, just the battery itself is already not very good in the SE2. Let's see. That's why all this last minute stuff suddenly came out yesterday. I'm sure they've known this all for weeks, or they're making it up. Yeah, we'll find out very shortly. But I've seen this happen before. Let's see. M1 iPad Air all the way. I'm just like 120 hertz all the way. That's where I side on the iPad thing. I'm praying the new display is 120 hertz or can't get it. I want it to match my MacBook Pro. Well, unfortunately, the latest reports, Gurman was agreeing that, according to his sources, the studio display is ready to go, whatever that means. And the ready to go studio display is non-mini LED. It's still a LCD, but no one has said anything about whether it's 60 or 120 hertz. If it's true that they're like basically repackaging, if they're repackaging 5K iMac displays and just putting them in a prettier stand. Oh, thank you, Dennis, for your support. Updates about the Apple Glass. We've heard nothing as of late. Pretty much all the narratives on Apple Glass have shifted towards Apple might release a VR headset by the end of this year, but even those people have said no, that's been pushed back to next year. So I'm highly skeptical of any kind of Apple Glass news or Apple Glass stuff. No, how do I say your last name? Barrientos, thank you for the super chat. Appreciate that. You think Apple will ever make a wallet AirTag /Slim? There is something called a Chipolo wallet card. It's a little bit thicker than a credit card, so I don't think it would work with the Apple Card itself as a replacement, as much as I may want that. It would probably be difficult to insert in chip readers or swipe. So I want them to make a Find My version of that, but Apple's already got enough antitrust on their case anyway. Everyone's mad that AirTags are going to drive Tile out of business. It's like, hey, your product is too good. That's going to make him hard to keep afloat. So I'm because of that, they probably want the third parties to take advantage of those other accessory options. So I'm going to guess probably not. Maybe they'll make some more AirTag colors or something like that. But for the most part, they want to leave some competitive space in the market. Otherwise, people are going to get too fussy at them. 89 Tech, thank you for the super chat. New color option for the 13 Pro. Psych about MacBook Pro. Yeah, I mean, it's going back and forth on that. Mac Rumors seems to now be reversing their narrative. But not too long ago, Mac Rumors dropped a report claiming that there would be an M2 MacBook Pro at this event. And then Luke Miani, in his leak report, said that there were no new laptops coming today at all. And now Mac Rumors is saying, after what we've heard, it's Mark Gurman is saying it'd be odd for Apple to launch the M2 chip today. So at least if we're going based on more recent reports, it sounds like there won't be any MacBook Airs or MacBook Pros at this keynote, or regular MacBooks. Sorry, I know there's a bunch of you out there. Just call it MacBook. It's not really that much simple. Then we all have to refer to the regular MacBook, which is far more verbs or syllables than Pro. But yeah, Luke also detailed that there would be like a green color option for the 13 Pro. And I've seen some Twitter accounts referencing it already. Let me see if I can find that post. Someone sent it, I think, in our Discord earlier. But it looked kind of like what I was expecting. This is the screenshot someone sent. I don't know if they have media images or so, or this could be easily faked. I don't know. But very, very muted green. Not honestly a fan of that green if it does come out, but that's okay because I'm happy with my 13 Pro, and I was not interested in switching to the 13 or 13 Mini or anything. Ben likes the green. Some people like the muted colors or the in-between colors. I'm happy that some people do, but it's just not for me. Have you ever used the headphone jack on your new MacBook? I haven't. I have not, nor have I ever used the HDMI port. There's just never been a situation where it's been useful. I've used every other port, though. I have used the SD card slot every day. I'm using the USB-C port on the right side, and the left side, and I'm using MagSafe. I haven't run out of Thunderbolt ports yet, but yeah. Santiago, thank you for the super chat. Very, very kind of you. He says, I feel like the new SE absolutely has to have a new battery to support the 5G modem. That's what I am saying. Like, I wish it would, because that would be, really, really sucky if they just kept the battery life the same and threw in 5G, because just statistically, 5G always hurts the battery life of whatever device you're using it on. So if they don't, I'm going to be kind of ticked off and just feel like this is a waste of time. But at least there's some last minute rumors claiming, yes, don't worry, they're gonna up the battery capacity, which is good. Good morning, Andy. Green is good, although I'm satisfied with the blue and the 13. I was not satisfied with really any of the iPhone 13 colors. I was really just hoping for either a product red 13 Pro or a matte black. There were several leaks floating around of a matte black iPhone 13, and I'm kind of getting flashbacks to that right now, to be honest, because there were so many sources all claiming fairly similar things leading up to the iPhone 13 event. And we were like, okay, here it is. We're hearing about it. It's happening. And then none of it happened, and we didn't get a ton of the color options that were rumored. So now we're in that boat again, and we're hearing people say, oh yeah, it's going to be green, or they're going to do this, and I'm like, I don't know if I trust you guys. But yeah, if they want the new SE to sell well, I agree. They definitely need to up the battery. Dr. Oh, this is a fun last name. Funkenstein. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Funkenstein, for the super chat. He says, thank you for doing the work. I'm not doing anything. I'm just chatting with y'all, and I'm enjoying it. This is this is like the most fun. It's like Christmas Eve energy, right? We're all excited for what's about to happen. After the event, we'll be all disappointed and sad and depressed. But right now, we don't know that we're going to be depressed yet. So there's just a bunch of hype and excitement. So Daryl didn't say anything, but I appreciate the super chat. Let's see. When Drew reads the comments above and below yours and not yours, I'm sorry, creative kids. There's over 500 people watching. It's a little tricky to read everybody's. 89 Tech, thank you for the super chat. How's your 13 Pro Max holding up? It's held up great. I literally swam in the Caribbean Ocean with my 13 Pro Max. If you want to see why and how, it's over on the Tailosive Talks YouTube channel. But I swam with it in salt water, and I dove like 25 feet deep, and the speakers stopped working properly. I mean, the earpiece worked fine. The bottom speaker started rattling, and I was like, oh crap, I guess I broke my speakers. Oh well, I don't use them that much anyway. But then I went to a little island called Culebra and filmed the fish swimming up to my feet, and the water dislodged whatever was stuck in the speaker. And after I filmed the fish underwater and took my phone out, the speaker was working great. And now I've got a perfectly working iPhone 13, even though I've taken it in the water. No case. I've never put a screen protector or a case on this phone. It still looks as good as the day I bought it. The battery health is still 100%. I still don't like the Lightning port, but it doesn't matter because I only charge via MagSafe. So the battery life is extremely good. I would not care if new iPhones got better battery lives, because I never get through a full day with this battery. It's amazing. Okay, I've got more super chats to catch up on here. Thank you, Daryl. He says, what do you think will be the base price for the Mac Studio? So the current rumors are suggesting, if the Mac Studio ends up being real, which it might not, but they're currently suggesting M1 Max to be the base option. So the base tier Mac Studio will come with an M1 Max chip, and then there will be an upgraded version with two M1 Maxes stitched together. So that doesn't necessarily mean twice the performance, but definitely the most powerful Mac we've ever seen. I believe, yeah, that would easily outperform the Intel Mac Pro. I believe the M1 Max already does outperform the Intel Mac Pro in several ways. So the current cheapest way, I think, to get an M1 Max... Oh, I would love to mess around with the Apple Store app to make sure my numbers are correct, but I can't because it's down right now. Let me try the website. I believe it was $3,000. I haven't played with the configurator for a while, so let me check. But I remember thinking something like, oh no, even on the Apple Store website, it doesn't work. Correct me if I'm wrong, but if my memory is correct, if you got the 14-inch MacBook Pro with the cheapest binned M1 Max, I think it ended up costing something like $2,900 or $3,000. But that, of course, includes a battery and mini LED and a whole display. So if we're just talking about a tower, I don't know why this number keeps popping up in my head, but I want to say 2,000. I want to say like $1,999 is like just under 2 grand for performance that could not be beat for the same value. But just like we have the M1 and the MacBook Air, and that costs $1,000, and we have the M1 and the Mac Mini, and that costs $700. There's like a 30% or so difference between getting the M1 in a MacBook versus getting it in a tower like the Mac Mini. So I'm just kind of applying that same ratio of like, okay, if it's around 30% cheaper than the cheapest M1 Max, keep in mind, you don't have to include a display with that purchase. You don't have to even include a keyboard and mouse if you don't want to. So it's a nice sweet round numbers just to say for 2 grand you can get an M1 Max chip, assuming you provide all your own hardware. That's kind of what I'm predicting if it is real, but it might not be. Dennis says, is the upcoming Mac Studio worth it if it ever comes out? I'm decided to switch from Windows to Mac. Congratulations, Dennis. Round of applause. I'm very thankful. No, it's fine. Everyone use whatever you want. It's fine. But if my price prediction is correct and you have no use for a laptop and you just want to use your Mac at your desk all the time, absolutely. I think that value is incredible. Even if it's not necessarily the cheapest computer in the world, the amount of performance the M1 Max offers is fantastic. So, oh man, Ben Rayner, thank you for being a moderator and supporting the channel for 8 months. He says, best scenario for me, a Mac Studio that's product red with an affordable display. I know that's not likely, but that's a dream announcement for today. Do you have a dream announcement for today? Absolutely. As far as my Apple ecosystem goes, I'm not really in the market for something like a Mac Studio. I can appreciate it because I know a lot of people would be, but I have the M1 Max already with my MacBook Pro. It's fantastic. I love the performance and I love what it's capable of. I don't need a dedicated tower that's a bit faster because this is already plenty fast. So my dream announcement for today would be a 120 hertz, 32-inch standalone monitor that's $1,000, or if it's dream scenario, that's free. And Tim Cook walks out on stage and says, "Good morning, I'm going to give Drew a free monitor just for his hard work covering our products." That would be dream scenario. But more realistic dream scenario, yeah, it'd just be like a relatively affordable, high refresh rate, Apple branded monitor with thin bezels, black bezels, all the way around, the same size, and they have speakers, really good speakers built in, and a dedicated 4K webcam, and just like the perfect content creator's monitor that I can dock with my MacBook Pro, because I definitely, like, with all of our trips we're planning and all of the vacation we've already done this year, not vacation, but traveling we've done this year, I need a laptop. I do not want a big, expensive, powerful Mac that just sits on my desk all the time. I want to be able to take it with me. So if there's no new laptops at this event, then yeah, I'm as I've said before, very comfortable just keeping my current MacBook Pro for many years to come because it's faster than it needs to be. The battery life is amazing, and I have a ton of storage with it as well. So, okay, Wobbly says the baseline is $3,099, so it might be a tad over 2 grand. Maybe if the M1 Max chip is default, maybe it could be around 2,200 or something like that. But okay, I got a super chats to keep up on. So I don't see what Andy said, but thank you for the super chat. That was nice of you, Andy Blaha. Oh, he says, I'm not buying anything Apple releases today. Okay, gotcha. I appreciate the support. 89 Texas, I guess you still won't switch to the 14 Pro Max. If you can think of something that's coming to the next iPhone that sounds interesting or something that I would really utilize and appreciate, let me know. But so far, everything that's rumored sounds not useful, not very informative for me. Any chance new monitors have Apple Pencil input? I would be very surprised by that, Mr. Tom Hutton. Thank you for the 2 pounds, although I've been trying to lose weight, so I don't appreciate the weight gain, but my Apple Card will be hurting. Yeah, I think there's going to be a lot of yellow on everyone's Apple Cards today. Hypothetical Studio makes me slightly conflicted about my 24-inch iMac. Yes, Mike, get rid of the iMac. I hate the iMac so much. Get rid of that thing. Oh, it's so ugly. I'm getting PTSD because the 24-inch iMac came out at the last year's spring event, and it was so disappointing. It was so much worse than I thought it was going to be. Now I'm worried, like, what else is going to be worse than I thought? I don't know. Hopefully this monitor lives up to the hype. I'm going to be, like, super duper bummed if these rumors end up being correct and there is a studio display, but it's just LCD and it's just 60 hertz. It's like a really good value and it looks really cool. The bezels are thin and everything. And I'm like, yes, yes, it looks amazing. And then they're like, and it goes up to 60 hertz. I'll be like, oh, so close. So close to perfection. Like director Krennic and Rogue One. We were this close to perfection. Oh, that's pronounced Funkenstein. Oh, okay. Did I say Stein? I'm sorry, doctor. I apologize, especially if you're an actual doctor. Well, no. I should apologize to everyone equally, but thank you for the super chat. That's very kind of you. Martin Gell's been a member for 8 months. He says, could the Mac Studio replace the Intel Mac Mini? Honestly, the M1 Mac Mini could get rid of the Intel Mac Mini. I'm not exactly sure why that's still there. It's possible that they have a bunch of space gray chassis sticking around and they're trying to just sell through inventory, because the only advantage right now that the Intel Mac Mini has over the M1 is the ports. That chip is not faster, okay? There's some misconceptions floating around out there that we should be clear on. The M1 chip is a better chip than that 6-core i7 Intel chip they put in the Mac Mini. I don't know why they're keeping it around, other than maybe they think some people really, really care about having 4 Thunderbolt ports, and the M1 Mac Mini only has 2. And yeah, I guess the Mac Studio, if real, would kind of align with where that Intel Mac Mini would sit. Although, if my price prediction is correct, it would be way more expensive. Like, the Intel Mac Mini is $1,100. I'm predicting the Mac Studio to cost like $2,000. So they're kind of not really that close together. You know, something else that's not feeling right to me is the fact that they would only do the M1 Max in the Mac Studio. Like, why not have a cheaper option with the M1 Pro that's like $1,500? Because the M1 Pro and M1 Max have the same CPU cores. The only difference is GPU cores. And the idea that Apple wants to enforce that all Mac Studios have additional GPU cores just sounds a little bit weird to me. Like, those chips are fairly similar, so I don't understand what's the big deal. Why do you need to have more than one? I don't get it, but maybe I'm missing something. Maybe with that form factor and that design, it's not that big a deal to just include the extra GPU cores. I'm not sure. But we have a new channel member today. Thank you, Andy Blaha, for becoming a channel supporter. That's very nice of you. For those who aren't aware, like Chris Otham has been, the members get access to behind-the-scenes live streams and updates on upcoming videos. Sometimes if I have more than one video subject, I'll run a poll and the members get to decide what the future content is based on. It's $2 a month. It's the second link in the description. We've had a lot of fun during the last couple members-only live streams. There's no slow mode. You know, you can type as much as you want. So it's been a ton of fun, and I'm very grateful for the member support. Thank you. Michael Burkhardt says, funny thing about the 2018 Mac Mini is that all of the CPUs that were used got discontinued by Intel, so they would have had to stockpile them to keep it around. I have to imagine it's some kind of stockpile. It's like, if we discontinue the Intel Mac Mini right now, we're just going to have a bunch of old chips and a bunch of old chassis and not know what to do with them. Maybe Apple thinks that some people want, you know, a fairly cheap Mac. Maybe not a really cheap Mac. That's not the right word. A fairly cheap Mac with Boot Camp. Because some people really, really need Windows for some reason. I don't know what the use case is. It's probably a bigger use case than the iPod Touch market, but just the concept of, yes, it runs Mac OS, but you can also run Windows fairly easily via Boot Camp. You can't do it on Apple Silicon, but you can do it on Intel Macs. So it's just sitting around there for that small niche, but honestly, would not be surprised if it was gone today. Even if there's not really a Mac Studio, they could just remove it at any time. Doesn't really need to exist. Any chance of an update to the Apple TV? It hasn't been talked about at all. No one's been referencing it. There was an Apple TV refresh last year at the spring event, and normally there's not year-over-year upgrades with the Apple TV, so I would say fairly unlikely. But why do you think they said peak rather than peak? Asks Chris. I think it has to do with this not being the best silicon. Obviously, it makes sense to me, like, the Mac Pro, whenever that is ready, is going to have the most powerful Apple Silicon, possibly the most powerful computer a consumer can actually buy off a website, you know, short of supercomputers and that kind of thing that businesses buy and daisy chain up. But as far as just a computer you can buy, whatever that Mac Pro is rumored to be like 4 M1 Maxes kind of stitched together or something more powerful. That's going to be the true peak performance, and this is giving us a sneak peek. That's the terminology of peak performance, is just giving you a little teaser. So maybe that's in reference to the Mac Studio, is it's just giving you a little preview of what's to come in terms of future Apple Silicon, quad M1 Max or something. So that's how I interpreted it. You guys may have interpreted it differently, but Mavis Owen says, I need Boot Camp for SolidWorks CAD, which is why I find the Apple Silicon frustrating, stuck on 16-inch MacBook Pro. My only issue with that is, like, yeah, I know people that need stuff like SolidWorks on Windows, but who would buy the old 2018 Mac Mini to do SolidWorks software, right? If you need Boot Camp, you probably want a discrete GPU in the first place, and you would not be buying a Mac Mini. So even that argument doesn't really make a good case, in my opinion. Apple is expanding the Find My network with Find My Money. Find out how much you spent on Apple products. That's great. Yes, I would love that. Find My Money. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? The Mac Pro will be a quantum computer, pretty much. If you need to have an Intel Mac for boot camp, why not buy a refurbished 2018 Mac Mini? Seriously, the Intel Mac makes no sense. That's why, in my opinion, like, the most likely scenario is that Apple just has a bunch of them stockpiled, and they're trying to clear out inventory. I would not be shocked to find out they're not actually in production, because after the M1 Mac Mini came out, I can imagine the sales for the Intel Mac Mini that's still on the site probably plummeted, and there were a ton less people buying them because they were like, no, don't need that. No, thank you. Scott says, Windows 11 has an ARM version. I'm sure Boot Camp for Apple Silicon is coming soon enough. It's just, we've been saying that for several years now. I'm wondering how many years we're going to say that before we just go, I don't know if this is going to happen at all. You think we ever get a true TV monitor from Apple, the definitive smart TV? Great job on the channel. Thanks so much for your efforts. Well, thank you, Levon. I feel like if they wanted to, they would have done it by now. They would have made a dedicated TV. It feels kind of late. I don't know what their argument for not making one is, but I'm sure whatever the argument was before, it probably still applies today. Although sometimes Apple does enter markets that are fairly saturated, like AirPods Max, for example. There have been a lot of a lot of over-ear headphones in the business, and it's a fairly competitive market with Bose and Sony, and now Microsoft with the Surface headphones, and countless others out there that just make really well done and really popular over-ear headphones, even Beats. But Apple in 2019, I think, wasn't it? Or 2020? Yeah, it was 2020. They just said, yeah, we want to make our own, insanely expensive and kind of annoying over-ear headphones that are all Apple-fied by requiring lightning and having this stupid case and all that. But they sound really good, and the transparency mode is, like, unbeatable. So they entered that market very late, and they seem to be, I don't know if I would say successful about it, but yeah, I really want them to, because I do think a dedicated TV that boots up running tvOS would be awesome. But yeah, you're right. Hoink, or Honk, I'm a goose. He says, the TV monitor will be insanely overpriced and even more expensive than the Pro Display XDR. I don't know if it necessarily has to be more than that, because a lot of companies can make OLED TVs work, and the use cases of a standalone monitor on a desk are a little bit different than a TV. So it doesn't necessarily mean it has to be $6,000 or more, but it could definitely be high end. I wouldn't be shocked if it was $2,000 or $3,000 or so, but I would expect it to be like one of the best TVs in its class. It had Apple Silicon on the inside, and very great contrast ratio, a decent size, thin bezels, very little branding. That's the thing I like the most about it. Let's see, Apple TV, can we open /TV movie streaming websites, etc.? Oh, we have a new channel supporter. Thank you, Sun. I don't know how to pronounce your last name. Bada, I don't know, Chargy? But thank you. Thank you for becoming a supporter of the channel. Thank you so much. Purple Juice says, I have a terrible experience with Apple recently. They broke my MacBook Air while trying to fix something. I don't know if even I will buy an Apple product again. Well, I hope you get your MacBook fixed. I'm sorry to hear that. encourage you to look at, cheaper options, or certified refurbished M1 MacBook Airs are a pretty dang good deal. But the truth is, the situation outside of the MacBook market is not much better as far as like battery life and performance. If the MacBook Air was fitting your needs, I'm not exactly sure what PC is going to have as good performance or as good battery life. Not to mention Windows 10 and Windows 11 being far less reliable. Rockford Media, thank you for the super chat. Looking forward to seeing the Mac Mini with no headphone jack. It looks good. Whoever designed that is the smartest in the world, though. Yeah, people haven't talked about that in a while. Is that rumor bust? No one wants to take credit for that one anymore. You spelled almost correct, dude. Excited for the event. Cool. Well, thank you for your support, son. It sounds like I'm talking to my child, but no, it's SUN, people. I love Apple, but they need to fix the fact that I have an Apple Watch, AirPods, iPhone, Mac. I have to have 3 different cables no matter how I do it. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate that I can charge my iPad and my iPhone via... I wish my iPad and my Mac via Type-C, but even the Mac comes with MagSafe now. So they're like actively encouraging a different charger for every device, which gets annoying. Let's see. Do you honestly think that Apple will make a car? I don't. I think that they're actively working on car software and maybe some self-driving tech, but I don't think that we're ever going to reach the point where they just straight up announce a vehicle hardware that they design themselves. Maybe they buy out another EV company and they put their software on it so that some other company can do the hard work of getting an EV to mass production. But no, I don't think the Apple Car stuff is actually going to... I believe they're working on one. I just don't believe that is going to formulate into anything real. What you think about iPad Air 5? It's not really fixing my fundamental issue with the iPad Air, which is just that $599 is just a little bit too pricey for what you're getting because of the certified refurbished iPad Pros that exist now. And it's mostly because I'm just a diehard fan of 120 hertz, and I love Face ID on the iPad. And I love the form factor of the iPad mini, but the 60 hertz really did bug me because I've had 120 hertz on my iPad since 2017, like 5 years now. And as soon as I use an iPad that doesn't have it, it's very noticeable and it feels like noticeably slower and more choppy. So I always just get rubbed a little bit the wrong way whenever I use an iPad that's 60 hertz. And the iPad Air is so close in price to the certified refurbished iPad Pros, you can actually buy them cheaper. You can get a 2018 A12X iPad Pro for $520 instead of $600 for the iPad Air. And in my experience reviewing different iPads, you will not notice M1 versus A12X. Like, those chips are both incredibly powerful for the device they're on. For what you can do with iPadOS, the differences are so small. Michael says, allegedly, iPad Air will have 128 gigabytes base this year, so that makes it slightly better value. Although, yeah, refurbished iPad Pros have always been better value than new iPad Airs. Well, yeah, it does improve the value a little bit, but I agree. You can buy a 2020 iPad Pro for $620, I believe, and those all come with 128 gig standard. Plus, you get Face ID and 120 hertz. So, if storage is the game, then yeah, you can still win with certified refurbished, but now that iPad people should not be spending more than $600 or $700 on iPads. For what they're capable of, I don't believe anyone should be dropping that kind of money. So thank you again for Rockford Media Super Chat. He says, I suspect they will partner with a company and license packages almost like CarPlay, but scaled up a lot. I have seen rumors about that. There's been code that has referenced CarPlay having access to range estimates and HVAC controls so that through an Apple-designed infotainment system, you could turn the heated seats on or the AC or look at how much range you have or the battery capacity in the car. So I could see the software getting more and more capable, but just not a flat-out vehicle that they designed from the ground up. Sun says, you were into the iMac Pro last year. What about now? My lifestyle has changed, and my workflow has changed to the point that a laptop is far more beneficial because we're planning on lots of trips. And we've already taken lots of trips this year. I've gone across the country, and I've seen places I've never seen before. And I took my laptop with me, and it was very useful and helpful on those trips. not just as a very powerful editing machine, but also as a content consumption device with a large display and a great battery bank. It's a huge battery that charges up my devices when I'm not near power and that kind of thing. So I need a laptop, and the M1 Max is plenty fast. I have not maxed it out. I have not reached a point where I was like, man, I wish this Mac was faster. So for that reason, I'm just planning on keeping this. An iMac Pro, as interested as I am in seeing it, Quo has now said that they're not going to launch the iMac Pro until next year. So there's already a delay on that. But even if it was coming this year, I'm just not as interested in spending a bunch of money on a Mac that's just going to sit at my desk and I can't take it with me very easily. Plus, after seeing the 24-inch iMac, it kind of changed the trajectory of what I believe Apple will do with the iMac line, because the 24-inch iMac had a chin and white bezels, and maybe the iMac Pro doesn't have white bezels, but it will probably still be thin from the side profile, and they'll probably still give it a chin because that's where they want to put the electronics. I don't really think it's a likely scenario where the iMac Pro will have no chin and thin black bezels, but the 24-inch iMac will have a chin and white bezels. So I'm personally thinking iMac Pro will not be the dream iMac I was hoping for, which was just going to be basically a Pro Display design, but it has a computer built in. I've just kind of detached from that scenario and just assumed that isn't happening. And what's far more likely for me to achieve my dream vision is to just dock my MacBook Pro with an external monitor with no chin and thin bezels, and hopefully the display is the specs I'm looking for. So that's what we might find out today, because my dream design, of course, was to just have a very thin bezeled, iPad on a stick with the whole computer that just sits on my desk, and there's no chin and there's very thin bezels. And I don't think the iMac is going to help me reach that vision, but now finding out that there might be a studio display at this keynote, that's making me think, okay, maybe they're going to do it. Maybe they'll do what I want. We'll find out. Let's see. Since watching this event last year with you, I've purchased an iPad Pro 12.9-inch, an Apple Watch Series 7, a 13 Pro, and a MacBook Pro M1 16-inch. You've had a huge influence in those decisions. Thanks. So Levon is basically telling me that the reason he's broke now and has completely run out of money is because of me. I'm sorry, Levon. Start Select says the $300 iPad is such a good value, especially if you don't know what you're missing from the Air and Pro models, Face ID speakers, etc. It's true. If you don't care about those things, it's a fantastic value. Rockford Media super chatted. He says, "Did you have breakfast?" No, I'm actually trying to lose weight right now, despite you guys donating pounds. But I've been doing intermittent fasting, so I basically just eat between 12 and 8 o'clock. So I haven't had breakfast for a while. We just don't eat breakfast. I don't buy into that best meal of the day crap. It's not true, but I have been losing weight, so it's going well. No breakfast. Thank you for always getting me so hyped up for these events. You're welcome, Sarah, and thank you for your support. I appreciate it. I want macOS on my iPod Touch 7th gen. Right. We can't get it on the iPad, but they'll bring it to the iPod. That's how it works. Mark Gurman mentioned that the external monitor could run iOS. Could that be a hint of true external monitor support for the iPad? I doubt it, because Mark Gurman clarified in a later tweet that what he meant by that was that the external monitor that's allegedly ready to go has an A13 chip in it. That's what he clarified he meant by runs iOS, is that there's an A series of chip in this monitor, and that might help with drivers, that might help power the machine, especially if it's going to be a 5K resolution running at 120 hertz. That's a lot of data, and maybe it would help the MacBook you're plugging it into a lot if there was another piece of Apple Silicon on the other side to tap into. So that could be why they put a chip in there. It's not necessarily because the monitor itself needs to run iOS, but who knows? Maybe that external monitor could run tvOS. I mean, they put tvOS on the A12 chip, and maybe they want it to have more low latency AirPlay features or something like that. So if you wanted to turn this external monitor into a little TV, maybe having a dedicated A13 chip would help with that. I'm not sure what the thought process is, but if that rumor ends up being real, hopefully we only have an hour and 10 minutes to find out why they did that. Nikov, Mr. Master, thank you for becoming a channel supporter. Appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Um, I look forward to seeing you during the member streams. Oh my God, Alexander, what have you done? No, 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 no. What is that a typo? Did he mean to do that? Okay, 20. I don't even know this currency. Uh, currency of. I gotta know what he did, but the color is. Oh my God. See, what is CHF? You guys are gonna have an answer for me, but by the Swiss francs. Oh my God! Thank you for 20 Swiss francs relating to breakfast. That was a Gary V reference. Nice. Thank you. I was wondering if someone was going to know that I was referring to Gary V. The only reason I know about him making that joke was because of the PewDiePie video. Felix did a video on Gary that was quite funny. I wish there was a refund button because he donated 20 Swiss francs. Oh my God. That's a lot of super chat. Thank you. Didn't even ask a question. Thanks, Alex. Oh my God. We have Start Select super chatting here. He says, have some real Great British pounds. I've been using the iPhone SE2, iPad 8, Watch SE. Great experience for under £1,000. Do recommend. Okay. Well, thank you so much for the extra pounds. I'm gaining weight as we speak, but I'm very thankful for the super chat, and I'm glad those products are working for you. I didn't realize you could get all of that. Do you have AirPods? Do you have a headphone solution within that ecosystem? Right now it says they're a little bit over $1. That's a big super chat, Alex. Jeez. I hope that was intentional. I'm worried that he didn't mean to send that much. My goodness. Dylan Hoyt, thank you for the super chat. He says, it's become a ritual that I watch you and the event every time there is one. Thank you for being you. Well, I'll keep it up. As long as you guys are willing to keep watching, I will keep doing this. It's a dream job for me because I just feel like I'm hanging out with friends, and I obviously I'm excited to find out what happens. And in my personal life, there's really not a ton of people that are into the same stuff that I'm into. So finding out that there's other people interested in the same products that I am and get excited about the same things is just kind of fun because I didn't have that growing up. So I'm grateful that you guys are. Oh my God, Alex, stop super chatting. Dude, why so much? I swear, YouTube needs a refund button. I would totally hit refund on a ton of these. But thank you. He says it wasn't a mistake. Okay, I guess that was an intentional super chat. Thanks, Alex. Oh my goodness, 8 Swiss francs? I'm learning so much about currencies, but I'm glad I've become a part of your Apple event ritual, Dylan. Thank you for your support. So much. Interesting how the community tab doesn't work on an iPad YouTube app, but the membership works. Love the iPads. Yeah, that's on YouTube. I mean, there's a lot of complaints I have with iPadOS, but it's legit YouTube's fault that they don't have community posts on the iPad. It's been years. It's been years, and they still haven't rolled that out for some reason. Do you work out? Occasionally, not as much as I'd like to, but trying to make time for it. Maybe there will be no ports on the studio display, and the A13 has been used for wireless video or something. I don't think the A13 chip has some like inherently next generation wireless connectivity that we've never seen before. It's a processor. It's still a CPU and a GPU and a system on chip. I don't think that there's some super low latency you can achieve between devices that have Apple Silicon on them. Let's see. What's your Ethereum wallet? I can donate. I don't have the Ethereum key, but I have. I think in the description of this live stream, I have a Bitcoin and Dogecoin key. Occasionally, people use that. Not very often, but I've gotten some through there. So, thank you to those who have donated via crypto. Let's see. YouTube will not add refund button because that means they will have to pay back money they earned. Oh, okay. So YouTube wins too much, I guess. Oh well. Let's see. Don't you think that a similar Mac Pro design but smaller looks better than leaked Mac Studio? Yeah, I'll be honest about the Mac Studio subject. The renders themselves are very technically good. Like they look like an Apple product, and they're very detailed and intricate, and how much aluminum they use is cool and all that. But to be Swiss franc, I think it looks kind of ugly. Just already, I wasn't really in love with the Mac Mini look because of how wide it is. It's just kind of a big tower that sits on your desk. And the Mac the Mac Studio is just an even taller version. It's almost like the Apple TV. Remember the third generation Apple TV and then the fourth generation Apple TV? It just got thicker. And when I saw those renders of the Mac Studio, which is fairly thick, right next to the studio display rumor, I was like, the top of that computer is really close to the bottom of that monitor. It makes me worried that when you're adjusting the monitor, it's going to scrape the bottom or get really close to the studio itself. So if I had not changed my lifestyle and decided that, we wanted to travel more this year, and I didn't buy the MacBook Pro to keep, I would probably be in the market for a Mac Studio, but I just kind of think it looks a little bulky and a little bit clunky and something that people are going to want to hide in their desk setups. They're going to want to put it under something and hide the cables under it so that you can just look at the monitor but not have to look at that big. It's exactly what is the Enanta one? I think I'm pronouncing that right. Enanta is like, it looks like a toaster. That's what it is. It's very toaster vibes, which is why I'm not in the market for it. Someone was asking earlier, what am I most excited for? I'm definitely most excited for the monitor. If that ends up being real, that's going to be my forte. The specs of that monitor will dictate whether or not I'm interested in it. So I'm very, very curious to see how that unfolds, because that's what I'm potentially in the market for. I'm not in the market for an iPad Air, an iPhone SE. I don't need any of that stuff. But the monitor, I'm like, yeah, I could see myself using that quite a bit. Rockford Media super chatted. He says, I'd love to see Prosser react to the events, especially for the Mac Mini and 14. Yeah, I agree. He should do some reactions. That would be kind of funny, especially with the Series 7. You imagine if he was going into it saying, oh, yeah, we know what it's going to look like, and then it comes out. He's like, what? Yeah, I think it would be funny. Start Select, thank you for the super chat. I'm gonna pay money just to stay. Studio looks great. Okay, do you have some sources we don't know about? But as far as the renders go, I want to know what kind of ports it has, and I want to know these display specifications. For the record, I'm okay if there's no mini LED. I'm willing to compromise on that. I'm willing to lose mini LED if I gain 120 hertz. A soul for a soul, right? This is a compromise I'll take. This is something I'm okay with, because I do still have my iMac Pro right off camera here, and I'm not using it for video editing or live streaming anymore, but it is basically my little YouTube TV machine. Not YouTube TV, but I treat it like a TV basically, because my M1 Max is so fast. I do all my video editing, and of course all my live streaming is off my MacBook Pro, but when I want to have something playing as I'm working, if I'm watching a video while I'm exporting or while I'm in the middle of something, it's best on the iMac, because the iMac has better speakers and it has a bigger display, and because it's playing videos, I'm not going to appreciate 120 hertz anyway. There's not much motion going on. So if all this external monitor is a 5K LCD 60 hertz, I basically already have that. It's like I can AirPlay, because it's running macOS Monterey. I can AirPlay to my iMac, and I can have it just play videos. Yeah, it would be cool to have a standalone monitor that's in a much cleaner chassis, that's in like thin bezels and no chin, no big black bezels, like the iMac Pro has. I like the black part, just not the thick part. I don't know if I could really justify it if it was at 60 hertz, but I'm so close, because my iPhone is 120, my iPad is 120, and my MacBook is 120. I want to have a nice big monitor that I can edit with on my desk that's also 120. And the iMac Pro, for one, I can't really use it as an external monitor anyway, because it's an iMac and the sidecar or the AirPlay features are compressed a lot. And if you plug in the iMac to my MacBook, it's like, yeah, you kind of can use it as an external monitor, but the latency is so bad, it's like unusable. So that's a shame. Are you okay with it being 27-inch? I saw someone saying that was too small. I've never used external monitors, so I don't know. I would definitely love it if it was 32 inches, but yeah, I could live with 27. That's what I'm using now, and I think this is plenty. I used to have a 32-inch monitor, and I thought it was great, but if the 32-inch monitor has to be $6,000, then the 27-inch monitor is $1,200, then yeah, okay, I can make that compromise. AirPower's dead. Oh my god, I can't believe we cannot give up on AirPower. Oh, sorry, I missed a super chat here from TY Zhang. What currency is this? I gotta check it. SGD. Uh, I'm curious. There's all these people donating. Thank you, by the way. This is incredibly generous of you. Uh, Sudanese. That's okay. Gotcha. 5. Really curious how Reality OS would turn out. Maybe headset plus tvOS plus AirTags as gesture controls for gaming. I'm curious because I've never seen Apple make a product like this, and they've clearly shown fairly little interest in the VR space or having augmented headsets and that kind of stuff. So I feel like they could probably get it better than anyone. But yeah, I don't know. I don't see it being useful because all the rumors are pointing it to being like a $2,000 thing, and that makes me feel like, well, I'm not going to spend $2,000 on something I can just use in my living room. And Apple's not really that passionate about gaming in the first place. I don't even think Apple Arcade is that. Oh, it's Singapore dollars. Got it. Thank you. I don't think Apple's that doing that well with arcade in the first place. So the concept that they'd make a $2,000 arcade accessory, I just feel like it would be a big flop. I don't think that many people would use it. What case do you use with your phone? Thinking of getting a Casetify one? Suggestions? I do not use a case because I'm dangerous and I like living on the edge. But yeah, I don't know, just not Apple's cases. I used to buy Apple's cases in the past, but none of them aged very well. The silicone cases would fall apart and start tearing within a year or less, and the leather cases would show all these scratches and signs of wear over time. So go on Amazon, or I don't know. There's probably some great YouTube channel that's got a breakdown on the best cases, but I don't have one. Um, I don't have one to recommend for you, unfortunately. The 11-inch iPad Pro is a regular LCD with 120 hertz. That's true. That's correct. We've only got mini LED with 120 hertz. So really, you should hope there's mini LED because that increases the likelihood of 120 hertz. Yeah, we've actually had 120 hertz LCDs more than we've had mini LED because Apple introduced ProMotion on the iPad Pro in 2017, long before it got mini LED, but it did have 120 hertz. And from a technical level, it's actually much, much easier to get 120 hertz on a regular LCD, whereas mini LED is more expensive, it's newer technology, and it's kind of hard to mass produce. So maybe they're having a hard time scaling up mini LED to the 27-inch form factor. But just the fact that they would probably advertise this monitor alongside a Mac Studio, which is not going to be necessarily cheap, $2,000, plus the MacBook Pros are all 120 hertz, that gives me hope that Apple would be comfortable upping the refresh rate on this one because that you can do 120 hertz on LCD, and they've done it for years. All the iPad Pros have had it. Even the 2018 iPad Pros have had it. Wow. Oh my God. A $10 super chat from Valiant Renegade. Thank you so much for the donation. He says, given the rumored size of the studio, I wonder if we might see expansion ports internally for SSD/NVMe and such. Seems like it has room. I'm prepared to send money on that to replace my 2013 Mac Pro. Okay, yeah, you've been on the you've been on the trash can for a while then. That's a bit. Yeah, I'm curious if Apple cares much about modularity when it comes to Apple Silicon, because I know there's a lot of integration benefits by putting everything on the same chip. You know, the SSD and the RAM and the neural cores and the CPU and the GPU, just combining that onto a single chip makes it far more efficient. That's part of the reason it consumes so little power and can get so fast, is because there's physically less distance that the electrons have to travel. It's very, very compact. So if you start doing more add-ons and plugins, you're going to lose a lot of those advantages. You're going to lose some efficiency and you're going to lose some read and write speed. Not necessarily that it can't be done. I just wonder if Apple's willing to compromise there and let people have more modularity. I'm not sure. Kind of uncertain if they would be comfortable with that, but I'm curious. I'd be very interested. I think it would say a lot about the Mac Pro if the Mac Studio was more modular, if they did have some options and that kind of stuff. It would probably mean that the Mac Pro is going to be maybe as big or close to the same size as before. Reese Cup, thank you for the super chat. He says, thanks for getting us all hype. You're welcome. I hope it lives up to the hype, but it probably won't. So let's try to taper expectations as best as we can. Just think disappointment, non-satisfactory results. Oh, Joshua, thank you for your support. After 6 months. Wow, that's a long time. Thank you. He says, imagine the Mac Studio having a 2.5-inch SSD. Yeah, that's probably what it's going to be. When does the 2-year transition end? June or November 2022? I think in a previous Apple event, I think when they unveiled the MacBook Pros, the new ones, they mentioned that they're halfway through this transition, and that was at the end of 2021. So he defined the end of 2021 as halfway. So I assume that means end of 2022 is when they think the transition will be done. That's my interpretation of it. I don't think it'll be done by June. Kulonsky says, no, there's no chance the Mac Studio will have expansion. Most of the internals of that render, if it is real, will be consumed by the heatsink. Gotcha. Yeah, it is more toaster looking, but it might act very much like a toaster. You can put your bread in there, and the heatsink will heat up your toast. You'll get a bunch of crumbs in there, but that's okay because there's no butterfly keyboard to worry about. That's what they're coming up with. They would have to do a small redesign if the iPhone SE3 is going to have 5G, because that would have to put in a bigger battery than the current iPhone SE2. Well, what I've been saying for months is not necessarily. Apple might just be comfortable with having a crappy battery life, but at least according to fairly recent reports, it sounds like they want to at least up the. They want to at least up the. Sorry, I'm having a stroke. The battery capacity a bit to compensate for the worse battery life that 5G will probably result in. So that's likely the Apple toaster. We've had the trash can. Now get ready for the toaster. That's going to be the Mac Studio. Oh my God. The Apple toaster is just the 2016 MacBook Pro. Michael Burkhart says, I personally don't believe the Intel Mac Pro is going away this year. The Mac Studio will rather be a spiritual successor than a direct one. Intel Mac Pro sticking around, in my opinion. I think it would kind of go against what Tim had said, which is that they plan on everything moving to Apple Silicon, and nothing will be on Intel within a couple years. That's how I interpreted it, but I wouldn't be shocked if the Apple Silicon Mac Pro is quite late in this transition. When they introduced the trash can Mac Pro, I don't believe the old cheese grater Mac Pro was still available to order, even though the new trash can hadn't delivered yet. So it's possible that they might get rid of the Intel Mac Pro this summer and unveil the Apple Silicon Mac Pro, but it won't be ready to ship until the end of the year and that kind of thing. So they give people time to save up because it's going to be expensive. And they give people, time for the information to sink in and become real. Nicholas Landsman, thank you for your support. He says, I'm worried, just bought an M1 MacBook Air for work. Well, I hope you got a discount on it, because M1 MacBook Air has been out for a while, and there's probably going to be an M2 version in the next couple months. So typically, if an Apple product has been around for a while, you can find it on sale either through Apple Certified Refurbished or through Best Buy or through Amazon. You'll find it discounted somewhere. So I just say, if you have to buy a Mac now, because I know sometimes people can't wait, then it's if you can't wait, then at least save yourself some money. Don't pay full price. Let's see. I gave in and bought a Series 5, and it's supposed to be here today. Oh, congratulations, Montel. I hope you enjoy it. I hope you find some use with that always on display. I know I don't. But Najee, thank you for your super chat. I gotta figure out this currency as well. So many people donating from different parts of the world. Thank you. Thank you for your support. Oh, United Arab Emirates. Cool. Well, that was nice of you. Thank you. Do you think any of the computers will have dedicated GPUs, not SoC? Some programs like Cinema 4D do much better on GPUs versus SoC GPU cores. I personally think, especially after seeing the M1 Max and how powerful the 32-core GPU is, I personally think they're going all in on the ARM architecture. I don't think they want to go back and start relying more on discrete GPUs. I think they would much rather just up the GPU core count. Because keep in mind, the M1 Max, while it may not be the most powerful GPU in the world, it's still a very, very capable GPU relative to how much power it's consuming. So if you have the ARM architecture, but you scale up the power consumption and you start designing Apple Silicon for desktops, whether it's Mac Studio or the Mac Pro, the amount of graphics performance you could get out of a SoC is probably going to beat out RTX graphics cards. It may not right now, but it's actually getting pretty dang close with the M1 Max 32 core GPU. And that's what they're doing with, a 45 watts. If they could start pulling 100 watts or more, there's already rumored to be a 128 core GPU in development that Bloomberg has reported on. So substantially more GPU cores than the M1 Max is even offering, like 4 or 8 times as many GPUs to choose from, or no, 4 times. So if they can keep scaling that up and they can increase the power draw to those cores, that would be, I think that would alleviate most of the benefits of going with a discrete GPU. As long as Apple's getting sales, they're probably not going to switch back to discrete, because either they got to make their own or they got to use someone else's, and those are already high in demand and fairly expensive. So it's probably in Apple's best interest to just dedicate everything to putting it on the single chip. Joe Tommy Thompson says, how are you doing? I'm good. I'm excited. We have less than 1 hour to go. It's fun chatting and speculating last minute with you guys, because this is when the disappointment comes. This is when the fun begins. So this is like the peak moment for me. This is when everything is exciting. This is when everything is all potential and all hype, and we don't have to wait much longer to find the answers to what we're thinking. And I'm excited to see how they film the Apple event and the transitions, and I'm excited to find out who was right, who was wrong, and to see the reaction of the chat. It's honestly just really, really fun. I know some people out there are likely going to leave this live stream as soon as the event begins because they want to watch it themselves, all by themselves. But for me, like, the Apple keynotes are always just a little bit fluff. There's just a little bit of, we got to say things to fill time, and they can kind of get boring when they start talking about the same thing over and over again. So having the chat and having people to talk to as the event is unfolding has always been much more fun to me, because you could get IRL reaction of a bunch of people. So for those curious, I cannot show the event on this live stream. I would love to. We used to do that, but Apple is not cool with it. Apple doesn't want me to show it. They will take down the stream, as they did last year. I tried to show the stream when I did my live reaction to the iPhone 13 event, and only like 10 minutes in, live, as I was reacting to it, they took it down. It got blocked, and I had to end the stream and restart it. So I'm not making that mistake again. Apple's made it very clear I can't show it. But basically, there's a little bit of a stream delay, and you just bring up the Apple event on a different device and have me on a separate device, or just watch the Apple event on your iPad and watch me on your phone, or watch me on the TV and watch the event on your iPad. That way, if something's interesting is happening, you can mute me and turn up the volume on your iPad, or if the opposite is happening, turn down the volume on the keynote and turn up the volume on me. So that's how it has to be. I would love it if it didn't, but Santiago Hernandez, thank you for the super chat. He says, I'll be very surprised if the new SE has millimeter wave 5G. Latest rumors said they would have it, which was surprising to me as well. I did not think it would, but yeah, I did catch that. There was some rumor out there suggesting they were even going to bring millimeter wave. I don't think we need millimeter wave at all. I don't think we need to put that on any iPhone, because the 5G people actually utilize and can do stuff with is mid-band and low-band. So I don't really get the point. But the fact that there will be a $400 iPhone with a home button, with a 4.7-inch LCD, and it'll still have millimeter wave, because, yeah, that demographic cares about getting... Oh, I'm just now realizing, because of all the 5G in the new iPhone and the new iPad, we're going to have to hear more about ideal conditions and peak speeds, right? That's what peak performance is about. It's actually just about gigabit downloads that you'll never get. Oh my god. Oh man, I don't know how to pronounce this, but for DOS, Mr. Kai, thank you for the super chat. Let me see where this is from. MYR. That's very generous of you. No, Mac Doyle, what did you do? No. Okay, Malaysian Ringgit. Thank you for the donation. Why did you donate 50? Don't do that. Oh, we need the refund button, YouTube, please. That's way too much. Oh my god. $50 for a super chat? Okay. McDoyle says, I don't have my heart set on anything thought to be announced. I'm just hoping to be surprised. Keep up the good work, Drew. Well, Thank you. That's incredibly generous, insanely generous, actually. Like something is wrong with him. He's donating way too much. Um, yeah, here's a new drinking game. We got to take a shot every time. We got to take a shot every time they say 5G. But thank you for the super chat, McDoyle. My goodness, very generous, very generous. I'm hoping to be surprised too. I would love it if all of the leaks are wrong and we just get a bunch of stuff that no one rumored to come out to come out with. But man, I don't know why I keep clicking the three buttons though, because I'm waiting for the refund button to appear. I would so use it, but thank you, McDoyle. I have water. I don't have alcohol, but yeah, I guess drinking game would be kind of funny. Let's see. We do not need the M1 chip in the iPad Air. iPadOS 15 on the iPad Pro barely takes advantage of it. I agree, but at this point, I would say if you're willing to put the M1 in the iPad Pro, what's the big difference about putting it in an iPad Air? Because Apple's clearly willing to put the A15 chip in an $1,100 phone and a $400 phone. The reason there's a price difference between those are for the features, not the silicon. And I feel the same way about iPads. iPads, people will buy the higher end version for the features, not the performance. They already put fairly capable chips in the $300 iPad. Do you think that the A13 chip in the $300 iPad is substantially slower than the A15 chip they could have put in the iPad Air 5? No, those chips on an iPad will basically do the same thing. So whether or not it's an A15 chip or an M1 chip, it's not a big difference. Oh my god, you guys don't stop with the super chats. Let's see. That's more to do with developer support than the GPU being integrated. What you're suggesting is that Apple put a dedicated NVIDIA GPU in their Apple Silicon SoCs again, but with that, you lose unified memory. Correct. I agree. You would lose a lot of the performance of your RAM and your SSD, and the graphics would pull a lot more power. So for Apple's mindset, it just makes a ton more sense to go all in on ARM and just up the number of GPU cores. I think some people are just looking at the M1 Pro and the M1 Max and they're like, this isn't as fast as an RTX 3090. And I'm like, well, it's only pulling 45 watts. It's a laptop. They're trying to make this thing have decent battery life. Maybe if they were designing silicon for a Mac Studio or a Mac Pro and they weren't worried about battery life, they would actually give it a crap ton of GPU cores and they would, get performance that would beat or at least match the RTX 3090 and that kind of graphics. So we just haven't seen Apple Silicon truly unlocked. It's still, all the Apple Silicon we've seen so far has still been optimized to go in laptops. Occasionally they throw the M1 chip in a Mac Mini or an iMac, but I consider those exceptions because the Mac Mini was just kind of old chassis that they just kind of updated the inside. They popped out the Intel and put in the M1, and also 24-inch iMac, even though it's a desktop, it was still really emphasized to be thin and lightweight and small. Whereas it was not the 24-inch iMac, they were not trying to make that a power, house. They were not trying to make that an editing machine or a really, really capable graphics experience. They gave it the M1 because they knew that fit in a fanless MacBook Air, so they could probably easily put it on a stick with the 24-inch iMac design. So we haven't seen silicon developed specifically for performance that's outside of a laptop that's not worried about battery life. And I think once the Mac Pro does come out, then we'll have a real indication of how fast the ARM architecture can be. We haven't seen truly peak performance. We haven't seen fully unlocked performance yet. Start Select super chatted, sending more pounds, helping me gain weight. Thank you. He says, new iPod Touch. How dare you? If I get any more iPod Touch messages, I will throw this laptop out the window. No, I won't. I loved it. I will throw something. I've got to find something. I don't know. Something useless. I'll find an iPod Touch in my storage box. Apple World has been a member for 6 months. Thank you. He says, should I get a 16-inch MacBook Pro or an iMac Pro? Well, okay. For one, I don't know if you're referring to a future iMac Pro or a iMac Pro today, but the current iMac Pro is not as fast as the 16-inch MacBook Pro, so I would just say, ultimately, that's my response. Ultimately, it depends on, do you want something you can take around with you? Or do you want something that's going to be at your desk all the time? If you want something that's mobile with the flexibility, then obviously, obviously the MacBook Pro is going to be the better buy. But I'm laughing because Start Select Tech donated £9 and said throw it. It's got all this stuff plugged into it. I'm I'm sorry. You're gonna have to donate a little bit more than that to get me to throw my $6,000 laptop. But how about this? Oh, there. It experienced a slight drop. Hopefully it didn't break the camera or anything. Oh my god, we've only got 40 minutes to go. It's getting so close. But thank you for the super chats. I'm gonna need about $8,000 in super chat if you want me to actually throw my laptop. So don't do that. Also, I don't want to throw my laptop. Thank you for the super chat, Stefan. He says, think we'll get new services / software features. Typically, they like doing that at kind of uneventful March events, so I would say it's possible. There's been references to a classical version of Apple Music. There's usually some kind of surprises at this thing. They're like, now Siri will do this one new feature, or now we have a cheaper version of Apple News Plus. You know, they know there's a ton of eyes on this event. They know there's a ton of people waiting to see new Mac hardware and excited for new products. We can't wait to show you all our new products. But despite that's what we're interested in, they're probably going to stuff in a bunch of update stuff that they want people to know about, but they know we don't care about. So that's why they put it at the beginning of the keynote. So I'm going to predict, yeah, probably one new Apple Card feature or iCloud pricing maybe updated or something. I don't know exactly what, but yeah, maybe some new software services announcements. I guess safe to say at least like they'll show off some TV Plus trailers, and I'll be like, okay, great, more trailers. Z-Link, thank you for the super chat. He says, TKS for the nice content. I think he means thanks. Thanks for the nice content. As always, Drew, I hope we get a decent price display since it looks like we're not getting a 15/16-inch MacBook Air. I hope buying a 13-inch one plus a display, it's a better deal. I don't think, honestly, it'll be a better deal necessarily because the monitor, I don't see a scenario where the external monitor is under like at least $1,300 because that's the price of the 5K LG Ultrafine. I don't know why they would price the Apple branded monitor less than the Ultrafine. If anything, it should be way more than that. But yeah, it would be awesome. It would be awesome to get the 15-inch MacBook Air. I agree. Like, there's some people that just want a bigger display. They don't necessarily need the Pro performance and the bigger chassis and like a fanless 15-inch MacBook. Can you imagine how thin and light that would be? It would be awesome. But yeah, I'm hoping for affordability with this monitor as well. Wobbly says, what are you streaming this on? Your Mac? What kind of webcam / mic? So I'm not streaming off the MacBook webcam. Hate to burst your bubble. It's the webcam is not this good. I'm using my Blackmagic camera plugged into my MacBook, but I am using the onboard MacBook Pro microphone. So my mic during this whole stream is just the onboard mic, which is really good. I've always been very impressed with it. Oh my god, I got super chats to catch up with. Thank you guys. Will is awesome, has been a member for 7 months. Thank you. Says pulling out my 8 so I can watch the event and this. Oh, okay. Well, thank you. I appreciate you sticking around for both. Anthony Luisi Jr., thank you for the super chat. He says 2022 iPod Touch Pro Max XDR 5G powered by M1 with Lightning port. No! You had me until Lightning port. Let's turn the iPod Touch into like a Samsung DeX type product. You dock it with an external monitor and boom, it starts running macOS. Honestly, there was a rumor that, you know, the A13 chip will be in the standalone monitor. You could run macOS off an A13 chip, let's be honest. Like, I know it's only run on the M1 chip so far, but there's still macOS running on 2015 MacBook Pros. And I'm sure those 2015 MacBook Pros probably aren't as fast or have as much capability as the A13 chip does. You could turn that into a little iMac if you wanted to. Rockford Media super chatted. He says, going for a Starbucks run. Anybody want anything? I've been cutting out the sweet food, so I won't take anything. But I guess Rockford's doing a run. Anybody want coffee, drinks, anything? Thanks for the super chat and keeping me in the loop. Green9227, thank you for the super chat. He says, if they don't increase the battery capacity on the SE3 for 5G, do you think the more efficient A15 processor will offset the hungry 5G modems? Wow, that was a roller coaster of syllables and sentences. Wow, thank you. I don't think it would offset it enough. I know how much more battery consumption the 5G chip does. It's quite a bit. It can tank battery of phones with fairly large battery capacities, and the iPhone SE does not have a very large battery capacity, partly because of its size. That's another issue I have with this is like, okay, there's a rumor that the battery is going to be substantially better, but the form factor of the iPhone SE, you can't physically increase the size of the battery that much without fundamentally redesigning the whole thing. So I don't think, even though it's good to hear rumors suggest that yes, battery life will get better, I don't know if I believe that it will be, miles better. I still don't think the battery life on the SE2 is very good. My wife has that phone, and she always needs to plug in before the end of the day. Part of it is because it's nearly 2 years old, and the battery health is at like 85% or something like that. But even at 100%, I reviewed the SE, and it was not great. Pretty much the worst battery life in the entire lineup, and 5G is only going to make that worse. I do not know if I believe that battery life will be better as long as 5G is turned on. So maybe they'll have to turn that off. I'm not sure. Let's see. Do you think an entry-level M2 MacBook Pro will come at this event? I used to. If you would have asked me a week ago, I would have thought, yeah, this is going to be the spec upgrade event where we just get a 15 chip in the iPhone SE, maybe M1 in the iPad Air, and then M2 in the MacBook Pro. But now all of the leaks and rumors have flipped, and now they're all saying, no, M2 chip isn't ready yet, and we want to add the M1 to this, and M1 Max to this, and then M1 Pro to this, and yeah, it's kind of a big mess right now. We're going to find out if someone's being trolled, if some of the rumors are accurate, or if some of the leaks are wrong. There's a lot we don't know, but we'll hopefully know within the next hour. Oh my God, 1 hour to go. And we'll be halfway through the event, probably. 34 minutes until it starts, but I'm expecting a lot of fluff. Yeah, the Apple Store has been down for a while now, so that means there will be stuff to buy after this keynote. Thank you, Alexander Garlock, for the super chat. He says, are you buying anything at this event? Not necessarily. It may depend on the pricing and the specs. But no, I won't say this is like the iPhone event or this is like the MacBook event where I'm like, oh yeah, I'm definitely buying something. I may review something today. I'm definitely hoping to get my order in on some kind of Mac or some kind of monitor if that does come out. Are we thinking A15, 4 gigabytes of RAM in the iPad Air 5? Not anymore. In the past couple days, a lot has changed. Now everyone's saying that the iPad Air is going to get an M1 chip, which is kind of interesting. Not what we expected, a bit of a surprise, but it actually makes sense in my view because they probably have a ton of M1s and it's not going to really cannibalize anything in my opinion. So why not throw the M1 chip in there? It'll be the cheapest way to get a hold of an M1 chip now, unless you count the certified refurbished Mac Mini, which I think goes for like 600 or 500 bucks or something like that. Do you think we will get Apple Glass considering the peak in the name of the event? No, but I will mention people have said, do you think we're getting Apple Glass or maybe we'll get Apple Glass at this event for the past like 10 events? Seriously, people have been saying that since like 2018, 2019, and we're still here like maybe this is the Apple of Glass unveil. And it's like look around at the AR glasses market. Look at what the technology is capable of right now. It ain't ready. I'm sure Apple's working on it, but they're not going to launch it before it's ready, and it's nowhere near close. So, yeah, I don't think it's happening. But I'd love to be wrong on that. Honestly, I think that some kind of big, brand new product category that Apple hasn't been present in that changes a lot of things, that would be very, very helpful to Apple as a brand, just getting more eyes on them, but also just like the tech community is, I think, getting a little bit tired of a lot of refinement. And just once this whole Apple Silicon transition is complete, I think that the news is going to get fairly dry. It's going to get kind of boring of just like, okay, M3 chip, next year, M4 chip, wow, even faster. And then, the iPhone leaks are going to be like, the cutout got a little bit smaller. The cutout got a little bit smaller. Every year it's just like tiny refinements. So the Apple Silicon thing, I think, is by far the most interesting thing going on right now. But apart from that, I don't think I don't think there's that much interesting stuff going on. Joshua says, nice beard, by the way. You don't have to lie, Joshua. Let's be honest. My beard is as spotty as my track record. Mech1164 super chatted. Thank you. He says, what I want is a Mac Studio. What I could afford is a new M2 Mac Mini. With what's going on IRL, it's about priorities. I hear you. We've already had to cancel a bunch of plans because of gas prices going up. So I'm hoping to get a EV later this year so we don't have to pay for gas anymore. But yeah, like you guys are helping with that. So thank you for all the super chats. But just know that we're trying to be smart with our spending. And there's already like people we were hoping to see and visit with. But because of how crazy gas has gotten, we're canceling trips and we're going to stay home as much as we possibly can. That, you know, there's still like groceries and errands we need to run and drive around for. So we can't just completely lock ourselves down and not go anywhere. But thank you so much for the super chats. Lane Campbell, oh God, I'm behind. Lane Campbell says, so as an Android user, I'm going to switch to Apple to get some variety in my life. Just trying to figure out when to pull the trigger. Side note, iPhone flip when. I don't think it's going to happen, Lane. I'm sorry. Some people may. But I don't think they're seeing that much success with the Z Flips. I don't think they're very profitable to build, and I don't think that the consumer finds them very helpful in the first place. So I hope you enjoy that variety. Welcome to the dark side. We have blue bubbles, but I hope you enjoy it. And man, another donation from Alexander Ernst. Thank you. I don't. You're trying to figure out when to pull the trigger. I would at least wait, since it's March already, at least wait until September, because we'll get new iPhones then, and they'll probably be the best ones yet. So now is kind of a weird time, unless you're not willing to spend, you know, $800 to $1,000 on your next iPhone. If you're trying to keep it in a budget, then sure, go ahead, find a Amazon Renewed. There's some really cheap iPhones on Amazon Renewed, by the way. Honestly, someone mentioned that you can get iPhone XRs for super cheap on Amazon. I would recommend that before I recommend people buy like the 5G iPhone SE that comes out today. Like, I went on Amazon Renewed and found like $230. It was like $230 or $250 for an iPhone XR. Which has way better battery life than the SE will. Okay, it doesn't have 5G, but who cares? It's 5G. It's like, it's not that big of a difference. It's a much bigger display. You have Face ID, you have gesture controls, and the camera's still portrait mode capable, just like the iPhone SE portrait mode. And I believe the iPhone 11 has A13, right? The XR has A12, but still, it's like half the price almost of an iPhone SE, and you're getting the gesture control and Face ID and all that. So if you're on a budget, I highly recommend looking at the used or renewed or refurbished iPhone market, because there's some really, really good deals over there if you're trying to be affordable. Like my sister last year, I remember having a stream about this, but my sister had been using an iPhone 6 for many, many years, and it was obviously showing tons of signs of age, and it was not doing well. And she was like, I need a new phone. What do you think I should get? And I was like, well, what's your budget? And she said $200. So I wasn't going to recommend her an SE because that's $400. And in the live stream, people are like, should have told her to get a iPhone 12 mini. Or I was like, so my sister told me her budget was $200. Your guys' recommendation is spend $700. It's like, no, she told me $200. So keeping that in mind, I went on Amazon and I found an iPhone 8. I think it was like 2021 or 2020 when we had this conversation. I can't remember, but obviously the iPhone 8 was not new, but the 8 was substantially better than what she had, which was the 6. She was like, the battery doesn't last very long and the home button isn't working anymore. So I was like, yeah, get this iPhone 8. It was for sale on Amazon for like $150. So it was under her budget, and it was a substantial upgrade. Now she has water resistance. Now she has stereo speakers. Now she has wireless charging. Much better camera, much faster CPU. So it's not always about, like, you have to appreciate the Apple ecosystem or to appreciate Apple hardware, you have to get the latest and greatest. Obviously, if you can't afford that and you want the latest and greatest, obviously, you're going to spend a bit more. But she's been very happy with it. She still uses it to this day. And there was nothing the iPhone SE had going for it that she would have appreciated. It's like, hey, but this one has the A13 chip in portrait mode. She'd be like, okay, great, cool. Well, thanks for the super chat, Alex. Start Select Tim says, Peeping Tim invites for Apple Glass win. Peeping Tim. Where do you guys come up with this stuff? Who else super chatted? Angel Morales. I hope I'm pronouncing that correct. But oh, wish there was new colors for the Pro models, but sadly Apple didn't like the people's opinion. Yeah, no kidding. I would have totally been all on board the hype train for a matte black or a product red Pro. It seems like whenever they want to introduce a new color, it's got to be for the entry level. It's got to be for the lower end options. What EVs are you considering? Have you looked at anything else besides a Tesla? Oh yeah, I've looked at the ID4. I've looked at the Mach-E. I've looked at the Ioniq 5. None of them good. We'll talk about it more on the EV. We've actually talked a lot more on the EV podcast. So you can follow Tailosive EV for all that kind of discussion. Now is Apple time. This is Apple event hour. Countdown and everything. We'll talk about EVs on the other channel. Sahil Jain, thank you for becoming a supporter. For those just joining the stream, Sahil has decided for $2 a month to support the channel. He gets access to behind the scenes live streams and updates, and they get to vote on upcoming videos. The last couple live streams we've had behind the scenes have been a lot of fun, and they're smaller, they're more intimate streams. They're not as crazy busy as these. And it helps me out a ton. It keeps the channel free of sponsorships, and you get some badges next to your name and whatever. So I appreciate the support. Thank you. Second link in the description if you're interested. Andy Blah super chatted again. Did I say super catted? What is that? Does that mean throwing a cat out the window or something? He says I'm a watch on my iPad Air 4th generation. Okay, there you go. Despite my recommendations, I know there's a lot of iPad Air owners out there. I've actually never reviewed one, by the way. Because I don't think it's that different from my iPad Pro. Would you work for Apple if they gave you a job? Would that mean that it would be the end of your Apple YouTube channel? Would it be worth it? People have asked similar things like that before. I don't know what I have to offer that Apple would find valuable. I have no clue. I have no skills. I'm really kind of a loser when you think about it, but no, it's like I'm not good at software. I'm not good at 3D modeling. I'm not good at engineering. I'm not good at math. I don't even really think I'm that good at marketing or advertising. That they're probably way better at that than I am. So if there was some weird job position at Apple where they were basically like, we need you to tell us how the technology should work, which is basically, I'm sure, like 2 people. I bet like Steve Jobs had that job, and Tim Cook maybe does that. But like, all I could really offer Apple is, this should be this way. iPadOS should have Final Cut. iPadOS should have external monitor support, or iPhone should have USB-C. That's all. It's really big picture stuff that probably anyone could do. You guys could do that easily. So I don't have anything of value. And I also prefer being my own boss. I like having my own schedule, and I love chatting with you guys and speculating about future Apple products. And if working for Apple meant that I couldn't speculate or talk to people about Apple products, then yeah, it probably wouldn't be as fun. Whatever job they have, I think I would rather I'd rather do this. This is my dream job. Thank you, Shrub Squad. The channel names you guys come up with never ceases to amaze me. But thank you for becoming a channel supporter. I appreciate that. Market researcher. Then I would have to look at things outside of Apple, and I'm not as interested in that. But you might be good at customer service. I might be good at it, but I don't think I would enjoy it. My wife was in customer service for years, and she hated it. She just got out of that job, so I'm very grateful she doesn't have to do that anymore. But based on her experience with it, I do not think I would enjoy it. So, head of sales. That job you're talking about is basically product design and UX. You should deep dive into that. Would love to connect. I don't, what you guys see me do is pretty much the best thing I can do, which is say how things should be. I don't think I would be good at communicating with a software engineer how to write it out and how to format this code. I couldn't do debugging. I would just say, like, this button should be here. I want it to be like this. And I can do that with my YouTube channel and send my ideas out there and send my complaints, and people can hear them. And hopefully they get enough attention that Apple decides to do something on them. If I had a job at Apple, that's not a guarantee that they would do everything I want either. So I would much rather do this. Rockford Media super chatted and says, the Apple Store employees are watching you in the repair room. I highly doubt that, but just in case you're correct, Hey everyone. Thank you Apple employees for tuning in. Let them know that they need to get rid of Lightning. Someone was asking before the stream began. They were like, "Hey Drew, if you were CEO of Apple, what would you do?" And I'd be like, "Kill off Lightning. If I could only change one thing, that's what's bugging me the most right now." Whatever Eddie Q does. Is Eddie Q still there? I don't remember. Mini LED iPad Pro is probably after the summer. Correct. The iPad Pro is not rumored for this event. Oh my God, we've only got 20 minutes to go. Wow, this 2 hours has flown by for me. I don't know about for you guys, but ugh. Head of memes for keynotes. There you go. Jeremy B says, I got a permanent position with Apple on the operation side because I'm very tired of customer service as well. Yeah, it does not sound fun. Rockford Media says, at my store anyways. Gotcha. Okay. You should do the good morning every event. I'll just come out on stage and take Tim Cook's job. I'm sure no one would mind that. No, he's way better at that. He's way better at speaking and being eloquent and I like my job. I like what I'm doing. I would very much like to keep my job, assuming you guys keep watching and keep supporting. I'm not going to pretend it's not happening, but we've definitely lost people over the years. There's definitely been a lot less people watching than there used to be, but I don't blame them because the tech community has gotten less major upgrades across all devices. It's kind of gotten more incremental, and the upgrades are more nerdy and techy, and it's more like the most exciting part of these keynotes is like processors, talking about Apple's chips, which is definitely not as exciting as the iPhone getting redesigned and updates to this display and the biometrics and the sizes, and that's what people used to be excited for. And it's not just me, it's a general tech community thing. We've seen it gone down, but we've been working very, very hard behind the scenes to lower our expenses and to alleviate overhead so that we don't need a ton of money to operate this channel, and it doesn't cost a lot for me to make these videos and do these live streams. So by budgeting and keeping things affordable behind the scenes, it means that even when less people watch and even when the tech community gets low and there's droughts and stuff, we'll be okay. We can still keep the lights on and we can still pay the bills and keep the content going for those who are interested. So I know that for some people, there's just an oversaturation of tech content, but for those who choose to stick around, I'm very grateful and very thankful, and it's a dream job for me. So I'm very seriously, all the generosity in this stream is insane. Thank you for all the super chats, and even just watching helps a ton. So don't feel like you're not helping if you're not donating or a member or anything. It's not expected. I hope all the channel members know there will be no need for apologies if you cancel. There's no problem with backing out. Don't worry about it. As long as you guys find this valuable, then you don't need to worry about donating. So we'll be fine. Thank you. He says, killing off Lightning and bringing back the 30-pin. No, that's not what I meant, Shrub Squad. Oh, God. Alexander Treed says, well, these days you need to decide whether you want to fill up your car with petrol or buy a new iPhone. Yeah. Well, I've already decided I'm not buying a new iPhone this year. I'm very, very happy with the 13 Pro Max, and I'm used to upgrading iPhones every year, but I think that they've gotten so good and they age so well, and I'm so happy with the current hardware. Nothing about the 14 excites me to the point that I'm willing to spend money on it. Like, obviously, there's still changes I want them to make. It would be nice if they got USB-C, and it would be nice if cinematic mode could do 4K at 60 and all that, but I'm not willing to pay for those features. So I'll review the iPhone 14, but yeah, this is the first year in a while I'm not planning on keeping it. So Luke Miani is super nervous right now, hoping his leaks are accurate. Yeah, that's why I'm glad I'm not a leaker. It sounds very stressful, personally. Trevor Johnson, thank you for becoming a supporter. I appreciate that. I'll see you in the members-only streams, hopefully fairly soon. Do you think you've peaked? Kind of depends on your definition of peak. Is Drew at peak performance? But actually, I feel like I'm constantly peaking in a way. But it depends on your definition, because it's very easy to just dictate success or peaking by views or subscribers or watch time. But I think what probably should matter more is just like how secured your future is. Like, there may have been times in previous years where my channel generated more views or got more attention or we grew more subscribers within a single month, but the amount of money it took to get that growth. And the amount of money we were losing on things, whether it be rent or expenses or bills or electricity, and the amount of reduction in cost of operations means that we get to keep more of what you guys support with. So instead of you guys all donating and supporting the channel, and I'm like, hey, thanks for the super chat, and then I send it all away to some landlord, okay, maybe back then the channel got more subscribers or something, but I wasn't profiting as much. I wasn't able to save up as much and, invest in my future and secure that even if the channels don't perform as well, we'll be okay. Whereas if I would have kept blowing all my money on expenses and bills and rent and all that, maybe the channel would have performed a little bit better, but if things went south, I would have been in real trouble. So definitely less safe, less secure. The future was not solid. And right now I can say we're safer than ever. We're more protected than ever, and we're prepared for the worst, and still very grateful for when we have good months, which still do happen. Yeah, the Apple stream should be starting in 5 minutes or so we'll get there. But oh, wow. Joris Yuanda has been a member for 6 months. He says, been supporting you since Dear Everything Apple Pro and MKBHD. That was a while ago. That was a video a long way back. I've definitely noticed the tech community as a whole getting less views, less attention. Not just me. But if you go look at any tech channel on Social Blade and look at their view counts over the past couple of years, there's a very noticeable trend downward. And I think that's natural because smartphones have peaked, and a lot of hardware and Apple tech and stuff has kind of reached a lot of what its max potential is, and the upgrades are getting smaller and smaller each year. So that's why I'm saying once the Apple Silicon transition is over, the tech news drought that we talk about sometimes, it's not going to get better. I think it will just continue to get worse, especially in the months where Apple doesn't have events and stuff. So that's why I'm investing quite literally a lot of time and money towards EV, because I'm seeing a lot of growth in that sector, and I'm seeing the channel perform better, and we're seeing more people discover that. So that's where I'm moving more towards in the future, but I'm not abandoning tech because, of course, it's still interesting to me. It's just a bit more nerdy than it used to be and a bit more niche, and I'm fine with that. So we're prepared for that. It's not always YouTubers' faults, by the way. Just because a channel gets less views or less subscribers, it doesn't, especially in the tech community, it has nothing to do with the creator trying, not trying as hard, or the creator not working as diligently. A lot of it, especially in tech, I know I keep saying that, but in tech, a lot of it is dependent on the news. So when the news is less interesting, we're going to see the side effects of that. We're not going to get as much views. We're not going to get as much attention when the upgrades are smaller and when the changes are incremental. So that's kind of just a natural progression of things. Also, there's a oversaturation, I think, a lot of tech channels now. There was not this many tech channels 6 years ago. So when you were a tech YouTuber, you could get a lot of attention when you documented stuff. But now with so many people all talking about the same leaks and so many channels all reporting on the same stuff, that does result in everyone getting less views because there's just not enough demand to go around. So we're prepared for that. We were kind of anticipating that and kind of expecting it, and that means that we don't have to get desperate. If you get desperate and you can't pay your bills because your channel's not performing as much and you've ballooned your expenses to be too high, then when you're desperate, that's when you have to start giving into brand deals more and more and sponsorships, and you have to start giving more into clickbait. And you're like, this video, I don't care what the news is, this video needs to get this many views, otherwise I can't afford my rent this month. So that's a place you don't want to be in, because it puts the sponsorships at a tremendous advantage towards you. Like the brand deals can say, we want you to talk about us for 10 seconds in the beginning of the video, and you go, okay, I guess brand deals aren't that bad. And now the brand says, actually, we want you to talk about us for 30 seconds. And you can't say no because you need the money. You can't afford to say no anymore. So you kind of lose control, and I don't want to lose that control. I just want to be able to make whatever I want to make and just interact with you guys and not have it be getting brand deals and sponsorships in between us and pushing us further apart. I'm okay with the channel memberships feature, and I'm grateful for that because it brings us closer together. There's people that support the channel directly every month, but we get to have more intimate live streams where there's less people and their questions are more likely to be answered, and you get to see me working and filming videos before they're posted, and you get to see the editing process. So I'm all in favor of bringing the community closer, to securing our future, rather than improving my relationship with brands and sponsors, which is fine if other channels want to do it. It's just not for me. Anyway, we're very close. Let me catch up here. Isengard Tom, thank you for the super chat. He says, what are you hoping to see at this event, Drew? Mostly hoping for a 120 hertz external monitor with no chin and thin black bezels all the way. That's at the top of my list of like, yes, I'm very curious about that. But outside of that, not in the market really for anything else, but I'm still curious to see how it happens. You know, I got to remind people of that. Is like, I can still be interested in new iPhones, new iPads, and Mac Studios, even if I'm not the target demographic. I can still find it cool. Eunuch has been a member for 7 months. He says, great to watch your event streams for years. I'm glad you're still enjoying it. Joshua has been a member for 5 months. He says, about time to rock and roll. Yeah, I'm going to be watching it. And I'll still have the chat open so I can see what you guys are saying, but just keep in mind, if you're super chatting or if you're becoming channel members and stuff right as the event is happening, I might not be able to read it right away. I might find a break. If they start talking about something boring during the event, then I'll say thank you, but I might not be able to pay attention to the chat as much once the event starts. So if you want to donate, or if you want to say something or get a question in with me, now might be a good time to do it. Rockford Media super chatted and said coffee is good. I've never gotten into it. Everyone in my family is a really, really diligent coffee drinker, but I just never liked the taste, which is fine because coffee's kind of expensive, and it means I don't have to drive and get coffee as much. Has there ever been a video of yours that was sponsored? Not on the tech channel. We were more okay with sponsors on the podcast we had done a few times because Nick and Randy were putting a lot of time into it. And back when we did the sponsorship, we had no way of monetizing the show. So basically we were doing dozens of podcasts, but we were making no money off of it. And it was taking all of our time, and Nick and Randy were putting work into it. So they were like, can we do a sponsor on this show? And I was like, heck yeah, of course, because they just want to be reimbursed for their time. Now with Spreaker, we have a way to automatically put in commercials to the show, just like YouTube automatically puts in commercials. So people just skip them, obviously. But that allows us to monetize without having to find brand deals all the time. And that makes it easier and takes a lot less time. Let's see. How does your EV channel compare to your tech channel in terms of profits? Well, I've spent a lot more money on the tech channel so far, but that's about to change because, you know, with the tech channel, I've reviewed AirPods and iPhones and laptops, and that's taken a lot of money. With the EV channel, I haven't bought the car yet, but once I buy the car, then yeah, I will have spent probably a crap ton of money on an EV. But yeah, it kind of goes back and forth, but depending on the news cycle of the month, sometimes the EV channel makes more than the tech channel. Other times when Apple picks up and gets a lot of attention, then the tech channel makes more than the EV channel. So they kind of go back and forth. Tesla phone will not happen. Give up on that concept. No one reputable has said the Tesla phone is happening. Let's see. Oh yeah, I answered that. Would you like it if Apple started building? I've never been that big a fan. I always just think they kind of look distorted from more angles, but I get that's probably not the point they're going for. So I don't have a need for curved monitors. Maybe I wouldn't mind it. Like, it wouldn't be a deal breaker per se, but I'm fine with a flat monitor. That's fine. How come the ads on the podcast is in my native language when it is pre-recorded and posted on the podcast app? So the ads in the podcast are added in post. We upload a raw audio file that does not have any commercials, and then Spreaker adds the ads and pushes them out. And I'm sure that they're picking ads based on your region and where the podcast is being played. So it's very similar. Spreaker is the service we use. It's very similar to Google in that you upload a regular video and then Google puts in the commercials. Google puts in the ads, and those ads are based on region and your age demographics and that kind of stuff. So the other thing we like about having inserted ads is if you're skipping around the podcast to trying to get past the ads, you find out exactly where the real podcast is because you can hear us talking. It's like, oh, if I hear Drew, Randy, or Nick, we know it's the actual podcast. Whereas if we hear someone else talking, we know it's an ad read. Whereas something that was kind of more difficult is if you're listening to a show where the host is reading the ad and you're skipping around, you can't tell when the show has started and when the ad is still playing. Because you're like, oh, now I got to listen to what he's saying. Yeah, that's still him, but now he's talking about some service. So you're trying to figure out when the ad is over. It's much easier to do that when you have an ad insert. Apple just had a Twitter open discussion about how they will make Safari a better web browser. It's good they are finally realizing how much problems they are having with software. Really? Where is this? I didn't see this. Apple event in 5 minutes. Where are you guys watching? Do you want to do the Apple? Do you want to do the Apple website or the YouTube channel? I normally do the website. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get my AirPods in because we're very close here. We're coming up on go time. How many seconds do we need to pause the Apple stream again? So it kind of depends. Let's see. I'll do a count here. I'm going to clap. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, I have the preview playing on my stream. There appears to be, at least for me, a 10-second delay between reality and what you guys are seeing. So if you want me to be in perfect sync with the Apple event, I would recommend pausing the Apple stream once it starts for about 10 seconds. And I'm going to start it here. I'm sure it's just playing music. Actually, I'll hold up the... I don't think they'll block me if I just flash it for a second, but here's what I'm seeing. Apple, don't freak out. It's okay. It's okay. All right, so if you're looking at the visualizer, that kind of gets you in sync. Whew. Less than 5 minutes to go. I love these visuals, by the way. This is a very cool invite image. I like it. Joshua says website is not much delayed. In my experience, the website has always been ahead of the YouTube channel, so I'm using the website. I watch via YouTube on Google TV while following you on iPhone. Okay, cool. Guys, it's here. It's finally here. The long wait is over. March 8th. I remember when Mark Gurman first said it would be on March 8th. Remember when we didn't get invites on last Tuesday and we were like, aw, I thought it was going to be today. Here we go. YouTube says 20-second live latency for me. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, my stream settings, I have an option for ultra low latency, but I've run into more lag issues when I used that. So I decided I'd rather have a little bit more latency and probably some with more stability than I would have less latency, but the stream cuts out and starts buffering. Yeah, I agree. These animations would make a great Mac screensaver. Who said that? Timmy3Timmy. Great idea. Apple, put this in Monterey, please. Let's do it. Just got the 13 Pro Max. Oh, good for you. I just see it starts in 4 minutes. Oh, weird. Do we delay your stream or Apple stream? So my stream has to be delayed because I'm watching the same stream as all of you, but I have to recast it because we need to capture my video, my audio, and upload it to YouTube servers. Therefore, there's no way, even if I had ultra low latency, there will always be a little bit of a delay. So if you want me to be in synced, then pause Apple stream for about 10 seconds, and then we'll be pretty dang close to watching at the same time. Can you do a check for the YouTube one? That's okay. I'd rather use Apple's website. It looks cleaner. Usually the resolution is better too. New colors for a Mac? Maybe later in the year. I'd be kind of surprised if the Mac Studio was all these different colors. I think it's more likely these are iPad Air colors or maybe even iPhone SE colors. What color for the new MacBook Pro? Silver or space gray? Coming from a space gray fan, I wish I would have got silver. I went to Apple Fifth Avenue and I checked out the silver MacBook Pro, and I thought it looked way better. Ben Rayner super chatted. He says, will there be a podcast today to recap? If all goes well, yes. We are planning to do a podcast recap, but it's going to be pending schedules because this is still a normal workday for Nick, and Randy's got stuff going on. So I'm not sure. I won't say like it's for sure happening, but if all goes well, yes, there will be a podcast recap today. You need to announce things on your screen in the beginning and periodically to make sure we're synced in with what you're seeing. Yeah, I typically will. I'll pretty much. Oh man, we're less than a minute to go. That was fast. Okay, I guess since we got under a minute, I can get rid of this window. We don't need that anymore. Oh, it's beginning. So yeah, once they start talking, I'll start saying things. I'll hold up the iPad again. Hopefully Apple doesn't freak out. So we don't need to be in like perfect sync because it's not like my jokes or references won't make sense unless they're in perfect sync, but you'll get it. Like some people don't even sync up the streams and they still understand like, oh, this just happened. 10 seconds later, Drew says this, you know, it's whatever. Yeah, I'll show my screen for a couple seconds so people can see how close they are to mine. I just can't show it for too much. I don't want Apple to freak out on me again. Will AirPods ever get colors? I wish they would, but the fact that they haven't for this long makes me feel like they probably never will. It's 10 a.m. Oh my god, it's time. This is it. All right. So these are the visuals I'm seeing. Gotta be careful. It's okay, Apple. Russell needs perfect sync. Micro Center was sold out of space gray, so I went with silver. I would have ordered silver, but I made a mistake at checkout and I didn't remember to click it. I was so focused on ordering the model I wanted that also in the configurator where you choose your storage and CPU and GPU and stuff, that's not where the color choices are. Okay. The music changed. We're still getting animations. It's exactly 10 a.m., so it should be starting now. Is this it? This is very Las Vegas color palette. It's very satisfying. Oh, we're moving in. We're moving in. Logo, music just stopped. Good morning, he said. Hey, Tim. He said good morning. Thank God. Problems. Is that a spring watch band? He's got a yellow band. Oh, okay. TV Plus. We're getting the boring stuff out of the way. Yeah, I've been using Peacock. Okay. We got to get the boring stuff out of the way. We're excited to announce a price increase. It's now $10 a month, which is great value. Oh, the chat is so annoyed, I can tell already. Oh, yeah. Me and Tim are wearing the same shirt. Everyone waiting for Mac Studio. Tim Cook spoon-feeding us Ted Lasso updates. TV Plus voice plan. You can listen to the shows. If you ask Siri to play any TV Plus show, she'll play the audio. Yeah, let's fast forward. Can we skip this part? We got trailers. No, thank you. So yeah. Oh, Sigilizer, thanks for your support. If you guys don't like my commentary on the boring stuff, just mute me. If you're focused on the event, you can just turn the volume down on whatever device you're listening to me on, because I like talking through the boring stuff. This is my definition of the boring stuff. I cannot show the event because I could get in trouble. I can only hold it up for a few seconds. Is that Chris Pratt? But yeah, it's just trailers right now. For All Mankind voice plan would be hilariously confusing. Yeah, not TV Plus, just For All Mankind. We all only care about hardware. When they start with Apple TV, I'm yawning. Yeah, me too. You're about 20 seconds behind. Part of it's on your end, part of it's on the TV's end, but yes, these look like very expensive shows. Oh, now they have 3D animated? Did Apple buy Pixar? What's going on? Yeah, Will Ferrell, Ryan Reynolds, Look how many actors we can afford. Oh, Henry Cavill. Ew. I don't need to see this. Cha-cha real smooth. Do you have a non-Apple product in your house? Yes. I have a fridge. My home internet is through T-Mobile. We have an Android phone in a desk somewhere. My TV is Roku. No Apple TV. Why is this so long? Because Apple spent a crap ton of money on all these actors. They're trying to get their use out of them. Like, look at all these actors we bought. All those actors, and they couldn't get Justin Long back for the Mac versus PC ads. Okay, is that enough? Drama. They bring suspense to our lives. That's what we need. Oh, new ways? New TV? Oh, sports. I hear a baseball. Hey. We have lights now. Oh, they're going to provide like local TV channels on TV now? Apple TV Plus Plus. Apple TV Pluser. Dude, it just shows that Justin Long isn't that good of an actor. Do we need to watch this on the TV if we want to watch this event by ourselves? Yeah, unfortunately, it's going to require 2 devices. Apple TV Plus again? Oh, just baseball. No other sport. What? Only on TV Plus? Can I get the baseball player's heart rate if they have a watch on? 6 minutes in. It's iPhone time. Yes! Green color. Let's do it. Ooh. Ooh. We know this, Tim. This is stuff we know. I have the phone. Let's talk about an iPhone that has none of those features. The SE. He's got to do a color. It's got to be the green. 2? 2 colors? Whoa! Okay, it's green. Wow. That is like spot on. Well done, Luke. Luke Miani was correct. So far, he's good. Wow. It does look pretty clean. I gotta be honest. Other than red, that's probably my favorite iPhone 13 color. He also said 2 new finishes. The Matrix iPhone. Oh, there's a green 13 Pro. Randy, oh no! Randy has to buy a new phone. Oh no! The Pro got a new green? Alpine. Oh, poor Randy. Oh. Wow, they introduced a new Pro color. Was not expecting that. Yes, yes, yes! The best part. Apple Silicon. Whew. Let's go. Poor Randy. Oh. Ooh. We're going straight into Apple Silicon? Oh, I love the pacing. This pacing is great. Okay. Okay, we know. We know. He said Touch ID. A15 confirmed for iPhone SE. A15 is not in any Touch ID device currently. Yep. Here it is. Hey! It looks the same! iPhone SE. The new one, right. Not 3. There he is. It's official. Just a smaller iPhone. That's his only thing. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised there's no new colors. New 13 colors. Here comes the 5G. Here it comes. Don't say it. Oh, thank God. Tim Cook didn't want to say the words 5G again, so he's going to make Francesca do it. Oh, that theater's beautiful. Yeah, we get it. She sounds very chill. Her voice is like, oh, we're so excited. A15. It's so fast. Is it going to unlock any new features? Wow! I hope it's faster than the 7-year-old iPhone. Okay, I got the 4-core. That makes sense. Why are you comparing it to the iPhone 8? Oh, right. That way you can spend $5 a month. Wow. Look at those bezels. That's not my dream car, Apple. Shut up. I want to hear about battery life. What is this iPhone 8 comparison? iPhone 8 users is the target demographic, I guess. They should compare it to the last SE. 555, it's a fake number. Design. There is none. It's the exact same design. Oh, it's Starlight. Oh, I didn't even notice. Starlight is now the SE. Oh, we got ceramic. Ceramic shield. Hey. Oh, they didn't say ceramic shield. Oh, yeah, maybe it is. Just use your gimmicky marketing term. Just use it. Yes. I've heard of that. What's a home button? Got it. Okay. Yay! Is that it? Just A15? Oh. Okay. New chemistry. There we go. Here comes it. Here it comes. Take a shot. Take a shot, everyone. Whew. So, I think there's a bigger battery capacity. It's probably not that big a battery still, but I want to know the more hours. What? Yeah, it was 12 megapixels before. What'd you change with the camera? Okay. Deep fusion, that's good. I forgot about Smart HDR4, honestly. Okay. Oh, did it not have that? I always find myself saying that. It didn't have that? So, better video quality, but no cinematic mode or anything. Okay. Little bit of a camera improvement. It's just iOS updates now. iOS 15 has iMessage. I think 4 years or 4 years. Wait, they made it midnight. You were still using plastic wrap? Ugh. Get rid of the plastic wrap. I never use Focus either. I like that wallpaper. Diffusion, better battery. Can we see how much better than the first SE? Oh, price hike! Oh no! Oh, it went up. Inflationary pressure. They upped the price. Not by much. They should have just, yeah. $420 would have been perfect. $30 more expensive. Does that mean they're going to keep the old one? Oh, okay. I wanted to see if they would keep the old one. Here we go. It's more now because the US dollar is worth less. Honestly, that's just adjusting with inflation. Maybe Air 5 will go up. Yeah. Yep. Here we go. We love it. It's love. Let's see if it's M1. Whoa, purple. Oh, I like the blue. I like that blue color. Why are they flying so fast? Hey, there's no flash. So the Mini gets the flash. I like this artwork. It's beautiful. Whoa, I'm falling. All right. We're killing it off. Which chip? Just give me an answer. Yeah, I use my iPad for TikTok. Yes. Yeah, they're doing it. The subtitles actually gave it away for me. It's true. M1 iPad Air. I knew it. I knew it. Wow, that's a big jump. It's still useless. All right. This will help so much with my TikToks. What is that, by the way? What is that price range? Is there a price hike on the iPad Air? Who does that, though? The M1 is useless in the Pro and it's useless in the Air, but hey, now it's cheaper at least, I think. The Windows laptop is 3 times heavier and 3 times more likely to get work done. 5G tax coming in. The Samsung Tab Ultra, maybe? That's what they're comparing it to? $500. Nothing to brag about. Oh yeah, center stage, right? Correct. Wow. All iPads have center stage now. It's official. That dad was like, I already said that. Here comes 5G. Still no flash, though. Oh. Oh my god. Yeah, no Thunderbolt port. Well, maybe there is. They just haven't said it yet. It might have Thunderbolt. Oh, here it comes. Wait, is it Thunderbolt? USB-C is faster. Is it Thunderbolt? I think those are the same. Which is 4 years old now. Wait. So this, it's not Thunderbolt, but it's twice as fast. 5 to 10 gigabits per second. How fast is Thunderbolt? 40? You gotta read these fast. Ugh, iPad OS. Yeah, they said it was Alpine green. What? Updating iMovie? Is this... Oh, God. I was afraid this is what it would be. iMovie is... You don't need to edit. We'll edit. That's not... No. Garbage. Never works. Well, that's good, I guess. I'm now worried about the price. It's going to be $639 or something. $629. That is not an iPad Air. Those are holograms. Okay. Yeah, I guess the Flash is an iPad mini thing. Oh my God. The amount of money they spend on these ads. Is there a 5G tax? That's how I use my iPad. I jump in the pool and I use the swing set. Very powerful chip for an iPad. No, they said it has 5G. I don't know if it has millimeter wave, but yeah, I agree. Just use your hotspot, people. Center stage. Great for TikTok. I like the pacing of this event, though. They're going pretty quick. We're only 20 minutes in. Yeah, for some reason, they must think the iPad mini is better for photography because it has the flash, but not the iPad Air, which is kind of weird. All right. Luke Miani is 2 for 2. What's the starting price? What's the starting price? Oh my God. New blue. Okay. Hey! Same price. Okay, good. Thank you. Well, it's still not great, but I'm glad it did not get a price hike. Thank goodness. Whoa, 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 whoa. Wait a minute. That's the first M1 chip with 64 gigs of storage. What's the max storage? Huh. That's the first time the M1 chip has had 64 gigs. These are new chips. Weird. They're not reusing chips. Yes! The best part. It's Mac time, baby. Return to the Mac. Let's see this studio. Oh, I'm nervous. No, you have not, Tim. They've shocked the PC. They had to choose between better or battery. I gotta throw something. No! Get it off the screen! Yes! Talk more about those chips. My hands are shaking. That's true. Let's hear about it. Let's hear. Oh, goody. Please. Oh, boy! We're going down. Oh, we're going to light speed. Even further. Is this a different room? And we're stopping there. Oh, boy. Oh, wow. Even more. Higher? Another chip? A new family? Oh, I was right! M1 Ultra! I called it. Oh, I predicted that. Oh my god. Oh my god. Remember when I did that video last year? I said it might be M1 Ultra. Well, that's the first time they've used that in their branding. Hey, look at those monitors. Oh my god. Even higher. Oh my god, it's gonna be huge. Give me the chorus. Let's hear these chorus. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wow. This is a lot. Let's hear the core numbers. This will probably be desktop only. I can't do the two things. This guy is always doing the silicon. Oh, it's huge. Ooh. Wow. I want to know how many. We knew about it. Ah, okay. This was in the leaks. Snap. Oh, crap. Oh, dang. Ultra Fusion. Ugh. That's so cool. I love it. I love it. Dude! Dude, that's so much. Oh my god. Oh my god. Wow. It's a huge chip. Oh my god. Max is worse than Ultra. 100 billion. My God. Oh my. It's so tall. Oh my God. Oh my God. It's going to be like 256 gigs of RAM. 100 gigabytes per second. Oh my God. We need an iPhone Ultra now. Oh, 128 gigs. That's a lot. Jeez. So double the cores? Oh, wow. Oh my God. 16 high performance cores? Oh. Oh my God. That's insane. M1 Thanos. Wow. Just double all the cores, basically. Oh my God. Right. Just double up M1 Max. Oh my God. Can't tell. Does he have a Mac Studio behind him? Okay, desktop. I see. Emphasizing desktop performance. Here we go. Now let's talk Ultra. Vague graphs! Yay! Wow, it's still only using 60 watts? Jeez. Popular discrete GPU. We got to look up what GPU they're comparing. Oh, it said RTX 3090 in the bottom corner. Same performance of an RTX 3090 for 100 watts less. Whoa. I love it. That's awesome. Vague graph. Wow. That's the popular discrete GPU was the 3090. That's crazy. Whew. Let's see what Mac this goes in. Oh, good. I would hope 16 high performance cores are super fast. No one does that. Like Instagram. We love Instagram on the Mac. Ultra Max. Wow. Yeah, I want to see the new Mac design this is going in. I don't think the Ultra will go in a laptop, though. It's probably too big. What? I don't like these developer things. The developers are always like, it's really fast. It's so fast. Oh my God. You just do it. It's so fast. You just click it. Apparently the Apple TV is lagging. I'm watching on the website and it's fine. It's plenty powerful enough to game. You could game on M1. It's just software development. M1 Ultra Apple Watch. So they've stitched two M1 Maxes together. They will likely, for the Mac Pro, stitch 4 together. And then you'll get 256 gigs of RAM or 512 gigs. Yeah, Ultra is, I think, designed from the ground up to be a desktop chip. So this will go in either a Mac Studio or an iMac of some kind, which is awesome. I clicked a button and stuff happened. M1 Pro Max Ultra XDR. It's funny to finally see Apple use the term Ultra. That's true. It is. It is Women's Day. Women's Appreciation Day. Are you animating a jacket? There's a piece of butter. They should have just called it M1 Butter. So I wonder if the base Mac Studio will come with one M1 Max and there will be a version that takes M1 Ultra. 20 cores. That's true. Every big Apple Silicon announcement is like, wow, this is so great. And then a month later, they top it again. They'll top this. Yes. Please tell me. The Studio. Oh, I think he was right. Mac Studio. I have a studio? Ew. It's an Intel iMac. It's happening. Guys, he's about to say it. Oh my god. Yes. Yes. Say it. Dang it. Come on. Ooh, ports. Let's talk about ports. Modularity. Ooh. I sense a zoom incoming. We're about to zoom in. Nope, never mind. Just a cross dissolve. Whoa! Cheese grater. Whoa! Oh, wow. Wait, what? It's a circle? Whoa. Well, the name was correct. Whoa, 4 Thunderbolt ports. Yes. I didn't get a good look. Does it have an SD card slot on the front? Oh! Webcam in the monitor. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Oh my god, it looks beautiful. Is that a Pro stand? Oh no. Bezel's little thick. Wow. Tell me more. Front-facing ports? Wow. How much? Yeah, let's... Tell me. Okay. I need to hear specs. Tell me the display specs. Prices. Is that also a dated SD card slot? Do we have to buy the Pro stand? Okay. Yeah, it looks cool. It's got a circular bottom. It'll cost 1 tank of gas. Awesome. What's a computer? Show me the back again. It had 4 Thunderbolt ports, I think. It's cool to see front-facing ports. It's got a light. Is that the same footprint as a Mac Mini? It's a little toastery. Whoa, look at that. Thick Mac. Oh. Show me the back, dang it. Cool. It's kind of trash can Mac Pro essence. That's awesome. Yes, yes. Power, Ethernet, HDMI, 2 USB-A ports. Wow. 6 Thunderbolt ports? 6 Thunderbolt ports. Dang. That's awesome. That's a good I/O setup. Are they all Thunderbolt or? Okay. That's awesome. Wonderful. Wonderful. Probably still not 2.1 though. I hope it's 2.1. Yeah, I would hope so. There's so many holes. Trypophobia. So is that just... Oh, okay. They're 2 USB-C. Gotcha. That's still good, but they're not Thunderbolt. That's still good. Never mind. They are Thunderbolt. There's 6 Thunderbolt ports. Oh my god. On the front, too. Apple normally never does that. That's amazing. Oh, no. That much money? Oh, God. That's such an expensive setup. 6 Thunderbolt ports. Wow. That's awesome. It's probably faster, yeah. It beats them all. Easily. Yeah, Oh! Okay. So M1 Max is the default. M1 Ultra is not standard in the studio. What about the 28 core? Oh, okay. Let's talk Ultra. Yeah, you can get it with the Max or the Ultra. Not the M1 Pro. Don't do most popular. Let's talk about the fastest one. It's a tongue twist. Mac Studio with M1 Max is the fastest Mac we've built, faster than the other Mac. Yeah. Let's talk about Ultra. Here we go. Then the fastest. Okay, good. That's awesome. No, not the 16 core. Compare the 28 core. I want to see that. Yeah. Thank you. They're listening. 60%. Wow. Faster than the $50,000 Mac Pro. Just obliterates. Bombs the crap out of the M1. Just obliterate. Absolutely dead. Wow. Fastest Mac ever. 128 gigs. Fastest Mac ever. This is it. And 128 on Ultra. Yep. Oh, what's it gonna cost? Oh, let's see the prices. Oh yeah, can you do 16 terabytes? There's 2 M1 Maxes. But they only want to do 8? Okay. Okay. Fine. Those are not the same at all, and you know it. $18. So why don't you update the iMac then? They're like, yeah, you don't need an iMac, just get this thing. Probably going to be 2,500. Yeah, I think Josh is right. I have a feeling this isn't going to be cheap. Something tells me the Ultra is going to be expensive. I'm going to say 4,000. Did they build another half house? They cut a house in half. Ooh, those monitors. The bezel is a little bit thicker than the Pro Display. I think M1 Ultra will start. The cheapest M1 Ultra will be 4,000. That'll be before RAM and storage upgrades. Then it'll be like 6 or 7. Or probably 8 or 9,000. Storage is not cheap. It does look a little toastery. This could replace the Mac Pro. Get rid of the Mac Pro. Why do we need the Mac Pro? Let's scrap it. That thing is awesome. Apple be building houses for 5 minutes of screen time. Yeah, that stand is not the Pro stand. Look at it. The studio monitor has the 24-inch iMac stand. I need to see this. Wow. What do you guys think the base storage will be for the Ultra? Will all Ultras come with 1 terabyte, or will they start with 512 gig? I think it'll start with 512 gig, just in case there's people doing stuff that's not very high storage. Yeah, that's a Mac Pro keyboard. Does it come with the keyboard and mouse that the Mac Pro comes with? Does it come with a keyboard at all? The real question. Yes, I would buy the Mac Studio if it made toast. Well, it's not the Space Gray keyboard. It's both. 1,000 kilowatt hours. What the heck? So 10 Model S's? That box doesn't look like it comes with a keyboard and mouse. I don't think it comes with one. Why only 8 terabytes is my question. It should do 16. Pricing. Let's hear about pricing. Oh, okay. Studio. Yeah, I want to know about this. Oh, they're going to make Nicole be the bearer of bad news. What if this is way more expensive than we think? Oh, okay. Tell me. Like. Oh, I'm nervous. What's the refresh rate? I like that it has a webcam. Whoa. Looks like the iMac in the Pro Display had a baby. iMac and Pro Display put together. I know what that is. For $1,000. Okay. I hope that works okay. No one does that. Okay, 27 inches. Let me hear that refresh rate. 24 hertz for filmmakers. Okay. 600 nits. It's not mini LED. Not mini LED. Okay, good. True tone's good. I'm so nervous right now. They'll have a frosted glass. Yeah, of course. They always have that. They've had that for years. Yeah, the bezel is a little thick. Oh! A13. Okay. Camera. Ultra wide. Oh! So does it have center stage? Oh, please! Please have center stage. Yes! That's awesome! Oh, that's wonderful. Finally. Center stage on a Mac. Any speakers? It has speaker things on the bottom. Oh my god. Yes. That is awesome. That's awesome. I love it. I love it. Oh, that's wonderful. Now I'm worried what it's going to cost. Oh, no. Please be 120 hertz. I'm nervous that they didn't mention 120 hertz. Okay. Mostly awesome, but no promotion is a bit of a bummer. Dang it. That's a shame. That's a real shame. This better be cheap. That's nice. Does that one charge my laptop? If that one charges, that would be awesome. Yeah! 96 watts. Woo! Okay, awesome. Thank you. That's wonderful. I don't need it to fast charge, but one cable's awesome. Awesome. That's dope. No promotion is kind of a deal breaker for me. What? Ooh! Oh, that's clean! Oh my god. Well, there's holes on the top. Wow, it's like an iMac box. That keyboard is dope. Ugh. I'm bummed by no 120 hertz. Yeah. Ah! So close! So close. Great everything else, though. Let's hear the price. I like the Magic Mouse. Shut up, Reform. Yeah, okay. Dang it. They were so close. They were so close to being perfect. I love the webcam. I love the speaker. I love the... Oh, it better be cheap. Why is the Mac Studio the size of a building? Oh my god. This was way bigger than I thought. He would rather have 120 hertz than mini LED, and I can understand that for sure. Yeah. I definitely would rather have 120 hertz. This doesn't have mini LED or 120 hertz. So it better be affordable. That's my next question. Is like, can this be low price? Can this be fairly cheap? Doesn't mention iMac and Mac computers to pair with. No. iMac is dead to me. This is complicated. Okay, I think it has a little built-in speaker. Man, that's a lot of ports. 120 hertz was a big deal for me personally. That was the main reason I wanted an external monitor, was for the high refresh rate. Center stage is amazing though. That's wonderful. I'm so glad. I'm tempted to get it just for the center stage feature. And I'm glad it has speakers built in too. It's basically the return of the cinema display. I hope it's under $2,000. What a weird dream. I like that keyboard and mouse. Okay, here comes. Here's the price. Oh! That was my prediction. Whoa! That was also my prediction. Oh my god. Starts with 1 terabyte. Dang. Okay. $15.99. Not that bad. Wait, does it come with a stand? Does it come with a stand? $1,600. Pretty good. Pretty good for what you're getting, I think. Okay. Okay. Not great. These edibles crawls inside the Mac Studio. Okay. Oh, the Apple Store app is up. Oh! They literally just acknowledged the Mac Pros for another day. You can order the Mac Studio right now. Oh my god. It only comes in silver. They have a binned M1 Ultra. Whoa! Mac Pro, another day. Oh my god. If you want a non-binned Mac Studio with M1 Ultra, it's $5,000. Jeez, okay. Comes with a terabyte though. Gotta check out this monitor. Quo said the iMac Pro was delayed. The tilt adjustable stand is free. Oh, interesting. Guys, the Pro stand is not what it's using. Okay, the event's over. I'm gonna check this out. I'm adding to bag now. Oh, you can get the new Magic Keyboard with Touch ID. Jacob says he just bought a fully spec'd Mac Studio and monitor. Yeah, no M2. Let's see. Price hasn't been an issue for you. Well, that doesn't mean I'll keep it. Okay, I'm ordering a non-binned Mac Studio and the Studio display with the height adjustable stand. I'm going to order it with Apple Pay. Okay. Event is done. Delivers March 18th. That'll be a fun unboxing. Wow. This is $7,500. I'm definitely not keeping it. Just for the record here. No permanent decisions have been made. I'm just checking out the item now. Double click to pay. Wow, that's a big expense. No, the iPhone SE has 5G. M1 is in the iPad Air. We got 2 new color options. Thank you. Order's been confirmed. Awesome. Oh, I guess I will have to use a keyboard and mouse with it. I don't know if I want to order the new ones. That's going to be a lot of packaging. That's okay. I have a keyboard and mouse. I'll just use that. Okay, so it has been ordered. Let's play around. How much does the special stand cost? So let's play around with the configurator here. I'm going to switch angles so you guys can see what I see. Let me just make sure I'm not doxing myself with the screen here. I'm going to play around with... Oh, it says on the website it's not up yet. That's annoying. I can switch angles here to editing. Wow. I love that it has center stage. I love that it has speakers built in. I like the design. I like that they're black. I like that the bezels, they're not as thin as I would like, but they're still decent. And big time battery life. Yeah, this is actually, if this is ready, I'd like to compare this. Wait, this is the old iPhone SE. Are they? Yeah, this hasn't been updated yet. This is old. Yeah, it still doesn't have the new data here. Let me bring up the chat on the iPad so I can read what you guys are saying. Yeah, we're screen sharing. Fully spec'd bundle is $10,000. So it seems like it's working on the app right now, but not the web page. So it's $2,000 for the M1 Max. That is by far the cheapest way to get a hold of the M1 Max that there ever has been. And the studio display pricing was pretty good, I would say. I was worried it was still going to be over $2,000. It's a bit of a bummer though that it's not 120 hertz. Oh, now it's working. This will deliver in a couple weeks. I love that center stage is on the Mac. That's amazing. So I can actually add that to my laptop now. I just have to compromise with 60 hertz. They've got good microphones on board. It's got the A13 chip just for that, which is kind of funny. Let's see. Yeah, the iPad Air starting at 64 gigs is also kind of surprising. Spatial audio from just a monitor, which is kind of cool. So I can get additional USB-C ports, which is nice, with my MacBook. Use it with your Mac Pro, right? I like that the stand is... So what I was playing with in the Order Now page, maybe we'll see if this shows it. No, it's still not there. But on the app, this is not the Pro stand. That's what I thought it was. This is a separate monitor that lets you make it height and tilt adjustable. But it's only like $400 more. I mean, that's still a lot, but I mean, it's substantially cheaper than the Pro stand was. Yeah, 60 hertz. I'm not sure if I'm willing to settle with. I'm definitely going to review it. I'll check out the Mac Studio and I'll check out the monitor to review. But I don't know if I can live with 60 hertz for my external monitor, because if I get an external monitor, this is what I'm going to be using it for all the time. And I was really hoping to get 120 across everything. Bezels are a little bit thicker than I was expecting. Like, see, this is my MacBook Pro right here, and that's the monitor right next to it, which is, I mean, it's clean looking. Did they say, or do you know the refresh rate of the studio monitor? They didn't say, which I assume means it's not a ProMotion. Let's go to tech specs here. I think they would have mentioned it if it was 120. That would have been the time to say something. Compatible with 2019 MacBook Pros. That's good. Oh, yeah. It comes with a Thunderbolt cable, so that's good. I could just plug it directly into my MacBook and it'll charge it. So now my MagSafe port will be useless. It's compatible with iPad Pro 11-inch and iPad Air 5th generation. Oh, interesting. So if you have an iPad with an M1 chip or later, it's compatible with those, but that's it. Rockford Media says no one is buying the Pro Display anymore. Well, I didn't think anyone was buying the Pro Display the past few months, but yeah, definitely not now. Yeah, Randy has to get that green iPhone. I'm sorry. It's a law. He just has to do it. Thank you for the super chat. People said order now is live. Let me try it. Oh yeah, it's working. So these are actually pretty close. Standard glass is $1,600 for the base option, and then it's $300 more to get nanotexture glass, which is cheaper than it used to be. It used to be a $1,000 add-on. And the tilt adjustable stand is included. Thank God. Oh my goodness. I'm so glad to see that day finally come back. So you get the 24-inch iMac looking stand for free, but it's only $400 more to get the Pro stand looking stand. And the vase mount is also free. It's included at $1,600. So I ordered the height adjustable stand just because I'm not sure if I'm keeping this. The 60 hertz really does bother me, which is a bit of a bummer. 27-inch iMac is not in the Apple Store anymore. Really? Did they get rid of it? It's cool. It comes with a Thunderbolt cable, though. I like that. And the black power. I think that might be a braided cable. M1 Ultra is crazy fast. And I guess that won't be as fast as the Mac Pro. Let me go to the Mac section. No, wait. If I click iMac. No, it's still here. Yeah. Wait, when I click buy, it takes me to the 24-inch iMac. If I click learn more, it takes me to 24-inch iMac. Are they in the process of getting rid of it? Quick, say goodbye, everyone. Say goodbye. It's still $1,000 for Pro Display, and it was $500 for the 27-inch iMac. So this is the cheapest nano-textured glass option they've ever had. Yeah, the iMac might be on its way out. Is the Intel Mac Mini going away? Let's see. If I hit buy. No, I mean, for now, it's still here. Let's see if it gets removed. But for now, yeah, it says still available for pickup today. I guess the Intel Mac Mini's not gone. But this is dated. This doesn't even have the Mac Studio yet. So they're in the process of updating the website. I know a lot of people can't tell the difference between 120 and 60, but it's incredibly noticeable for me. Yeah, the iPad Air does not have flash. I think they're in the process of killing the 27-inch iMac right now. It's kind of interesting. Let's see if they had like a... No, it just takes you to the events page. Yeah, I still don't see the studio. Even if I click desktop, it's not here. So the website's not fully updated yet. I don't even see the option. Maybe they'll rebrand this part of the web page to say, you know, monitors instead of Pro Display. Is the screen's color significantly worse than an OLED/mini LED one? You could make the argument. It's basically the same display that's on the 5K iMacs. The 27-inch iMac and even all the iMacs really have the same LCD. They're decent. They're not bad. But yeah, definitely not as good at high dynamic range and stuff. So it's based on what they said at the event. I think this is basically the same display panel they put in the iMacs, just repackaged. They've just repackaged the iMac into a standalone monitor, which we've wanted for a long time. People are saying refresh. It's on the website. Well, it changes depending on where you are. It doesn't go live for everyone at the same time, but yes. Okay, now there's a displays section. So the Pro Display is still $5,000, but the bezels are definitely thinner. $1,600. But it's not a Pro stand. So that's interesting. I thought they were going to reuse the Pro stand, but... Yeah, Black Magic Mouse is back, but it has a silver underbody. They did! The The 27-inch iMac is gone. It's not there, guys. Look at this. Look at this lineup. Mini, Studio, Pro. That's cool. I like that. At this point, maybe they'll call it iMac Studio instead of iMac Pro. So this is by far, I just ordered the fastest Mac ever made, which is kind of cool. I wonder why they stop it at 8 terabytes though. The Black Magic Keyboard is new, right? Yeah, I think it is. Well, I mean, it used to be only with the Mac Pro, but I don't think the Mac Studio comes with a keyboard and mouse. Dang, that's some good I/O on the back. Nice. It's outrageous performance. We got M1 Ultra. Oh my god. That is amazing. But $4,000 for the cheapest M1 Ultra. That's quite a bit. iMac Pro has been gone for a while, but iMac Pro has the same display specs as the monitor I'm looking at. I don't know. You know what I need to do? I need to check the trade-in value of my iMac Pro. That might be able to cover the cost of the monitor, ironically. M1 Ultra Studio is much more. Excuse me. Yeah, it essentially sounds like basically sounds like the M1 Ultra is two M1 Maxes stick together. So just double up on the cores. It's 64 GPU cores instead of 32. It's a 20 core CPU instead of 10. Yeah, these look great. This is going to be popular, I think, among the YouTube crowd. So many ports to choose from. Yeah, that's a cool design. I like this keyboard. It's probably $200 or something, but it's nice that it has Touch ID. I like that. I'm getting the Mac Studio. I've ordered it, but I'm not keeping it. This is not a replacement for my MacBook. It's honestly quite a high-end machine. Actually, in order for me to beat the performance of my MacBook Pro, I need to get the $4,000 version. Actually, it's $5,000 if you don't want it binned. Let me show you if you guys didn't see it. Yeah, the $4,000 starting price is with a binned 48 core GPU. So this is not the fully unlocked M1 Max. If I select this, to get it non-binned with the 64 core GPU, adds $1,000. So $5,000 basically for 1 terabyte of storage is not great for me because I use a ton of storage. So if I was in the market, this would be a little bit of a hard pill to swallow. If I would not care for extra RAM. I don't need more RAM, but I would probably get like, well, I got 8 terabytes on my MacBook and that was $6,000. If I want 8 terabytes on this thing, it's $7,200, which is a lot. Maybe if I'm comfortable with the bin version, it would be closer. That's about what I paid for my MacBook. And it will probably, yeah, it'll definitely be faster, even if it is a bin version. I can't take it with me, so it doesn't really make sense. Ooh, it's already back ordered. April 6th, April 13th. That went back fast. March 30th. March 30th. Wow, their ship dates are slipping quick. In performance comparison that Apple did, they compared it to an i9 12900K with DDR5 and a 3090 GPU. Oh, which one did I order? This one. I ordered the $5,000 because I'm just going to review it. I'm not planning on using it long term, so I didn't update the storage or anything, or the RAM. But I did want to make sure that when I did my performance tests, I tried out the most powerful M1 Ultra there was. So I did opt for the non-bin version. You could always get external storage with a desktop. That isn't that bad. Yeah, but again, it's more money that's just going to sit on my desk that I'm not going to be able to take with me. So because we're already planning several trips this year where I'm going to be away from home for a month or more at a time. So I don't need to spend $6,000 or $7,000 on something that has to sit at my desk and can't be moved. Since you can get the iPad Pro refurbished directly from Apple at such a great price for the 2019 versions, yeah, iPad Air and iPhone SE are I'm sorry, they're just not terribly interesting. It's cool that they put the M1 chip in here now, but it's still pretty pointless. And hey, the iPhone SE got more expensive. How about that? I'd rather have 120 hertz. Okay, they've updated this. It looks like the old iPhone SE is gone. So they did not keep it around. Starlight iPhone SE. Still the same storage configurations. Although I think they got rid of the 256 gig option a while ago, and now it's back, so I guess there's that. The most expensive SE you can buy, 256 gigs. Let's see. They said the only Mac left to complete the Apple Silicon transition is the Mac Pro. Does that mean there won't be an iMac Pro or iMac Studio? Not necessarily, but Quo did mention that the iMac Pro has been pushed back. So to me, at least, it seems like Apple is not emphasizing pro workflows for iMac users anymore. They're like, if you want the ports and you want, the power, then get a Mac Studio. Which still, like, keep in mind, this comes with 512 gigs by default. And the Mac Pro still comes with 256 gigs, and it's like 3 times the price. This is pointless. I have no clue why you would buy the Mac Pro right now unless you have some very specific boot camp requirement. Yeah. Ben, did you think the SE would remove the Touch ID home button? Who told you that was going to happen? Pretty much every rumor and every report pointed to the new SE is just exactly same design, just with a new chip and 5G now. Love the power, love the price. You better, but it's still $30 more. If LG releases a new Ultra Gear at 5K with 165 hertz, that'd be a good recommendation as an alternate display. Yeah, it kind of depends how it looks, though. I've seen decent high refresh rate monitors, but they're not pretty. This is even not ideal for me because the bezels are a bit thicker than I thought they were going to be. I like the price, though. $1,600 is fair. And I like that it includes the Thunderbolt cable, and that cable can charge your MacBook. And I like that it includes a center stage camera. That's really cool. Oh, you know what I needed to check? I wanted to make sure. Does this have HDMI 2.0 instead of 2.1? Because that's going to be still annoying. Yeah, it is. One display with up to 4K at 60 hertz. So yeah, it's not a 2.1 port. That's why they just say HDMI port. They don't say much else. 2 USB A's. It's cool to see those ports still hanging around for people who want them, I guess. So many holes. My goodness. Look at all the cooling here. Still only 60 hertz. That's a bummer for me. I like the price. I don't like the specs. Let's see. They have to make the iPhone SE look dated. If it wasn't dated, it would sell way too well. Or it would be way more expensive. So the Intel Mac Mini is still there? Yeah, it is. Oh, that's funny. Yawson super chatted. He says, here in Europe, the iPad Air is $699, about to buy Pro. Yeah, get a Pro on sale or something. They're so much better, and they're usually you can find them for cheaper. Okay, so the M1 Mac Mini is still there. No changes there. But yeah, I've got my order in for the Studio Display and the Mac Studio. So that has been reserved. Whether or not I will keep them, I'm kind of torn on. Because I do like the fact that they included microphones and speakers in the center stage camera. Because I do love center stage, and I want to use that when I'm live streaming and stuff. But would sell way too well. Apple doesn't want it to sell. They don't want it to sell better than their higher priced option. If everyone was buying the $400 iPhone and not the $800 iPhone, yes, Apple doesn't want that to sell too well. Apple's only okay with cannibalizing products as long as they get you to spend more money. That's why they're okay with the iPhone killing the iPod sales. But they're not okay with the $300 iPad killing $1,000 MacBook sales. Yeah, I appreciate my 2018 iPad Pro as well. iPhone SE is selling so well because it's dated. Many people prefer that design. That's why they specifically compared it to the iPhone 6 through 8. I still think they should have compared it to the last SE, but oh yeah, is there a comparison I can? Is it going to be called third generation? Let's see what the battery specs say. Hey, oh, okay. I was like, did they remove second gen? That's rude. All right, so yeah, it's not available for sale anymore. They did not keep the old SE. Okay, it says up to 15 hours of video playback on the new SE versus 13 on the old one. So that means they probably did physically increase the size of the battery. Same water resistance. That's interesting. Not ceramic shield, though. They just called it glass front and back. At the event, they said it was more durable, but this doesn't say it's more durable. Yeah, same display specs, same size. Oh, it's actually interesting. It's a tiny bit lighter. It's the same height, width, and depth, but somehow 144 grams versus 148 grams. Weird. How did they make it lighter but increase the... I don't know. That's weird. Yeah, all the camera lens itself is the same. The A15 chip allows for better HDR support and photographic styles. Video remains unchanged. Do we have more battery settings? Battery specs? Let's see. Video playback streamed is 10 hours versus 8. Audio playback is 50 versus 40. You know what I want to compare this to is the 13 mini. Great, you broke it. 55 hours. So the 13 mini is still better. 13 hours of video playback streamed. I would say maybe it's close to the 12 mini. Yeah, okay, it is. So it has 5G just like the 12 mini does. And probably up here at the top, it says, yeah, 15 hours. So the SE3 basically has the exact same battery life, probably, roughly. Same battery life as the 12 mini. Did they remove the iPod? Okay, let me check. It's kind of hard to check, honestly. Could be the new aluminum alloy. Oh, that's true. Thank you for the super chat, Rockford. It's kind of hard to find the iPod in the first place. You gotta scroll to the bottom. Nope. Still there. God dang it. Get rid of this crap. $200, 32 gigs. Just kill it. Ugh. Disgusting. Still available for pickup. iPad Air having the M1. Any chance it can do ProRes HQ recording as the iPhone 13 Pro? Yeah, but if the Air could do it, the Pro would do it, and the Pro doesn't do it, so I don't think it does. Let me see tech specs here. Oops, that's pricing. Again, I'm not in love with these colors. Yeah, the iPod is still there, unfortunately. Still, the iPad Air still comes with a 20-watt USB-C power adapter. Oh, it's not even a binned M1. They're giving it the 8-core GPU. That's interesting. So they're making 64 gig storage versions of the M1, which is a bit odd. 10 hours, yeah, no change in battery. All the fine print here. 1 pound. 2 storage options still. But yeah, camera, yeah. There's no change in video recording settings. It's all the same stuff. Let's see. Well, bigger if ProRes HQ is possible on the Air, the faster port would be a game changer in terms of a workflow, even though a much larger device. Yeah, but it's not really that big a game changer considering this is all stuff that the iPad Pro even has. It's better. So the USB-C port is faster on the iPad Air, but the iPad Pro still has Thunderbolt, which handles higher data transfer than the iPad Air does. Yeah, the iPod has an A10 chip. The monitor I'm ordering has a more advanced chip than the iPod. A new iPod Touch for a whole new generation, just for Drew. No. God, no. I don't like the Starlight color very much. The blue is also kind of muted. Yeah. That's okay. I don't need to review this. I know what the M1 chip on an iPad is like. It's just a big disappointment fest. And I know what 5G is like. So I'm not reviewing the new iPhone SE or the iPad Air. I'll cover them in the video, but that's about it. That's funny that they gave the 13 Pro green. Just for Randy. Would you upgrade from 4th gen to 5th gen? No. What do you mean? iPad Air 4 to iPad Air 5? I wouldn't have recommended the Air 4 in the first place, but if you're on the Air 4, I don't think the Air 5 is going to be that different. Unless you really, really care about center stage. That's so uniquely Randy, man. He has to get it. I don't care what he says. Man, interesting. I think they added stereo speakers on the iPad Air. No, that was there. They had that before. It's interesting that they killed off the 27-inch iMac. I did not see that coming. Did not think they would do it. Why would you buy the Pro? Because it's 120 hertz and you can get it certified refurbished for cheaper. Oh, they dropped new watch bands, of course. Of course they did. Air 4 is completely gone. Yeah, it's the exact same display. The M1 versus the whatever it had before, A14 chip, that's not going to result in anything different. It's still just faster USB-C, but Apple is giving $335 trade-in value for my Air 4. Nah, you could get more just by selling it. Or honestly, ask yourself what you really care about on this new iPad Air. What feature are you going to utilize frequently? Because it's not a... I don't know what the M1 chip is going to enable that you couldn't do on the A14. You're wrong again about the event. No, I said people would be wrong. I reported all the leaks, but I said something has to be off here. It turned out the reports about the M2 MacBook Pro were wrong. So that source is less trustworthy now. But yeah, most of Luke Miani's report was fairly accurate. Pretty much spot on with the green color and the purple iPad and the Mac Studio and the Studio Display. Obviously, he didn't get any port information, so that's all new, or pricing information, so this is all new. But I'm glad we got some surprises. I don't make leaks, I make predictions. There's a difference. iPhone SE downgrades the LTE to LTE Advanced versus gigabit class LTE on the second gen. Yeah, no one's gonna care. It's got 5G. That's the main thing. What was the most disappointing part about the Apple event? For me, it's probably that this is 60 hertz. This would have been a knock out of the park, like darn near perfect product if it was 120. And that's kind of a bummer for me. I know that's subjective. I know there's a ton of you who don't care about 120 hertz, and that's fine. But I'm just referring to what I was most disappointed by. It would be no question for me. I'd be like, I'm definitely buying this, and I'm definitely keeping it, and I'm going to use it every day if it was 120. The fact that it's not is a bit of a bummer. That makes me go, well, now I'm not so sure. Now I don't know if I want this. Carriers are intentionally slowing down LTE to make more room for 5G, so I don't think you need to worry about gigabit class LTE because you're never going to get that anyway. Yeah, no one has said... I don't recall anyone saying the iMac Pro is canceled and not happening. It's just Quo has said it's not coming out this year. They said the iMac Pro will come next year. Oh yeah, and there's no MagSafe on the SE. That kind of bummed me out. Still confused why they didn't want to add MagSafe to this. That would have made so much sense. I like the wallpaper. What is this... wallpaper is trying to showcase how pixelated the display is. Do you really need 120 hertz? No, but I don't need an external monitor either. That's $1,600. If I'm spending $1,600 on my external monitor, I want it to look as good, or at least close to as good as my MacBook Pro display. That was the main reason I hadn't bought an external monitor yet, was because none of the external monitors were as good as the onboard screen on my MacBook. So don't apply the do you need that argument, because then I could apply that to everything. I don't need the monitor itself. I can just keep working off this display. They're still doing the iMac Pro. They're going to have to be real careful with the price now. Yeah, how that is priced alongside the Mac Studio will be interesting for sure. I'm going to guess iMac Pro is going to be like $2,500 with the M1 Max, and then there will be an option for M1 Ultra because it's an all-in-one iMac. They can't really make it cheaper than the Mac Studio, but they'll probably give it similar performance. So yeah, my biggest complaint on this event is that this is 60 hertz because that is the product that pertained to me the most. If I was in the market for the Mac Studio, I would be over the moon right now. I would be so happy. I'm not in the market for a computer like that. I'll review it and I'll try it out, but I don't need an M1 Ultra. That's already the M1 Max is plenty fast for me. Yeah, I've been looking at PC monitors with 144 hertz, and I've used PC monitors with 165 hertz. They just look ugly. they're not as they're not as pretty as Apple's monitors. I basically wanted a Pro Display XDR that was 120 hertz and cheaper. I didn't want to spend $6,000 and I didn't want 60 hertz. Now that they've released this, it's like, okay, no matter what, I'm going to get 60 hertz. And if I want more than 60 hertz, I have to buy some cheap looking, ugly gaming monitor that adds all these extra plastic layers and logos everywhere. It's like Apple makes prettier monitors in terms of just the chassis and the bezel. I like the no branding, there's no logos, and it's all an aluminum enclosure. Um, 4K 120 hertz 42-inch LG C2. I need to look that up. I'm curious about it because I'm not totally sold on this monitor. Do you really need 120 hertz? No, yes. But second of all, I also really don't need the studio display. So if I'm spending that kind of money on a monitor, I expect it to have specs that are as good as my onboard screen. Um, let's see, LG 120 hertz, 42-inch. I want to see what this looks like. It's a shame that they don't make a monitor that does everything I'm interested in. C2. Still got logos on it. $1,800 for 65-inch, but that's a little too big. Why are all these TVs so huge? Just make a smaller one. 55, 43. That's 60 hertz. Yeah. Yeah, it's a bummer. They don't really make what I would like, unfortunately. So, yeah, it's basically the exact same display that I already have right in front of me. If you guys are going to play that, do you need a 120 hertz game? No, but I already have a 5K 60 hertz iMac right in front of me. And then you can just be, do you really need a chinless monitor? It's like, I can't really use this as an external monitor because of the fact that when you plug into it, AirPlay and stuff is just kind of laggy. Let's see. Do you think 64 gigs on iPad Air is enough for some casual gaming and watching Netflix? Yeah, it's fine for casual use. A cheaper Pro Display XDR would have been 3,000 plus. Yeah, that's why I was so on the fence though. Is I was like, we were hearing about this studio display ready to go. No one was saying much about the specs other than it wasn't mini LED. I have seen the Eve Spectrum display, but they've had issues with quality control and they're kind of in startup mode. So if they were a more reliable brand, I would probably go for it. But I've heard too many bad stories about the Eve monitor. I'm not really willing to gamble my money on it. Can you get the Mac Studio and use any display? Yeah, of course. Because the Studio display doesn't have HDMI. The Studio display just has one Thunderbolt port and 3 USB-C ports on the back. But the Mac Studio has HDMI 2.0 on the back. So if you want to use it with any old TV or any old monitor, you can, which I like. Yeah. Amir says, I'm still waiting for my flipping Eve. Yeah, I've heard bad things about customer support and that kind of stuff. Yeah, you can plug these into anything you want, which is cool. Yeah, 27-inch iMac is gone. Or we could say the 27-inch iMac has been rebranded into an external monitor because they're basically, I think they're using the exact same displays. They literally just took the displays they were using for the 27-inch iMac and put them in this. It's the same exact specs. They're both 5K. They're both 27 inches. They're both 60 hertz. Would you pay $2,000 if the monitor had 120 hertz? Probably, yeah. I think I would. I could have justified that because I do use it a lot. Who needs anything faster than the M1 Ultra? Mock-ass Brownlee, that's who. He's going to use every bit of performance he can get until exports are his exports are instant. I wish they would sell the display without the stand. It would bring the price down. Not really. I mean, the Pro Display XDR is sold without a stand, and it's still $5,000. But the stand pricing is actually really good with this option because it comes with a stand, but the VESA mount adapter costs no additional money. So there's probably a difference in profit margin between these three tiers, but for the most part, whether the stand is included, like this is a very simple design. It's not costing Apple much to include that little iMac stand. They only charge $400 extra to give you the Pro stand looking stand, but it's not the Pro stand again. Oh, someone made the Mac Studio with the wheels. Why didn't they offer M1 Pro on the Studio? I don't know why. That's a good question. Maybe the way it's engineered, it doesn't really matter. Ben Rayner super chatted and says, this Studio is amazing and happy, not super expensive, still pricey, but could have been a lot more and worse. I agree. The fact that they included center stage and speakers and microphones and extra USB-C ports basically makes it a revival of the cinema display. So it could have been much worse. And for people out there that don't care about 120 hertz, this is probably wonderful. This is a fantastic option. It's not too much more than the ultra-fine display, but it's providing so much more than the ultra-fine display, and I think it looks much better. How much would I rate this event out of 10? I'd give it like a... You know, the Mac Studio is probably the best part. I'd give it like a 8 or a 9. It was a pretty good event. I like the pacing. I like how quickly they went through everything. Would have been nice to have speakers in the Mac Studio so you don't need a monitor with speakers. For that price, it would have been better to have flexibility, but it's nice. I'm sure it does. The M1 Mac Mini has a speaker in it. And I'm sure the Mac Studio has a basic, simple little speaker on the inside, but there's no speaker you could put in this thing that would sound very good acoustic-wise. It's just a hardware, like just fundamentally the way it's designed, I don't think it could have sounded very great, but that's why they include a headphone jack, and you can plug in your external speakers, and you can use headphones or whatever you got to do. It's got Bluetooth 5, so I'm not bummed about that. Spring events are becoming less boring. I agree, Mike. Will we see a new Mac Pro in June? Maybe. I don't know, though. The quadruple UDC the past 2 years has always been software related, which makes it, to me, less likely that we would get hardware. The Mini has a flash, but not the Air, correct? M1 Pro Studio would have cannibalized the higher-end M1 Mac Minis. I don't think necessarily. They could have made it like $1,500, which isn't really close to the M1 Mac Mini in the first place. M1 Max has only 2 Thunderbolt 4. I think you mean controllers, but you said chip. Hence why it has only 4. Oh, is there a difference I didn't know about? If you get that Mac Studio with M1 Max, is there less ports? No? Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's interesting. That's a little detail. So the M1 Mac Studio has 2 USB-C ports on the front, whereas M1 Ultra has 2 Thunderbolt ports on the front. So if you're just getting the cheapest Mac Studio, those are not full-speed USB-C ports. They're just regular USB-C. Interesting. They say that the Mac Pro will be left for another day. Yeah. So they basically acknowledged that there's one more Mac, even though the Intel Mac Mini is still on the website. You get USB-C at the front instead of Thunderbolt. Right. Which are fairly similar. I don't think a lot of people will notice the difference, honestly. There's fairly few people plugging in that many Thunderbolt ports, but it is cool to have 6 Thunderbolt ports on one machine, and it's not $6,000. This is so much better value than the Mac Pro, especially knowing that this is the fastest Mac ever. Yeah, it is kind of an ugly tower. I don't think that's the point of the product. I don't think they were trying to make it look pretty, but it's definitely smaller than most PCs, that's for sure. One more Mac, does that mean no iMac Pro? Again, all the rumors have alluded to the iMac Pro being delayed. No one has said it's canceled. It's just the iMac Pro might come out after the transition is done. Yeah, I got really nervous there about the when he said 2 new shades of iPhone. I was like, oh no, if they do a matte black 13 Pro, I'm gonna have to buy it, but they didn't. So green is not really my thing. Yeah. It reminds me of the 11 Pro, but no, I would not prefer this over graphite. Um, let's see. The next iPad Pro has to get a huge update so you don't buy the Air. Not really. I don't think the reason people bought the Pro over the Air was ever the silicon difference. No one was buying Pro iPads just because the chip was faster. They were always buying Pro iPads because they had 120 hertz or Face ID or the ultra wide camera or LiDAR or Thunderbolt. You know, there's features that make that worth the money. It's not the chip. Why not Apple use Mac Studio as the baseline for next gen Apple TV, especially for gaming? I don't know how many times I got to tell you guys the same thing, but the gaming has nothing to do with hardware. I'm reviewing the studio display. I'm not sure I'll keep it. I'm kind of bummed that it's 60 hertz. That's may very well be the deal breaker for me. That and the bezels are a bit thicker than I would have liked. The thing is, this display they're offering is the exact same display that I already have on my desk with an iMac Pro. So, what I'm paying for, if I do go through with this order, is like $1,600 or $1,700 after tax, just so that I can use my mouse with the 27-inch display next to me. Which, when Universal Control is out of beta, can't I do that anyway? I'll be able to just be using my mouse on my MacBook Pro and then slide the mouse over and use it on the iMac Pro. Okay, so now I'm paying for a cleaner monitor with no chin, with center stage. Is that worth $1,700? I don't know. It's kind of hard to justify. I'm a bit bummed by that, honestly. I know they're probably going to have a refreshed version of the Pro Display XDR, but that is not going to be $1,600. That's going to be probably $5,000 or $6,000. The studio display would basically become a YouTube machine. It would just play videos, but that's what my iMac already does. It's not bigger than the iMac Pro I'm already using. It's the exact same display specifications. It's I'm not gonna want to edit videos on the studio display because it's gonna be 60 hertz and that looks noticeably more choppy. So I don't know. I'm gonna check trade-in values. Yeah, I got the Pro Stand style one because I'm pretty sure I'm gonna return it. I don't know if I'll get another one down the road, but I will check out the one with the height adjustable stand. I'm gonna just plug in my info here. Get credit because I'm wondering like what kind of credit back I could get on my iMac Pro. Those numbers tend to change over time. I give it the serial number and then it's like, what iMac do you have? It's like, I just told you. Yes, Apple, it works. Yes, everything works. Ooh, it did go down. My trade-in value for my iMac Pro is $1,445. So it would not even cover the cost of the studio display, unfortunately. Why make iMac Pro anymore? I could see why. If they wanted to combine the Pro Display XDR with the M1 Ultra, that would be a pretty solid machine. I'm not saying it'd be the most popular, but just something that all-in-one design that's really powerful with really good ports and a lot of performance in an XDR 120 hertz display. I could see that. What will happen to Intel Mac Mini? Why haven't they replaced it with M1 Pro chip? The Intel Mac Mini is using Intel chips that aren't even in production anymore, which means that I don't think they're actively producing this Mac Mini. I think they have a bunch of them in inventory and they're trying to sell through. They're trying to sell out of what they have, and probably because of the M1 Mac Mini, these are selling horribly right now. No one is buying them. So they're just trying to get rid of as many as they can. But once they want the transition to be done, they could stop selling this instantly. I don't think this needs to be updated with anything. check the Eve. I've seen the Eve, and I've heard bad stories about customer service, so I don't want to gamble my money with that kind of stuff. So, as a whole, I think this is the star of the show. The Mac Studio is probably the most amazing part. Yeah, I'm reviewing both. I bought the Mac Studio. I bought the Studio Display. I'm gonna review them. I'm probably not gonna keep them, but um, I got the M1 Ultra non-binned, so I'm gonna review the fastest Mac ever. Basically, I'm gonna review a Mac that's faster than the Mac Pro, both in graphics and in CPU performance. And I'll do some videos on it, and I'll talk about it. And um, Intel are on 12th gen now. 8th is done, and they should just remove it. Yeah, they could. Again, I'm just saying they have a bunch of them probably sitting in a warehouse, so they're selling it until they run out. Probably. Oh, sorry, that's the webcam. They're selling it until there's no more. Is there a huge difference between 24 cores and 32 core GPU versions of the M1 Max, especially for video editing on Final Cut Pro? If you're doing a lots of high intensive stuff, yeah. Basically, my answer is if you're asking, then no. If you're not sure if it'll make a difference, it probably won't. The only people who will appreciate the differences are the people that know for a fact, yeah, I need the 32 core GPU. But yeah, I'm excited to do another center stage live stream. I'll get the Studio Display and I'll walk around and the camera will follow me. Are you going to review the new phone cases? Let's be honest, that's why we're all here. Believe it or not, no, I'm not going to. Yeah, Apple does definitely not need Intel anymore, that's for sure. Can the Studio Display be a standalone computer? No. Despite it having the A13 chip, no, it won't work independently as far as I can tell. Maybe they could issue a firmware update eventually that would make it faster, but who's going to buy the Mac Pro anymore? I didn't know who was buying a Mac Pro in the past year. I didn't see the point of it ever since Apple Silicon came along, but now with the Mac Studio, there's definitely no point in getting a Mac Pro. Marquez is going to switch to the maxed out Mac Studio now, I think, for all of his editing because of how great the I.O. is and it's faster. So, yeah, for desktop fans and for people who want a very powerful Mac that they can use their own hardware with, the Mac Studio is going to be amazing. That is fantastic. I'm a software engineer and I'm very upset that we still have TensorView cores. I would have bought that machine today. Okay, I'm sorry. I can't please everybody. Now, very disappointed that Center Stage is not on the MacBook Pro. It can be if you just dock it with the Studio Display. So, there you go. What did you use to check the trade-in value of your iMac Pro? Apple's website. Apple has a trade-in thing. It gives you a gift card. Because my trade-in has gone down so much, it used to be like $2,000. Now it's $1,400. That makes it hard to kind of justify. Either way, I'm going to have to reorder the Studio Display. I don't think I want the height adjustable one. I'll probably, if I do try it out and decide it's so good, it's so nice, I do want to keep this, then I'll probably have to order another one. Jason Lewis super chatted. He said, "May I connect 2 Studio Displays to M1 Mac Mini?" I don't know what M1 supports. I think so. I can't remember. At least one. I know you can do one. You just go to tech specs on the Mac Mini page. You guys can see this. One display with up to 6K at 60 hertz via Thunderbolt, and one display with up to 4K at 60 hertz. So you need to know if you can do 2 5Ks at 60 hertz. I think it would do it. Yeah, it says up to 2 displays, and I don't think the 5K data would overrun it. It might be just on the edge, but if the trade-in on your iMac was still $2,000, would you do that to cover the cost of the display? Not really. I mean, that's still a question. I was just curious if, like, could I... Because here's how I feel. The Studio Display, as pretty as it is and as new as it is, it's cool that it has center stage and the speakers and all that. It's the exact same panel that's already in the display sitting at my desk right now. It's the exact same size. It's the exact same resolution, same refresh rate. So I already use my iMac Pro to play YouTube videos and just have, a little content viewing machine as I'm working on my MacBook. If I get the Studio Display, because it's 60 hertz, I don't know if I want it to be my primary. I would basically use it as a external little media device, which means it's not that different from my iMac Pro. Maybe I would consider it if I could just trade the iMac for a monitor, because then I could get the center stage and have a cleaner looking monitor on my desk. But even then, I'm trading in a whole computer that has 2 terabytes of storage for just a regular monitor that doesn't have any local storage. So where was the modularity? I think their definition of modularity is that you can add a bunch of stuff to it externally, not internally. Um, People are saying M1 is only one, but I'm looking at the Mac Mini tech specs right now, and it says simultaneously supports up to 2 displays. One display with up to 4K, with up to 6K at 60 hertz via Thunderbolt, and one display with up to 4K resolution at 60 hertz. So I guess maybe if you can't use HDMI, it might not work. HDMI can do 4K at 60, but that's not 5K at 60, I guess. So I would say assume it doesn't do it. I didn't hear them say there's modularity with the display. I've only heard them say there was modularity with the Mac. But their definition of modularity is just, you can plug in a bunch of stuff. I want an iPad Pro with the M1 Ultra and iPad OS 15. Yeah, I want it to have iPad OS updates before they throw in any more powerful silicon. That's the main problem. Do you think that the Mac Pro will come with 4 M1 Max SoCs, kind of like M1 Ultra times 2? Yeah, it's at this point sounding more and more likely. Now that the rumor was correct that they can daisy chain M1 Maxes and stitch 2 together, there's already been for a while now a rumor of 4 being stitched together. So that seems like the most obvious next step. I think that's where it's going. So that's probably what we're either going to see in June or late this year. I don't think modularity would help much with the ARM architecture, though. With the Mac Studio, even if they let you open it up and add stuff, the read and write speeds would get worse. Your RAM wouldn't be unified, so the RAM wouldn't perform as well. So it's like, yeah, you could modify it yourself, but it just wouldn't make that much sense. It wouldn't really provide that many advantages. This day and age, Apple's still not supporting Wi-Fi 6E or Bluetooth 5.2 or HDMI 2.1, why they lag behind so much on the standards. That I don't understand. It would have been a good time to switch to HDMI 2.1. Maybe I have a feeling something with the Thunderbolt controllers might not work with the new standards, but yeah, I don't know. Maybe they see HDMI as more of like a backup option. They see HDMI as like, oh, you use that with your TV or you use that with a projector or some kind of cheap monitor. But if you want a high resolution, high bandwidth port, then use Thunderbolt. Maybe that's their logic. Let's see. I still have my old 15-inch 2019 i9 MacBook Pro, and it's worth like 700 pounds, and I bought it for over 3,000. So sad how badly Intel Macs have gone down in value. I don't think that's restrictive to Intel. Apple trade-in value is inherently worse than resale value because they're not selling it. They're going to take it apart and recycle what they can and get rid of a lot of the components. So trade-in is always supposed to be your last-ditch effort. It's always like, if you can't sell it and you can't get it for any more money than just then trade it in. Trade it in is quick and more guaranteed. So trade-in values are always going to be bad like that. Even with the M1 stuff, I'm sure the trade-in value won't be very good. How much better is the base M1 Max better than the Intel 20? Will it be a noticeable difference? I would say yes. M1 Max is, I don't know what you're referring to when you say Intel 20-inch. But yeah, it will be much, I think it would be a noticeable improvement. M1 Max is great. Austin Wook says, should I buy an iPad Mini 6 barely used for $340? You could, yeah. If it sounds like you'll be comfortable with the 60 hertz and you're good with that screen size, then yeah, that's a decent value. That's a lot cheaper than new. Let's see. Not all countries have allowed 6 gigahertz or Wi-Fi 6E. They'll probably have to make different versions for different countries. Yeah, I knew that there was some holdup with Wi-Fi 6E, but I was more referring to the ports. I don't know what the holdup is with supporting HDMI 2.1. They didn't do that on my MacBook, and they're not doing it on the $6,000 Mac Studio. So the ports limitations are a little bit confusing, but that's probably just because they're like, yeah, you know what? You should use Thunderbolt if you want to use data faster than that. How will Apple make the transition to M2? Will all the lineup of processors come out at once? Seems kind of messy. No, I don't think so. I predict probably a fairly similar rollout to the M1. You start with the low-end one, and then you work your way up to the high-end one, all the way up to M2 Ultra being last. Should I buy the Intel Mac Mini now? No. I would have said no one should buy the Intel Mac Mini for the past 3 years. No. 2.1 is for gaming? Not necessarily. It could be for people who just want a high resolution at a high frame rate, because HDMI 2.0 is maxed out at 4K at 60. And the MacBook Pros themselves have 120 hertz. So if you just wanted to continue that 120 hertz experience on another display through HDMI, then 2.1 would be helpful for that. Even at 4K, it would be helpful. Let's see. iPad Air was the hidden star of tonight. I still think the Pro's a better value, even with the M1 chip now in there. It's not a big difference for me, but I was glad the Mac Studio and Studio Display was real. I'd give this Apple event a fairly positive rating, but for my own personal uses, it's a bit of a bummer. But I don't think I'm most people. Most people are probably fine with the Studio Display. Finally, good to have a cheaper one, but I should probably get recording on my video. So I may start recording that now, but I'm debating if I should. What should I do? Should I keep streaming? Should I end the stream? Should we switch to members only? Because that is a members perk. iPad Air starts at 64 gigs again with no 128 gig option. Yeah, I think that would make it a little bit too good of a deal. Will the Mac Mini be updated this year? I assume when the M2 chip comes out, they'll come out with an M2 Mac Mini, yeah. Just like the M1. Same way they rolled out the M1, pretty much expect the exact same thing with the M2. I have bought the Mac Studio and Mac Display, but I'll be reviewing them, not keeping them. How many MacBooks still need M1? All the MacBooks have Apple Silicon now. The only thing on the website that doesn't have Apple Silicon is the Mac Pro and the Intel Mac Mini. Those are the only two left. They got rid of the 27-inch iMac. I think they just retooled the Studio Display. Alrighty. Ben says members only. So maybe I could give people a little bit of a sneak peek, because we had some new channel members today. Thank you guys for your support. Because I want to start recording my video, and normally I would live stream the filming and editing process for my channel members. But since we're already live and we've got so many people watching, maybe I'll make an exception to this stream and let the non-members watch. I might switch the chat to members only just so it's a bit more personal. But yeah, I got to use this camera regardless, so I'm gonna have to switch up angles a little bit here. Switching to the MacBook webcam. I'm gonna unplug the cam link, and I'm gonna switch chat settings here. Who can send messages? Here it goes. Bye everyone. Okay, so if you don't want to partake, bye everyone that's not a member, and thanks for watching. You can wait a couple hours and then this video will be live, and thanks for tuning in. But for channel members who want to stick around, I'm just going to transition to this stream rather than end the stream and restart it again. So we'll just keep it going here. We're switching to members only. Bye-bye. And save. Ta-da. Let's see. I think Caramel Craft was the last one. But y'all can watch. I got to move some stuff around. Members only. So now the non-members can see, but they can't say anything. I might cut this part out of the stream afterwards, but I got to move some things around. I got to do a recap video, and then we'll do a podcast afterwards. So light goes here. Blue light can stay on behind me. Lower this down. Ooh, Mike can still talk. Interesting. I guess he's a moderator. He just never knows when we're live. All right, microphone check. We're gonna light this bad boy up. Ooh. Do we have a new person among us? Raymond Zayas, thank you for supporting the channel. It's very kind of you. Very nice. Welcome to the member stream. Okay, this camera is caught on a million cables right now. How fun. Woo. Things are dropping. This is definitely less formal. This is more behind the scenes style stream, so you'll see mistakes, you'll see slip ups. I know, normally Drew never misspeaks. Normally he pronounces everything correctly on the first try, and he never makes a mistake. I'm gonna plug this into my camera so y'all can hear, but only when I'm recording. How am I here? I don't have the link notifications. Yeah. Well, the numbers were going to go down regardless because I was either going to switch it to members only or I was going to end the stream. So I figured, members only. Might as well. Everybody's here already. Rather than end the stream and start it up again. This is probably the easier way to go about it. Alright, I'm going to do a test shot to see if I'm in focus. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Test. 1, 2, 3. Okay. We'll see how that looks. Oh, we have another member. Harrison Gray. Thank you for supporting the channel. Very kind of you. How generous. People are like, people really want to be in the chat, I guess. You've definitely lost some weight. Oh, good. People can notice it. See how that looks. It doesn't look to my rigorous standards. I think it's a little bit. This needs to be closer. And this. I'm just making sure. I don't want to record the whole thing out of focus. So I'm double checking here. All right. Oh no, this is in the shot. Dang it. You'd think I'd have all this stuff marked on the floor by now. Glad to support. Thank you. So YouTuber myself, it's fascinating. Hey! Another Drew. Purse House? Thank you for supporting the channel. Appreciate it. I hope you guys know I don't expect everyone to become a member. This is what the members paid for, so I thought I'd give a teaser to everybody else. Okay, let's see if that's in focus. Try that. Am I in focus? Yes. Now I am. Okay, we're just going to reformat the SD card. So when I'm filming, I can't read the chat. Keep that in mind. Let's see. Tailosive After Hours, exactly. Pretty much. Welcome back to After Hours. Okay, I think we're ready. It's time for the recap. We're in focus. We got our lights. I'm actually going to put my AirPods back in their charge case because I'm going to need them when we record the podcast later. So, here we go. Let's see. We're rolling. Well, it turns out Luke Miani hit it out of the park, and I have a whole lot less trust in the Mac rumor source because pretty much everything that Luke talked about yesterday ended up happening, and then some. A few disappointments, but a lot of surprises, and a lot of things I was very happy to see. This is primarily going to be all about why the Mac Studio is the coolest Mac ever. Let's begin. I guess, similar to Apple, we should get the boring stuff out of the way first. The iPhone SE, pretty much like clockwork, has 5G now. There's new color options that aren't really that new. It's just midnight and starlight instead of black and white. Okay, it's got 5G, it's got the A15 chip. That allows for smart HDR4 and I guess slightly better video recording, but the more important thing is that they have actually, allegedly, physically increased the battery capacity on the inside to account for 5G. So at least comparing the new iPhone SE3 to other iPhones in the lineup, you should expect the battery life on the SE3 to be on par with the iPhone 12 mini, which a lot of people had issues with, but I think for the lower starting price, people are going to be more okay with it. But that got an increase, by the way. iPhone SE3 starts at $429 instead of $399, so I guess that's just inflation doing its work on the iPhone SE. No changes to the storage options, although they did revive the 256 gig tier, which was originally with the SE2. I'm glad the battery life has improved, but it's still not going to be as good as even the iPhone 13 mini. But I was really, really worried there for a minute that, you were just going to add 5G and the battery was going to be even worse because of it. Thanks to the A15 chip being more power efficient and the fact that they said that they physically increased the capacity, I think that it should be better than it was on the SE2. The other somewhat interesting thing was the iPad Air 5, which now, of course, finally has center stage and 5G. But kind of pulling a quick one on everyone, Apple threw in the M1 chip. We were all expecting A15, and they were like, no, we want more overkill performance in the iPad line. So I personally think the M1 chip is unnecessary in the iPad Pro line, and I personally also think it's unnecessary in the iPad Air, but there's still enough differences, in my opinion, between the 11-inch Pro and the 10.9-inch Air that I don't think it's going to cannibalize anything. I mean, there will probably be new refreshed iPad Pros in 6 months. Plus, the main reason people go with an iPad Pro is usually because of Face ID, 120 hertz, or the better cameras, or LiDAR, or Thunderbolt, or the larger size option with mini LED and that kind of stuff. So I don't think the fact that the iPad Pro and iPad Air have the same silicon is really going to mess that much up, especially considering the iPad Air 5 still has 64 gigs by default. The price didn't change, which is good. It's still $599, but the fact that they're making M1 chips coupled with 64 gigs of storage, that's never happened before. That's new. And even that, they're non-binned M1 chips. Like, they still have 8 GPU cores. They're not the 7-core GPUs of, like, the entry-level MacBook Air. So it's like a fairly high-end version of the M1. Just coupling it with small storage and putting it in a $600 iPad is kind of interesting. But yeah, for those of you who just may by chance be using LumaFusion all the time with your iPad and will appreciate those faster speeds, I guess now there's an option for you. But of course also there's purple and like a muted blue. There's just a little bit more variety with the colors now. Still not really feeling it. I prefer my iPad Pro and I like 120 hertz, so I'm not going to say the Air 5 is worth it over a certified refurbished 2018 iPad Pro, but if you don't care about 120 hertz or Face ID and you need it to be new or colorful from Apple for whatever reason, yes, now you have a pretty decent option. They also introduced 2 new colors for the iPhone 13 lineup. We had been hearing that the regular 13 and 13 mini were going to get a green option, but I was very surprised to see Apple bring in this like alpine green color for the Pro series. That kind of caught me off guard. I was just thinking it was going to be for the entry iPhone. So very happy that there are more very happy that there are more color options out there. They're not really for me, but happy that they exist. But let's talk about the real meat of this show. Apple bringing the Studio naming to the Mac line. And personally, I think this is like one of the coolest Macs Apple has ever come up with in recent history, because the Mac Studio doesn't really fit into any previous category we've seen in the past few years. It's this perfect space, in my opinion, between the Mac Mini and the Mac Pro, which I think are a little bit too underclocked or underperforming on one end and a little bit too overclocked and overperforming on the other. Now, starting at $2,000, we have this mid-tier box, which is just a little bit bigger than a Mac Mini, but it starts with an M1 Max chip. This is a big deal for me because before, the cheapest way to get the M1 Max was in a MacBook Pro, 14 inches, and it basically had to be over $3,000. Now, the fact that you can access the insane performance of that chip in a $2,000 tower is just mind-boggling. Like, no other PC of that size, or really that close to that price point, is going to be as efficient and as fast with the GPU cores, and not to mention have Thunderbolt options so plentiful. The I/O is fantastic on the Mac Studio. 4 Thunderbolt ports on the back with 10 gigabit Ethernet, still HDMI 2.0, which is a little of a, still HDMI 2.0, which is a bit of a bummer, but the headphone jack, which of course is supporting for the headphone jack, which of course is still supporting high-end audio speakers, not to mention SD card slot and 2 more USB-C ports on the front. And for your legacy cables, you still got 2 USB-A on the back. Like, this is iMac Pro levels of connectivity. And with the M1 Max version of the Mac Studio, they're just regular USB-C ports on the front, but still 4 Thunderbolt ports on the back of the M1. 4 Thunderbolt ports on the back of the Mac Studio is more Thunderbolt ports than we've ever seen on any Apple Silicon before, which is great. Meaning you could plug in like a ton of Pro displays and a 4K TV at the same time. But it gets even better if you opt for a brand new chip that I just have to mention. I called it before. I got a lot of things wrong. I was predicting the Mac Studio thing wouldn't be right. But back last year, I made a video predicting that Apple was going to make the M1 Ultra. That ended up being the exact naming they chose with, which resulted in basically the suspicion many people were having, which was that the M1 Max has these ways of stitching to other chips if they want to daisy chain them fairly easily. So Apple has figured out a way to attach multiple Apple Silicon chips to each other and basically combine this performance power, which means the M1 Ultra is 2 M1 Maxes put together, which, yes, that means 16 high-performance cores, 4 efficiency cores, and 64 GPU cores, 32 neural cores. Like, it's an insane amount of performance. The M1 Max was already like industry leading and shattering all these records. Now the M1 Ultra is actually performing similarly to an RTX 3090 and consuming like 100 watts less power. What's crazy is to think this isn't even the end of Apple Silicon. Like, it could keep going even further. But yeah, that chip, as powerful as it is and how fast as it can be, it is actually going to end up costing quite a bit. So $2,000 for the M1 Max is awesome, but once you get into M1 Ultra territory, since you're paying for 2 M1 Maxes, it's basically twice the price. The cheapest M1 Ultra is $4,000, but the good news is all M1 Ultras come with 1 terabyte of storage by default. So if 1 terabyte is enough, you might not have to spend that much more. But I should also mention the cheapest M1 Ultra for $4,000 is binned. It's a 48-core GPU instead of 64. And if you want a non-binned version of the M1 Ultra, they add on another $1,000 on top of that, meaning it's $5,000 to have meaning it's $5,000 to get, a fully unlocked M1 Ultra, and that starts with 64 gigs of RAM, but you can still opt for 128 gigs. And keep in mind, that's unified memory. So this is not traditional RAM. 128 gigs of unified memory is a lot. But what I found interesting about Apple doubling up on performance with like basically 2 M1 Maxes stitched together, that allows for double the RAM and double the CPU, double the GPU. In terms of storage, though, they didn't want to budge. It still maxes out at 8 terabytes. Most people probably don't need 16 terabytes of local storage, but I would also make the argument most people don't need 16 high-performance cores. So if someone wants to get crazy with speccing out their Mac Studio, I think they should be able to. But I guess 8 terabytes is enough. I mean, I haven't filled up mine yet, so I'm one to talk. But thanks to having 2 M1 Maxes in the M1 Ultra, the 2 USB-C ports on the front of the Mac Studio are actually Thunderbolt if you're willing to shell out that extra cash. So if you spend $4,000 or more on the Mac Studio with the M1 Ultra, basically you're getting 6 Thunderbolt 4 ports on a single device. That is just insane for Apple Silicon and gives you access to all kinds of additional hardware. Apple said that they cared about modularity with this thing, but I don't think that means opening it up and adding things to the inside. It was primarily just about you can plug in a bunch of extra accessories. Like, I have never seen 6 Thunderbolt ports on a machine this small. I think the Mac Pro may have come close to that, but again, that started at $6,000 and came with 256 gigs of storage. And of course, could be spec'd up to $40,000, $50,000. And the funny thing about that is Apple compared the M1 Ultra to the fastest CPU you could get in a Mac Pro and the best GPU you could get, and M1 Ultra beats it by quite a large margin. It's like 60 to 90% faster than the most expensive Mac Pro possible. So they even teased at the very end of the event, which I thought was awesome. They were like, and the Mac Pro is coming later. So they admit that this... So they admit, like, this is the last step, and it's for another day. But honestly, even though they haven't refreshed it yet, I'm just like, why is the Mac Pro still on the website? Like, that thing is far more expensive than the Mac Studio, and it doesn't even have an SD card slot. It's much bigger. It's much less efficient. I guess there's probably someone out there that wants Boot Camp for some diehard reason or needs Intel for the x86 architecture. But at this point, with M1 Ultra being in existence, I think people should really start realizing to switch over their software. And if you don't start adopting to the ARM architecture and optimizing for Apple Silicon, you're going to be paying you're going to be paying a crap ton of money for it. And that's going to kind of suck that you have to spend thousands and thousands of dollars more because, we don't feel like optimizing for ARM. We want to keep using x86. Look at the performance gains we're getting on the M1 Ultra. For a fraction of the price, you can get industry-leading graphics and processing power. So there should be a lot of incentive for software engineers and different third-party companies to switch over their code to the ARM architecture and Apple Silicon optimized as soon as possible. Overall, I think the Mac Studio is the star of the show, but I should, of course, mention Apple basically rebranded the 27-inch 5K iMac into a studio display. And I haven't seen many people play it that way because, of course, the studio display looks new and looks clean, and I have a lot of thoughts on it, but essentially the panel in the studio display is the exact same panel Apple has been using in all their previous 5K iMacs for years. It's 60 hertz, which is kind of a deal breaker for me. It's just an LCD. There's no mini LED, and it peaks out at around 500 nits, and it's not like an HDR certified display. It still supports a decent number of colors, and I'm not saying the 5K iMac displays were bad, but there's just not much new display specifications to talk about. Pretty much every other aspect of the monitor has been improved. There is a center stage camera, 12 megapixel ultra wide, which I love. Thank you, Apple, for bringing that to the external monitor business. And tons of speakers baked into the bottom of this thing. See, guys? It's possible to have speakers and not have a chin. Although there's no chin, it's actually a bit thicker bezel than the Pro Display XDR. Likely to accommodate for that webcam and the speakers and also the studio quality microphones they baked into this thing. It has an A13 chip on the inside, which is basically just being used as the image signal processor. Like, it helps them manage center stage and it helps them make sure the content looks good and with voice isolation and all that. And that's pretty much all it does. I was thinking with the A13 chip in there, they would have a mode where you could turn it into an Apple TV, because tvOS is currently running on an A12 chip, so switching it to A13 should be even better. Or if there was going to be some like low latency AirPlay features with it, but no, not even that. It's just A13 chip for webcam and speakers and microphones. That's pretty much all it's there for. It has 3 additional USB-C ports on the back, one of which is... It has 3 additional USB-C ports on the back, and it comes with a charging-capable Thunderbolt port, which I love, which means if you are interested in the studio display, it'll come with that port. It'll come with that cable, which I think is braided, and you plug it into the Thunderbolt port on the back and plug that into your MacBook Pro, it will charge the MacBook Pro, so you don't even have to use the braided MagSafe that your MacBook Pro came with. That becomes useless very quickly. But one port to do up to 96 watts of power and have a 5K signal at 60 hertz, which is pretty dang impressive. I like everything about the monitor other than the fact that they kept it at 60 hertz. And yes, thank God they're actually including the stand on this one. I think they were getting a little bit tired of the Pro Stand memes and they were just about ready to move on from that. So there's like a 24-inch iMac looking stand, and there's also, for only $400 more, a height and tilt adjustable stand. So I found that interesting. It's soldered into the monitor itself, so it's not like interchangeable like the Pro Stand is, but it basically works the same way the Pro Stand does. And of course, you can still opt for the Mesa, and of course, you can still opt for the VESA mount kit if you're planning on mounting it to something. That doesn't lower the price at all. It's still $1,600 regardless, but I would say considering it's only $300 more to get nano textured glass instead of the traditional glossy, these are some of the lowest prices we've seen for an Apple standalone monitor in a long time. Normally, we've gotten so accustomed to the $6,000 Pro display and the $1,000 stand over the past couple of years, it's very refreshing to see Apple making a standalone monitor under $2,000 again. Sure, it would have been nice if it was $1,000, but I think with inflation the way it is, it's probably just unrealistic to assume that's possible. But the fact that you get so much with that external monitor, like I really wanted center stage on my MacBook Pro, but now if I dock it with the studio display, I kind of get that feature back. It just comes at the cost of no mini LED and 60 hertz, which isn't going to bother most people, but that personally might bother me a lot because I was just so happy with how the display panel was on my MacBook Pro, and the fact that Apple is now selling a solution, but you have to compromise still on your dynamic range and your refresh rate if you want an external monitor. I was hoping the bezels along the border could be a tad thinner, but that's not really the major issue. Either way, I'm very excited to check them out. I have ordered the Mac Studio and Studio Display. I'm not planning on necessarily keeping them forever, but just like reviewing them for the channel and letting you guys know my thoughts on how they look and feel. But it's cool to think that but it's cool to think at a spring event, Apple launched M1 Ultra, and basically the most powerful Mac ever. It beats out every configuration of the cheese grater Mac Pro. And in the next couple months, hopefully, we'll see Apple daisy chain 4 M1 Maxes together, and that's when you could maybe start seeing 256 gigs of RAM and 128 GPU cores. And that will likely be a larger machine, and I'm guessing not that modular, but knowing that the Mac Studio is not like fully unlocked is quite interesting, and the fact that they advocated as to why this is a much better Mac than the 27-inch iMac, which is also removed from the site. They're no longer selling any Intel iMacs at this point. The only Intel Macs on the website are the Space Gray Mac Mini, which is using very, very old Intel processors, which aren't even being built anymore. So I have the feeling they just have a bunch of those stockpiled in a warehouse, and they're just trying to get rid of them. And of course, the cheese grater Mac Pro, which they already referenced at this event, is next up. Like, that's what their next focus is going to be for Apple Silicon. So this is a really exciting time. I don't know what they're going to brand that chip. It's cool to see Apple finally embracing the Ultra naming. Like, there's something ahead of Macs. Do we get iPhone Ultra, iPad Ultra, MacBook Ultra now? But yeah, they made it fairly clear that this new chip pretty much is optimized for desktops and probably won't be seen on laptops anytime soon. I'm still very happy with the MacBook Pro I have. It's plenty fast for my needs, but knowing there's a faster one on the way does get me a little bit excited, and should be lots of fun unboxings and experiences. Should be lots of fun unboxings to enjoy. Oh, that reminds me. They actually are now letting people order a Touch ID equipped black Magic keyboard with a silver aluminum body. Same thing with a black Magic trackpad, black Magic mouse with silver aluminum. That used to only come with the $6,000 Mac Pro. Now you can get it separately, which is good because the Mac Studio, unfortunately, does not come with a keyboard or mouse. So you might want to just provide your own if you don't feel like spending the $200. But overall, I thought the pacing of this event was fantastic, and I thought it was fairly rich with new information. It's cool to see a brand new product category, new colors, spec upgrades, and also breaking new milestones with Apple Silicon. It was a well-rounded keynote. There was a little bit of Apple TV Plus at the beginning, but not too much fluff. I kind of just expect that from Apple now. So I want to hear what you guys are most excited for. What do you think the best part of this event was? How much faster do you think Apple's going to get with the Mac Pro? And how many of you think the Mac Studio is going to be the perfect YouTube content creating machine? All that good stuff. Let me know what you're thinking down below. This is your Apple Sheep here. We'll see you all in the next one. Oh, dang. That was way too long. Oh, this is going to be fun to edit. I do hate the 60 hertz. I so wish I became a member earlier. Well, I'm grateful for the people who have chosen to stick around. And sorry to those who have been silenced. But now you get to see my editing workflow. Let's see. Kept looking at the chat. I have to be alone with no one watching. Drew's killing it. I'm fairly used to multitasking all the time. I'll have 120 hertz, and it's so hard to go back to 60 hertz device after using them for some time. Yep, I'm right there with you, Harrison. People say, our boy is just coming up with words to say out of nowhere. Genius. Isn't that how words are formed? Are they not formed out of nowhere? You guys don't script everything in your lives, do you? Okay, time for editing. We're gonna... Oh, you can guys see me editing yesterday's EV video. 4K at 60, of course. I'm gonna make sure Do Not Disturb is on. We got our footage here. Man, that video recording just flew by. Did not feel that long. All right. The importing process has begun. Let's see. When you said, oh, dang, my heart sank, I thought you were going to say, oops, forgot to record with the camera. Yeah. You are not overpaid. Those are some great skills. No, they're not. They're just me doing the same thing over and over again. This is one thing that does annoy me about the SD card slot. It's fairly slow to import, but I guess this is a large file. Well, I see. Harrison is using the exact same hardware as I am. 2018 iPad Pro. You get really used to it when you go back. It's like, yeah. Yeah, I'll show the editing process. So we'll get it imported here, and then we'll start cutting up. From one Drew to another. Should change the name of the stream to editing my recap video. Hopefully Randy and Nick find this so they know. They were like, I'm ready to record. And be like, I got to do the recap first. But yeah, if you're a channel member, you can go back and watch the previous streams. They are in the members tab. I do use one Final Cut library. I found that easiest. SD card 2, Electric Boogaloo. Yeah, I know this is usually the time I think of all the things I could have said, but then gotta remind myself this video is like 20 minutes or something. That was a long time. And I could have kept going, but man, that would have been a lot. My goodness. The members can attest, I'm typically trying to get the video as short as I can. No wonder you've ended up with the same devices. You've been enticed by the channel. I'm not trying to make the videos longer. I just am trying to, in a short manner, in a concise manner, give all my thoughts and opinions. The problem is I usually have a lot of thoughts and opinions, so I gotta figure out how much I can cut out. But this is why I like live streaming, because it just lets me have a continuous stream of consciousness. So I can just think of things as they're coming to my head, and I don't feel like I'm cutting out that much. If, you know, obviously it'd be easy to just cut out all of your thoughts and opinions and just make it super simple, but then you're not really sharing your opinion. You're just kind of reading headlines. You're like, Apple did this. Okay. Apple did this. Okay. You were looking at the studio display specs. You said M1 iPad Pro are newer, but it's a 12.9-inch iPad Pro 3rd gen, which is 2018. Oh, it is? Well, why would it be restricted to the 12.9? That's weird. No, wait. Is it iPad Pro 12? I guess that is 2018. Do you not use notes? No. I used to, but I discovered it was much easier for me to just edit what I say as I'm editing the video rather than edit a script and then read it out. Yeah, I just pull it out of my head because that's how my head works. I'm constantly thinking of these things, and that's just what my brain is dwelling on most of the time. Mm-hmm. Sometimes I use notes if there's points that I really want to bring up but don't want to forget. But after events and stuff, no, it's all up there. Most of it's up there, at least. And as you can tell, I still said too much. I felt like I was keeping it fairly concise, but I still talked for way too long. I hope I can get this video down to 16 minutes or so. Something doable. Man, normally it doesn't take this long to import. I thought maybe it was just something with the SD card slot, so I tried importing via the CFast card reader. But the CFast wasn't much better. It was still pretty slow. Should I change the title? I'll say reacting to, not reacting, but editing. Editing Apple event recap for members. That way it's a bit more specific. There we go. About a minute remaining. Curious to see how this handles streaming while editing 4K at 60 in Final Cut. Oh, like a glove. If that makes sense. But the fans don't even get loud. We've done this a lot. Pretty much all my tech videos for the past month or so, I've live streamed the editing process. To get all the specs and numbers right, especially with more than one product announced, but that's a great skill. Well, if that's all you had to do and that was your job, you'd probably be a lot better at it. I've been doing this for a few years, so I've got some experience under my belt. Oh, you guys can see what my future videos are. Starlink 2. Got future videos. Not working on them today, but another time. I'm going to import here. I still have some old B-roll from the Series 7 review. iMac Pro 4 years later, I think. I'll probably cut out the editing part and re-edit this so people can watch the reaction after the fact. Okay. Here I am. We're dropping it in. We're boosting volume. We're balancing. Oops, not that one. We want to balance color and then saturate. Lots of blue today. And switch it so it's mostly sound volume because that's how I figure out what to cut out. And now we begin cutting out the fat. Just like I'm trying to cut out the fat by dieting. How often does Final Cut crash for you? Very rarely. I don't think I've had a crash on this machine. Sometimes when it just fires up, it takes a while for the sound waves to load.
Headphone SE, pretty much like...
So now we can see the M1 Max in action. Live streaming 1080 at 60 while editing 4K at 60 ProRes. That's been color corrected.
At least comparing...
And the preview is not a proxy. This is set to optimized / original media playback. So it's not compressing the playback at
A
all.
lot of people had the lower starting.
So I can usually sometimes check to see when a mistake is made just by looking at the sound levels. I'll be like, oh, I said that twice. M1 Pro, MacBook Pro handles it with ease too, and that's just the base model. Never heard of the fans. It's wild. Yeah, I know. That's why I'm okay not getting an M1 Ultra, but it's funny how quickly we went from this is the max chip to, oh, this is no longer the most powerful chip. Now there's something else.
The other somewhat.
Yeah, see, I could tell that was a retake. So we cut out that part. And we'll come back later and delete all
One
the...
chip. We were all.
Come back later, delete all the empty space, because there are no breathing allowed. I'm not getting the new iPad Air because I don't think it's very different from my current iPad, and I've reviewed an M1 chip in an iPad before, and I don't think it makes that big a difference at all. And I've used an iPad that was 60 hertz, so I don't have many thoughts on it. I don't think reviewing it would change my opinion. I'd be like, yep, okay. Yeah, it's an iPad. Same thing with the iPhone SE. It's like, okay, the chip's a little faster. And I know what it's like to have 5G. It's not that big a difference. So I'm sure there will be 50 channels all posting their unboxings at the exact same time. If you're interested in that kind of coverage.
Yeah, for those.
Yep, another mistake.
And we'll.
That's a new take.
I guess now. Of course.
Yep. Another one.
Still not really feeling.
Okay.
If you don't care about 120 and you need it to be new.
I am perfectly content with my 2018 iPad Pro.
We knew that we had been hearing that the regular.
I have not seen iPad OS do anything that makes me want to get an M1 chip in my tablet because
Very happy.
A12X is still honestly overkill for, even though it's 4 years old, it's still overkill for what you do on an iPad. Mostly iPads are good for like media consumption and email, social media. I guess that counts as media consumption. I use it for video thumbnails, but
This is a big deal.
That's not going to be any different with the M1 chip. A12X is still plenty fast. It's basically not the limiting factor preventing my iPad from being more useful. But that seems to be all Apple wants to do, is make the chip faster and faster and faster.
No other PC that close to.
I've spent months trying to figure out why Final Cut crashes so often at random times. Crashes for me on the M1 Max about 3 to 4 times a week. Yeah, that sounds like a software bug. That does not sound normal. I don't think it's a hardware problem.
As fast with the GPU.
That is something maybe with the video you're using. I've had times where Final Cut acts up when using a certain type of video format. Oh no, I hate it when it does that. It made me jump back. Where was I?
The headphone jack.
Yeah. Found the mistake. Would the MacBook Air be good for editing 4K? Oh yeah, M1 chip is plenty fast. I reviewed the M1 MacBook Air a couple years ago, I think, 2020, and I did everything off it. I did my I did my live streams. Oh dang. T-Mobile's acting up. What the heck? Why? That's new. I'm not on Starlink, by the way. Wonder what this looks like. So there was some bitrate compression there. Oh, it's still going? Why you do this, T-Mobile? You were doing so great for 4.5 hours, and now you're slowing down. That's annoying.
Resulted in.
I know it looks really pixelated and crappy right now. It's because T-Mobile got slow for some reason.
Has these ways.
Wonder why. That was weird. Kilobits per second has been at 5,000 this whole stream, and I'd never noticed an issue. Now it's dropping down to 1,000. Yeah, 11-inch iPad Pro from 2018 I still think is fantastic, and there's no reason to get an error over that.
And 60.
Weird. Are you being throttled finally? I guess so. Although throttled isn't that bad. Now it's up to 1500 kilobits per second. Let's hope it makes a full recovery. Yeah.
But yeah, that
we just converted the reaction stream to an editing stream because I was going to stream this for the members anyway.
2000 once you get into M1.
But I figured I'd give the non-members a chance to see what the editing process looks like.
It's basically twice the.
Just so
all M1
they know exactly what it looks like when channel members get to watch this. Rare case. Won't do this every time. It's when using .mkv video that has been processed through Handbrake, so it's likely something to do with the codec of that, but I can't find exactly how to fix it. Yeah. I've had that issue too, where I'll record something
meaning it's
from OBS and
that
won't mesh with Final Cut well for some reason. I'm not sure the exact reason, but it's always done great with the ProRes format whenever I record at ProRes. So,
but
a lot of mistakes today, Drew. Gosh, why aren't you flawless? Get all this crap out of here. That explains things. Yeah, Mike probably has similar issues. They get to see what they didn't pay for. Yeah, I'm giving them a teaser just for today's video. Won't do this every time, but the chat is members only. Plus Mike, who is a moderator. So he can type in the chat. That's interesting. I didn't know that. Mike can type in the chat, but he doesn't know when I go live. I'm going to have to be careful what I say about him now. I'm kidding.
And the best GPU you...
In general, though, the Mac Studio is going to cost... I guess if I want the M1 Ultra, it will cost more than my MacBook.
So they admit that this... So they admit, like...
Which is already quite a bit. Probably...
far more...
If I got the M1 Max version, it'd probably be better. It'd probably be cheaper, but then I couldn't take it with me.
You're going to be paying crap for... You're going to be...
It's like, that didn't make sense. Or have the link, yeah. I guess every time I go live, I'll just send the link to you. It's weird. I've been doing these editing streams for a while, but I'm used to... Usually we have between like 5 or 10 people watching. Obviously, because it's just for the members, but now we have like over 300 people watching. It's like, wow. You're all finding my secret sauce.
I have a lot. Essentially the...
Oh, okay. That wasn't a mistake. Thought it would. iUpdate just posted his video. Well, of course he did. He wasn't messing around with the website like I was.
The panel...
Was he live streaming?
It peaks out at...
Mike's not here, guys. Check out these photos of his stupid iMac. Yeah, I just take pictures of it. It's hidden in the background. Do you rewatch through your Final Cut videos before exporting at like 2x speed? No. I just edit it as I'm watching it and make sure there's no mistakes left behind. That way I don't have to rewatch it. I used to, but I realized it was unnecessary. If your quality control is good enough. So basically, if I'm able to edit at a consistent enough rate, then it doesn't really matter if I don't rewatch it.
A13 chip for web...
Haven't had that many editing mistakes lately. I can't think of any in recent history. Sometimes I let something slip, but for the most part.
It'll come with that, and you plug it in.
most part, I'm pretty good at catching it. Usually in this process.
That becomes important to do.
Okay. Yeah, I'm normally not first to the recap videos. I haven't been first to recaps in a long time. Usually much faster with the event announcement videos. Because the problem is after the event, I have way too many thoughts. Usually this is what happens. I record a video for like 20 minutes, and I frantically try to get it short.
And of course you can still,
but I still have way too many thoughts.
I would say
I have a bunch of things on my mind.
Norm, we've gotten some.
I must share everything. I feel like not missing out on any details. Stream the event, your stream, and Luke Miani streams all at the same time. Wow. That's good internet, I guess. Well, honestly, it doesn't take that much.
But you have to come.
Hey. Great show, Drew says Mile Hyde 5280. Thank you. That's generous of you. You know, for $1.99 you could become a channel member and then you'll just be able to chat endlessly. But I appreciate the super chat as well.
reviewing them for the.
Basically, the members get these types of streams. Usually maybe like 4 times a week or 3 times a week. And they're much smaller, so it's easier to keep up with the chat, not miss anything.
The channel and
oh no! Don't jump back like that.
256 gigs of RAM, 128 GPU core.
That Mac Pro is going to be quite the beast. I wonder what a maxed out Mac Pro will cost. I'm curious.
Is quite interesting.
Yeah, I'd probably be buying the Mac Studio right now if I didn't need a laptop. But I kind of do, especially with the trips we're planning to make in the next few months. Packing the Mac Studio everywhere would be kind of a hassle. I guess it's somewhat compact. It might fit in a suitcase okay.
Knowing there's a little bit excited and
okay, almost to the end of this.
It'd be lots of fun.
This stage of the process is almost done. Starlink update or not? Wait on what? Oh. Like if they updated Starlink so I could use it anywhere? Hey, James. I think you missed a lot, but welcome back. You just missed about everything. Just about everything. What chip will the Mac Pro have? Yeah, they stitched 2 M1 Maxes together and called it M1 Ultra. So if you stitch 4 M1 Maxes together, what do you call that? M1 Super Mega? Ultra Pro? Pro Ultra Max? They call it God. M1 God mode. Watch the Apple event on the Apple website for the first time. I usually watch it on YouTube. I normally do it through the website. It always just looks cleaner. Typically, I would assume the website would work better than their YouTube channel. So now we see how elite. There you go. M1 Megatron. Hey, Richard Smith. Thanks for becoming a supporter. Appreciate that. You have unlocked more streams. But thank you. I'm excited to try it out. Like, I want to see how much faster it is, because I'll probably just edit off the Mac Studio for a while when I'm reviewing it. And like see how quick it can export stuff. That'll be fun. M1 Obscene. Just do something crazy. Yo. Give me your best name for the Mac Pro M1 chip. Oops, I deactivated one of the clips. Hold on. That was the computer making that sound, not me. I swear. Okay. M1, give us your kidney. There you go. So if M1 Ultra starts at $4,000 for the binned version, what's the Mac Pro going to start at? Probably $6,000 again, huh? It'll be better value than the current Mac Pro, but I don't expect better pricing. Studio is a good name for it, though. I like that. M1 KBHD. There you go. Just for Marquez, basically. He will appreciate it. The Mac Pro really was a trap. I saw someone saying that, but I agree. They charge you $10,000, $20,000, $50,000 for this computer, advertising how great that it's so modular and it's so upgradable, and then never make any parts or anything to upgrade it with. Instead, switch everything to the ARM architecture within 2 years of the Mac Pro being refreshed. They came up with an Apple Silicon version that is 1/10 the price and like twice as fast as the best Mac Pro. You can say oops since you're not operating on me. Oh. So you're saying not to say oops if I am operating. I'll remember that next time I do a surgery. That's important. Important detail to remember. Okay. We got it down to 18 and a half minutes. Let's hope we can get it under 18. That'd be good. Follow-up info on Starlink V2. Uptime has improved drastically in the last 24 hours. Oh, really? Do you have obstructions? It was a general question, I see. I want to know, like, did you find a place to put Dishy where there wouldn't be any obstructions? And have you switched more of your devices over to Starlink Wi-Fi now? Like, have you watched a TV show on it or something? Josh T says, I gotta go now. Great stream like always. Time to leave work. 4 p.m. here in Cincinnati. Alrighty. Drive safe. And I'll catch you in the next one. Thanks for your support, Josh. Appreciate it. Even though I'm not keeping the products, I spent a lot of money today. My goodness. Takes a bit of time for it to learn the satellite positions. I figured, though, we were having a hard time finding a good spot for the dish. But the good news is I haven't edited the video yet, so we have time to add to the report on how things have gone. The funny thing is, even though we drilled that hole and fed the cable through the house and then had to refeed it because it wasn't installed correctly or whatever, it still took less time than it took us. All right, time to start playing back. Here's our music. And here we go.
Well, it turns out Luke Miani hit it out of the park, and I have a whole lot less trust in the Mac rumor source because pretty much everything that Luke talked about yesterday ended up happening, and then some. A few disappointments, but a lot of surprises and a lot of things I was very happy to see. This is primarily going to be all about why the Mac Studio.
Okay, now I need to grab screenshots. Trees need to be eliminated. Will happen in 24 hours. Gotcha. Well, that's pretty quick. Rockford Media ordered a new case. Thanks for the super chat. I hope it's the color you like, and I hope the case lasts more than 3 months. Outsized performance. So we screenshot, we drag in, we pop in our cutaway. I do not use any plugins. I can't think of any that I've found useful.
And a lot of things I was very happy to see. This is primarily going to be all about why the Mac Studio is the coolest Mac ever. And a lot of things I was very happy to see. This is primarily going to be all about why the Mac Studio is the coolest Mac.
Outro, which is really an intro. Don't know what to call it. Just a tro of some kind. Cut that there.
Is the coolest Mac ever. Let's begin. I guess similar to Apple, we should get the boring stuff out of the way first. The iPhone SE.
I think in total it was 3 hours of dedicated attention to installing it. Yesterday was 13 minutes of outage. Today is 10. Okay. That's improvement.
First, the iPhone SE, pretty much like clockwork, has 5.
Exactly what we thought. I don't think this would have been a surprise even if there weren't any leaks. It's like some people are like, I want it to be a surprise. Love the power. I want one of these screenshots. Maybe that one's good. Another super chat from Rockford. Jeez. I was thinking about the studio display, but realized I almost never use my Mac in the same location. Yeah. I like the price, but...
The iPhone SE...
Thank you for the donation. You should just become a member, Rockford. You don't need to super chat every time.
Pretty much like clockwork, has 5G now. There's new color options that aren't really that new. It's just midnight and starlight instead of black and white. Okay, it's got 5G. It's got the A15 chip. That allows for smart HDR.
You know, what did they brag about here? That's it. There's just a bunch of pictures. They don't say anything. Fast runs in the family. How did they get it to not show the carrier name? I love gaming on my iPhone SE. I would make a good supervisor during the Starlink installation, but not so much a hands-on installer. You wouldn't want an unbalanced or one-handed person. Install. That's
5G,
that's
it's got
fair.
the A15 chip. That allows for smart HDR4 and I guess slightly better video recording, but the more important thing is that they have actually, allegedly, physically increased the battery capacity on the inside to account for...
There's a screenshot for that. Where is it? Oh, they did have a comparison here. 2 hours more video playback. Okay. Thank you, Patrick Clark, for becoming a channel member. That was nice of you. Rockford Media Super Chat. It says, Google wants a picture of my social security number to continue, which I'm not doing. Really? That doesn't sound right. I don't think it does. If you can super chat, it's the same transaction of becoming a member. But please, don't feel like you have to super chat every time.
The battery capacity on the inside to account for 5G. So at least comparing the new iPhone SE3 to other iPhones in the lineup, you should expect the battery life on the SE3 to be on par with the iPhone 12 mini, which a lot of people had issues with, but I think for the lower starting price, people are going to be more okay with it. But that got an increase, by the way. iPhone SE3 starts at 4.
That was a bit of a surprise. Starlight. I'd call it an intro. The part before it is a prologue. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Everyone using the white iPhone SE was like, I wish this had a slightly more yellowish tint. Apple was like, don't worry about it.
Okay with it, but that
Starlight.
got an increase, by the way. iPhone SE3 starts at $429 instead of $399, so I guess that's just inflation doing its work on the iPhone SE. No changes to the storage options, although they did revive the 256 gig tier, which was originally with the SE2. I'm glad the battery life has improved, but it's still not...
Oh my goodness. Since I'm using payment through Apple Pay and I can't join on iOS. You can do it on the web. I don't think the web will require a social security number. But I'm grateful for the super chats, but please, that's you've spent a lot of money today. I think you should slow down. I seriously need that refund button. My goodness.
With the SE2. I'm glad the battery life has improved, but it's still not going to be as good as even the iPhone 13 mini. But I was really worried there for a minute that, you know, you were just going to add 5G and the battery was going to be even worse because of it. Thanks to the A15 chip being more power efficient and the fact that they said that they've physically increased the capacity, I think that it should be better than it was on the...
But I went to Safari. Oh yeah, you need to do it through Safari, but if anyone's still watching and they're wondering how they become a channel member, it's the second link in the description.
The SE2. The other somewhat interesting thing was the iPad Air 5, which now, of course, finally has center...
Now it's on to the boring iPad. Full of might. They are going with kind of midnight colors. It's all dark now. Isn't it? Let's see who's texting me. Oh, Mike's sending me pictures. I see. Still a little bit of obstructions. Well, that's cool.
On the SE2. The other somewhat interesting thing was the iPad Air 5, which now, of course, finally has center stage and 5G. But kind of pulling a quick one on everyone, Apple threw in the M1 chip. We were all expecting A15, and they were like, no, we want more overkill performance.
Why not make it the M1 Ultra at this point?
No, we want more overkill performance in the iPad line. So, I personally think the M1 chip is on...
Tesla's in tech. Hey, thanks for becoming a channel supporter. I appreciate it. Got some members discovering the members only streams. Thank you.
So I personally think the M1 chip is unnecessary in the iPad Pro line, and I personally also think it's unnecessary in the iPad Air, but there's still enough
I saw Starlight IRL recently without a case. It's actually looked kind of neat. Very slight gold. I don't like slight things. I like saturated stuff like
in
that.
the iPad Air, but there's still enough differences, in my opinion, between the 11-inch Pro and the 10.9-inch Air that I don't think it's going to cannibalize anything. I mean, there will probably be new refreshed iPad Pros in 6 months. Plus, the main reason people go with an iPad Pro is usually because of Face ID, 120 hertz, or the better cameras, or LiDAR, or Thunderbolts, or the...
Should have said the flash. I knew I was going to miss something. Air 5 doesn't have flash.
Or Thunderbolts, or the larger size option with mini LED and that kind of stuff. So I don't think the fact that the iPad Pro and iPad Air have the same silicon is really going to mess that much up, especially considering the iPad Air 5 now has especially considering the iPad Air 5 still has 64 gigs.
Oh. I can't even order it yet, huh? Order on Friday. Do you think Apple will ever have people come back to the Steve Jobs Theater? I don't think so. I think they like how much control they have.
Considering the iPad Air 5 still has 64 gigs by default. The price didn't change, which is good. It's still $599, but the fact that they're making M1 chips coupled with 64 gigs of storage, that's never happened before. That's new. And even that, they're non-binned M1 chips. Like, they still have 8G.
Where's the tech specs? Come back. Hey! Shake, I don't know how to say it. Wolfen? Jake Wolfen, thank you for becoming a channel member. That's very kind of you. Thank you. Yeah, here it is. Welcome to the chat. Soft white opposed to a strong white, like the different color temps of bulbs. My wife has the SE2 in white, and I love the way it looks like that. I did not go for the iPad Pro because of LiDAR. There were much more useful things for me. Yes,
and
but I don't think it was the chip either.
M1 chips. Like, they still have 8 GPU cores. They're not the 7-core GPUs of, like, the entry-level MacBook Air. So it's like a fairly high-end version of the M1. Just coupling it with small storage and putting it in a $600 iPad is kind of interesting. But yeah, for those of you who just may by chance be using LumaFusion all the
What the heck? There's an interesting channel. Rockford's Scam Bait and Gaming. Thanks for becoming a member.
time with your iPad, and we'll
Best stream you've ever watched. Wow, you need to get out more. You got to find some better streamers because this is by far some of the worst content.
LumaFusion all the time with your iPad, and we'll appreciate those faster speeds. I guess now there's an option for you. But of course, also there's purple and like a muted blue. There's just a...
Let me find those. I haven't looked through these yet. All these colors. Oh, there you go. Landscape stereo speakers. Yeah, that was there. iPad Pro has quad speakers. I'm not sure what the difference actually turns into, but do you have to live stream showing how you set up your live streams with OBS? Yeah, exactly.
Of course, also there's purple and like a muted blue. There's just a little bit more variety with the colors now. Still not really feeling it. I prefer my iPad Pro and I like 120 hertz. So I'm not going to say that Air 5 is worth it over a certified refurbished 2018 iPad Pro. But if you don't care about 120 hertz or Face ID and you need it to be new or colorful from Apple for whatever reason, yes, now you have a pretty decent option. They also introduced 2 new colors for the iPhone 13 lineup. We had been hearing that the regular 13 and 13 mini were going to get a green option, but I was very surprised to see Apple...
Alright, where it's buying the green. The new iPad Air colors look like you'll notice them better. Blue, for example. You'll notice them, but I still think colors on an iPad are kind of silly when it's far more likely to be in a case. Oh, look, they redesigned the whole thing with the green color. That's funny. Huh. It's like the same exact website, just tinted green. All right, let me zoom in here.
Option, but I was very surprised to see Apple bring in this like alpine green color for the Pro series. That kind of caught me off guard. I was just thinking it was going to be for the entry iPhone. So very happy that there are more color options out there. They're not really for me, but happy that they exist. But let's talk about...
He's still super chatting. No, Matt, stop. You've done too much. You're too generous. Too much. There's like an army green. You're a member now. You don't need to super chat. Don't worry about it.
So very happy that there are more color options out there. They're not really for me, but happy that they exist. But let's talk about the real meat of this show. Apple bringing the Studio naming to the Mac line. And personally, I think this is like one of the coolest Macs Apple has ever come up with in recent history, because the Mac Studio...
Finally, let's talk about the stuff we actually care about. Empower Station. One of the coolest Macs, also kind of the ugliest. It's ugly, but I think I kind of love that it's ugly.
Coolest Macs Apple has ever come up with in recent history, because the Mac Studio doesn't really fit into any previous category we've seen in the past few years. It's this perfect space, in my opinion, between the Mac Mini and...
Hey, Richard Howell, thanks for becoming a supporter. The best thing I've ever bought was the channel membership subscription. No, you've bought far more interesting things, I'm sure. How rapidly did you get the zoom in effect on the image? I literally do the keyframes. This looks way better. Yeah, you click on the picture, you switch to crop, switch to Ken Burns, and then you have start and end. And then
in recent
that's
history,
it.
Because the Mac Studio doesn't really fit between the Mac Mini and the Mac Pro, which I think are a little bit too underclocked or underperforming on one end, and a little bit too overclocked and overperforming on the other. Now, starting at $2,000, we have this mid-tier box, which is just a little bit bigger than a Mac Mini, but it starts with an M1 Max chip. This is a big deal for me.
Let's show them the specs. 13 Pro gives me 11 Pro vibes. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of too. I'll just select this. It's midnight green, but a little bit lighter, yeah. It is a binned M1 Max, I should have specified. It literally looks like a Mac Mini from that angle. Can they show any other angle? I guess not. Okay. Finally made it. Thanks, Richard. I appreciate you tuning in and supporting.
Mini, but it starts.
It's ugly. I love it.
But it starts with the M1 Max chip. This is a big deal for me because before, the cheapest way to get the M1 Max was in a MacBook Pro, 14 inches, and it basically had to be over $3,000. Now, the fact that you can access the insane performance of that chip in a $2,000 tower is just mind-boggling. Like, no other PC of that size or really that close to that price point is going to be as efficient and as fast with the GPU cores, and not to mention have Thunderbolt options so plentiful. The I/O is fantastic.
Let me see. Yes. Science says there's no way you can actually feel true, genuine happiness from a picture. Me.
Have Thunderbolt options so plentiful. The I/O is fantastic on the Mac Studio. 4 Thunderbolt ports on the back with 10 gigabit Ethernet, still HDMI 2.0, which is a little, still HDMI 2.
Oop, mistake.
Ethernet, still HDMI 2.0, which is a bit of a bummer, but the headphone jack, which of course is still supporting high-end audio speakers, not to mention SD card slot and 2 more.
There we go. When they first showed the bottom, I thought it was a circle. I thought, oh, did they bring back the trash can?
Speakers, not to mention SD card slot.
I don't know if I like the new green color. It looks okay, but wouldn't buy it in a hurry. Yeah, I wouldn't either. I'm not really into green hardware personally, but I know Randy is.
To mention SD card slot and 2 more USB-C ports on the front. And for your legacy cables, you still got 2 USB-A on the back. Like, this is iMac Pro levels of connectivity. And with the M1 Max version of the Mac Studio, they're just regular USB-C ports on the front, but still 4 Thunderbolt ports on the back of the M1. 4 Thunderbolt.
Oop, another mistake. Drew, you're not flawless.
But still, 4 Thunderbolt ports on the back of the Mac Studio is more Thunderbolt ports than we've ever seen on any Apple Silicon before, which is great. Meaning you could plug in like a ton of Pro displays and a 4K TV at the same time. But it gets even.
Did they show that? I know they showed it at the event, but I don't want to have to go scrub through the whole thing. I want to see if they showcased, like, look at all the displays. Look how many you can plug in. Can't remember. Dream Team. Yeah. Well, that's kind of what I was looking for. Ooh. Pretty. Oh my god. This is too much fun. I love looking at all the pictures. Oh my goodness. Where's that icon? There it is. That's kind of what I was looking for. Does anyone else have one? Of course not. Yeah, it looks kind of big like that, you know? It kind of cuts in on the bezel. I'm not saying that's a huge problem, but it is Apple, right? When it's Apple, we can kind of get picky about aesthetics. I know it's a very functional box, but I got to admit, it's kind of ugly looking. Boo, Drew is flawed. Richard said, the only channel I would consider supporting. You should... There's better ones. But thank you. I'm grateful you think I'm pretty good.
And a 4K TV at the same time. But it gets even better.
Oh, it's back here.
Which is great. Meaning you could plug in like a ton of Pro displays and a 4K TV at the same time. But it gets even better if you opt for a brand new chip that I just have to mention. I called it before. I got a lot of things wrong. I was predicting the Mac Studio thing wouldn't be right. But back last year, I made a video predicting that Apple was going to make the M1 Ultra. That ended up being the...
Let me find that. I think I can just search Intel's Apple's plan to kill Intel, and it'll probably bring up my thumbnail. Maybe I should specify Tailosive. Sometimes I can just Google my titles and they'll show up here. No. Maybe master plan. Hold on. Yeah, am I using high performance mode? Yeah, high power mode is on. Correct. Let's see. Apple's plan. Oh, wait. Was it roadmap? Yeah, it was. Okay, here's the thumbnail. This was in October. I posted this thumbnail in October of 20... I mean, this didn't come out in March, so half of it's wrong, but I got the naming right.
M1 Ultra that ended up being the exact naming they chose with, which resulted in basically the suspicion many people were having, which was...
Oh, hey. Divin. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. DYVN. Thanks for becoming a channel supporter. Appreciate it.
Which resulted in basically the suspicion many people were having, which was that the M1 Max has these ways of stitching to other chips if they want to daisy chain them fairly easily. So Apple has figured out a way to attach multiple Apple Silicon chips to each other and basically combine...
Did they have a good picture of that? Do they have a section just for M1 Ultra information? Or do you have to look at this thing? Can't remember. If 120 hertz comes to the MacBook Air. Charging on hold, rarely used on battery. It's been at 80% for like the past 2 weeks. Finally, that feature started kicking in. It started realizing, oh, we should probably keep this at 80%. Yeah, I want like a little section for M1 Ultra. Maybe I gotta search it. That's a good. I love that picture. It's just like two of them. Awesome.
So Apple has figured out a way to attach multiple Apple Silicon chips to each other and basically combine this performance power, which means the M1 Ultra is 2 M1 Maxes put together, which, yes, that means 16 high-performance cores, 4 efficiency cores, and 64...
Where's a good picture of the... Yeah, there it goes. Ew. What is this? Ultraman, I don't need that. Get that off. They thought they would call it M1 Max Duo. Hey, Padawan Mario. Thanks for becoming a supporter. Appreciate it. Ooh, that's a nice shot. Let's do that one. Hey, where'd you go? Did it bug out? Sometimes it says it's there, but it's not there.
Which, yes, that means 16 high-performance cores, 4 efficiency cores, and 64 GPU cores, 32 neural cores. Like, it's an insane amount of performance. The M1 Max was already, like, industry-leading and shattering all these records. Now the M1 Ultra is actually performing similarly to an RTX 3090.
Where's that graph? M1 Ultra. Look at this graph. Where'd it... Graphics. CPU performance, we've seen that. So small yet so powerful. You're gonna make me go back and find that slide in the event, aren't you? Okay. Fine. I'll go back. I need more vague charts. I hope I don't get in trouble. Here, wait. Wait. Okay, I'm not gonna show it. Where is it? Okay. Found it. Switch back. Popular discrete GPU. They should have just put it. It's the fine print. Oh, it says 3060. Never mind. I couldn't see it. 1/3 the power. That's kind of a difference.
M1 Ultra is actually performing similarly to an RTX 3090 and consuming like 3090.
I read it wrong, I guess. Oh wait, no, it was this one. I grabbed the wrong. I grabbed the wrong one. I did read it right. Oh my god, go back, go back. There was a different screenshot. 1/3 the power. And then there we go. 200 watts less power. Jeez. Grab the right part. There we go. Yeah, it says at the bottom. GeForce RTX 3090.
Ultra is actually
Stream is looking good. Refresh and it says started streaming 5 hours ago. Wow. Padawan Mario says it's cool to see how you edit. Always wondered how you achieve the zoom in effect. Oh, good. Glad you enjoyed.
Similarly to an RTX 3090 and consuming like 100 watts less power.
200
What's crazy is to think this isn't even the end of Apple Silicon. Like it could keep going even further. But yeah, that chip, as powerful as it is and how fast as it can be, it is actually going to end up costing quite a bit. So $2,000 for the M1 Max is awesome. But once you get into M1 Ultra territory, since you're paying for two M1 Maxes, it's basically twice the price. The cheapest.
Now let's go back to the configurator. A Mac Pro can look like the studio display, but with 120 Hz plus mini LED. Yeah, I think that's still the goal, personally. It's just, I hit the wrong button. It won't be cheap, that's for sure. Won't be a cheap iMac, but it sounds amazing. To just combine the Pro display with the Mac Studio and make it a single product, that would be awesome.
Paying for two M1 Maxes, it's basically twice the price. The cheapest M1 Ultra is $4,000, but the good news is all M1 Ultras come with 1 terabyte of storage by default. So if 1 terabyte is enough, you might not have to spend that much more. But I should also mention the cheapest M1 Ultra for $4,000 is binned. It's a 48-core GPU instead of 64. And if you want a non-binned version of the M1 Ultra, they add on.
No, the studio display does not have 120 Hz, unfortunately. Which might be the deal breaker for me. Okay.
Instead of 64. And if you want a non-binned version of the M1 Ultra, they add on another $1,000 on top of that, meaning it's $5,000 to get, you know, a fully unlocked M1 Ultra. And that starts with 64 gigs of RAM, but you can still opt for 128 gigs. And keep in mind, that's unified memory. So this is not traditional RAM. 128 gigs of unified memory is a lot. But what I found interesting about Apple doubling up on performance with like basically two M1 Maxes stitched together, that allows for double the RAM and double the CPU, double the GPU. In terms of storage though, they didn't want to budge. It's still max.
It's only $2,000 extra, but I guess that's what it was for my MacBook as well. I know what Marquez is buying. There's some yellow Apple cards today.
Double the CPU, double the GPU. In terms of storage, though, they didn't want to budge. It still maxes out at 8 terabytes. Most people probably don't need 16 terabytes of local storage, but I would also make the argument most people don't need 16 high-performance cores. So if someone wants to get crazy with speccing out their Mac Studio, I think they should be able to. But I guess 8 terabytes is enough. I mean, I haven't filled up mine yet, so I'm one to talk. But thanks to having two M1 Maxes in the M1 Ultra, the two USB-C ports on the front of the Mac Studio are actually Thunderbolt if you're willing to shell out that extra.
There we go. Full size. I think I screenshotted that twice. Oh well. Apple and cheap generally do not belong in the same sentence. You're right.
Bolt if you're willing to shell out that extra cash. So if you spend $4,000 or more on the Mac Studio with the M1 Ultra, basically you're getting 6 Thunderbolt 4 ports on a single device. That is just insane for Apple Silicon and gives you access to all kinds of additional hardware. Apple said that they cared about modularity with this thing, but I don't think that means opening it up and adding things to the inside. It was primarily just about you can plug in a bunch of extra accessories. Like, I have never seen 6 Thunderbolt ports on a machine this small. I think the Mac Pro...
Hey, Samuel L. Mr. Siskine, thank you for supporting the channel directly. Welcome to the chat.
May have come close to that, but again, that started at $6,000 and came with 256 gigs of storage, and of course could be spec'd up to $50,000. And the funny thing about that is Apple compared the M1 Ultra to the fastest CPU you could get in a Mac Pro and the best GPU you could get, and M1 Ultra beats it.
I should have kept the stream open. I want that chart. Where'd it go? Hold up. I'll find it. Need vague charts. Where are they? Okay, I think I found it. Come on. There's so much scrubbing to do. How long was this event? Was it a little over an hour? Then the oh, dang it, I just missed it. Looking for the part where they say faster than the fastest Mac Pro. That's a big jump, in my opinion. 80%. My goodness.
And the best GPU you could get, and M1 Ultra beats it by quite a large margin. It's like 60 to 90% faster than the most expensive Mac Pro possible.
When my iPad is the only one with the Z in its name.
Yeah. So they even teased at the very end of the event, which I thought was awesome. They were like, and the Mac Pro is coming later. So they admit, like, this is the last step, and it's for another day. But honestly, even though they haven't refreshed it yet, I'm just like, why is the Mac Pro still on the website? Like, that thing is far more expensive than the Mac Studio.
Aiden, Super Tenant, I told you I would be burying a Macintosh in the California desert. I don't think you saw my tweet, though. It was for my short film. It went very well. Oh, cool. Tweet it at me again. I'll try to catch it. I don't know why you did that, but congrats, I guess.
Like, that thing is far more expensive than the Mac Studio, and it doesn't even have an SD card slot. It's much bigger. It's much less efficient. I guess there's probably someone out there that wants boot camp for some diehard reason or needs Intel for the x86 architecture. But at this point, with M1 Ultra being in existence, I think people should really start realizing to switch over their software. And if you don't start adopting to the ARM architecture and optimizing for Apple Silicon, you're going to be
you will suck.
Paying a crap ton of money for it, and that's gonna kind of suck that you have to spend thousands and thousands of dollars more because we don't feel like optimizing for ARM. We want to keep using x86. Look at the performance gains we're getting on the M1 Ultra. For a fraction of the price, you can get industry-leading graphics and processing power. So there should be a lot of incentive for software engineers and different third-party companies to switch over their code to the ARM architecture and Apple Silicon optimized it.
Hey, Kevin Poinsett. Hey, thank you for becoming a supporter. I appreciate it. Dang, lots of new members today. I'm excited.
Apple Silicon optimized as soon as possible. Overall, I think the Mac Studio is the star of the show, but I should, of course, mention Apple basically rebranded the 27-inch 5K iMac into...
So upset the Apple Studios display doesn't have 120. I know, that would have been such the perfect
5K
cherry on top.
Into a studio display. And I haven't seen many people play it that way because, of course...
All right. Where's the monitor? T-Mobile? You okay? Jeez. It's like hanging there for a second. Yeah, I don't know. They just took the Pro Display and made it cheaper, both in the cost sense and the looks sense. It just doesn't look as good with those bezels.
I'll play it that way because, of course, the studio display looks new and looks clean, and I have a lot of thoughts on it, but essentially the panel in the studio display is the exact same panel Apple has been using in all their previous 5K iMacs for years. It's 60 hertz, which is kind of a deal breaker for me. It's just an LCD. There's no mini LED, and it peaks out at around 500 nits, and it's not like an HDR certified display. It still supports a decent number of colors, and I'm not saying the 5K iMac displays were bad, but there's just not much new display specifications to talk about. Pretty much every other aspect of the monitor has been improved. There is a center...
That might be my favorite part. They finally got center stage on there. Can they show, can they zoom out a little? Thank you. That's what I want. I'm so used to it because it's on everything. It's on my MacBook, it's on my iPhone, it's on my iPad, so if I'm spending $1,600, it feels kind of weird. Had a TV in the studio with the event live and didn't get copyrighted somehow. Yeah, I might be able to do something like that, but I didn't want to chance it.
Aspect of the monitor has been improved. There is a center stage camera, 12 megapixel ultra wide, which I love. Thank you, Apple, for bringing that to the external monitor business, and tons of speakers baked into the bottom of this thing. See, guys, it's possible to have speakers and not have a chin. Although there's no chin, it's actually a bit...
They show the speakers come out the top. That's kind of funny. Oops.
Not have a chin. Although there's no chin, it's actually a bit thicker bezel than the Pro Display XDR, likely to accommodate for that.
I was thinking about attaching the Mini to the studio display, but because it doesn't have 120 hertz, I might just get the 24-inch iMac. Oh, yeah.
Webcam and the speakers and...
No, don't do that, because it's ugly.
Also, the studio quality microphones they baked into this thing. It has an A13 chip on the inside, which is...
Where'd that go? Did they show it? My goodness. Yeah, there's just a little silicon thing. Who's texting? Is this? Nick's asking me what's my status. It's like, check the live stream.
13 chip on the inside, which is basically just being used as the image signal processor. Like, it helps them manage center stage, and it helps them make sure the content looks good and with voice isolation and all that, and that's pretty much all.
No, not this Tailosive Tech special big thick white bezels. Ugh. Disgusting.
Isolation and all that, and that's pretty much all it does. I was thinking with the A13 chip in there, they would have a mode where you could turn it into a Apple TV, because tvOS is currently running on an A12 chip, so switching it to A13 should be even better. Or if there was going to be some like low latency AirPlay features with it, but no, not even that. It's just A13 chip for webcam and speakers and microphones. That's pretty much all it's there for. It has 3 additional USB.
Did I try that twice?
It has 3 additional.
Yeah, I did. Sometimes my memory is shockingly good. Other times it's terrible. Over.
That's pretty much all it's there for. It has 3 additional USB-C ports on the back, and it comes with a charging capable Thunderbolt port, which I love, which means if you are interested in the studio display, it'll come with that cable, which...
Let me show the what's in the box so people believe me. I hope it comes with a power cord, because it just says studio display.
Studio display. It'll come with that cable, which I think is braided, and you plug it into the Thunderbolt port on the back and plug that into your MacBook Pro. It will charge the MacBook Pro, so you don't even have to use the braided...
No, James does not know where it is at, Mike.
Use the braided MagSafe that your MacBook Pro came with. That becomes useless very quickly, but one port to do up to 96 watts of power and to have a 5K signal at 60 hertz, which is pretty dang impressive. I like everything about the monitor other than the fact that they kept it at 60 hertz, and yes, thank God they're actually including the stand on this one.
Order now. I made Final Cut stay on top in OBS so that if I go look at something, I can turn it off if I want. If I go look at something, it won't show up. The stand that's right for you. No stand. None of them are the Pro stand.
60 hertz, and yes, thank God.
Yeah, if it could act like a HomePod. It does have Hello Siri support though, which is good.
Hertz, and yes, thank God they're actually including the stand on this one. I think they were getting a little bit tired of the Pro Stand memes, and they were just about ready to move on from that. So there's like a 24-inch iMac looking stand, and there's also, for only $400 more, a height and tilt adjustable
Options.
stand. So I found that interesting. It's soldered into the monitor itself, so it's not like interchangeable like the Pro Stand is, but it basically works the same way the Pro Stand does. And of course, you can still opt for the VESA mount.
Why can't I? Can I zoom in on? There you go. Let's finance this thing.
Pro Stand does. And of course, you can still opt for the VESA mount kit if you're planning on mounting it to something. That doesn't lower the price at all. It's still $1,600 regardless, but I would say, considering it's only $300 more to get nano textured glass.
It's never been that cheap to get nano texture, actually.
Textured glass instead of the traditional glossy. These are some of the lowest prices we've seen for an Apple standalone monitor in a long time. We've gotten so accustomed to the $6,000 Pro display and the $1,000 stand over the past couple of years. It's very refreshing to see Apple making a standalone monitor under $2,000 again. Sure, it would have been nice if it was 1,000, but I think with inflation the way it is, it's probably just unrealistic to assume that's possible. But the fact that you get so much with that external monitor, like I really wanted center stage on my MacBook Pro, but now if I dock it with the studio display, I kind of get that feature back. It just comes at the cost of no mini LED and 60 hertz, which isn't going to bother most people, but that personally might bother me a lot because I was just so happy with how the display panel was on my MacBook Pro, and the fact
My wallet's completely empty. That's the display, not the studio with Hello Siri. Well, I believe they both have it, but yeah, they did say the A13 chip helps manage Hello Siri.
happy with how the display panel was on my MacBook Pro, and the fact that Apple is now selling a solution, but you have to compromise still on your dynamic range and your refresh rate if you want an external monitor. I was hoping the bezels along the border could be a tad thinner, but that's not.
Go back. Overview. Got some more pretty pictures of this thing. Where'd it go? Whoa, that's cool. Use it with your MacBook Air, which cost $1,000 with your $1,600 monitor. Well, this monitor will definitely be more popular, that's
I was
for sure.
hoping the bezels along the border could be a tad thinner, but that's not really the major issue. Either way, I'm very excited to check them out. I have ordered the Mac Studio and Studio Display. I'm not planning on necessarily keeping them forever, but just like reviewing them for the channel and letting you guys know my thoughts on how they look and feel. But it's cool to think that M1 Ultra but it's cool to think at a spring event, Apple launched M1 Ultra, and basically the most powerful Mac ever. It beats out every configuration of the cheese grater Mac.
You pay with your credit card and then return them in the return period? Yes. And I ordered the Studio Display in Mac Studio.
Ever. It beats out every configuration of the cheese grater Mac Pro, and in the next couple months, hopefully, we'll see Apple daisy chain 4 M1 Maxes together, and that's when you could maybe start seeing 256 gigs of RAM and 128 GPU cores, and that will likely be a larger machine, and I'm guessing not that modular, but knowing that the Mac Studio is not like fully unlocked is quite interesting, and the fact that they advocated as to why this is a much better Mac than the 27-inch iMac, which is also removed from the site. They're no longer selling.
Where do I show the Mac section? Yeah, just take me to the home page, please. Thank you. Down here, yeah. One to go. I was not expecting the 27-inch iMac to die, I'll be honest.
7-inch iMac, which is also removed from the site. They're no longer selling any Intel iMacs at this point. The only Intel Macs on the website are the Space Gray Mac Mini, which is using very, very old Intel processors, which aren't even being built anymore. So I have the feeling they just have a bunch of those stockpiled in a warehouse, and they're just trying to get rid of them. And of course, the cheese gray.
They will still release an iMac Pro, but next year, that's what John Pro. Well, I heard Quo say it, but yeah, I trust Quo.
Trying to get rid of them. And of course, the Cheese Grater Mac Pro, which they already referenced at this event, is next up. Like, that's what their next focus is going to be for Apple Silicon. So this is a really exciting time. I don't know what they're going to brand that chip. It's cool to see Apple finally embracing the Ultra naming. Like, there's something ahead of Macs. Do we get iPhone Ultra, iPad Ultra, MacBook Ultra now? But yeah, they made it fairly clear that this new chip pretty much is optimized for desktops.
Do we have a better picture? This is kind of low quality. All right, let me just search that up again. Oh, why are there all these low quality pictures? People, this event was streamed at 4K. This shouldn't be that hard. Let me just search Ultra. 600. Whatever, it's fine. Wait, how high is that one? Yeah, that's better. Get Mr. John in there.
But yeah, they made it fairly clear that this new chip pretty much is optimized for desktops and probably won't be seen on laptops anytime soon. I'm still very happy with the MacBook Pro I have. It's plenty fast for my needs, but knowing there's a faster one on the way does get me a little bit excited, and it should be lots of fun unboxings to enjoy. Oh, that reminds me. They actually are now letting people order a Touch ID equipped black Mac.
Oh yeah. Where is that? Got some new ones in accessories. Oh, it's expensive. My God. Yeah, that's a little much. I always wanted just a smaller size. I don't need the keypad.
Order a Touch ID equipped black Magic keyboard with a silver aluminum body. Same thing with a black Magic trackpad, black Magic mouse with silver aluminum. That used to only come with the $6,000 Mac Pro. Now you can get it separately, which is good because the Mac Studio, unfortunately, does not come with a keyboard or mouse. So you might want...
I said that, but I don't know if I knew that. Let me double check just to make sure. But looking at the box, I was fairly certain it wouldn't come with much. Yeah, literally, it doesn't even include a Thunderbolt cable, so you need to provide everything. Okay. My assumption was correct.
Keyboard or mouse. So you might want to just provide your own if you don't feel... Which is good because the Mac Studio, unfortunately, does not come with a keyboard or mouse. So
yeah, black keyboard was totally removed months ago. It was a while back.
You might want to just provide your own if you don't feel like spending the $200. But overall, I thought the pacing of this event was fantastic, and I thought it was fairly rich with new information. It's cool to see a brand new product category, new colors, spec upgrades, and also breaking new milestones with Apple Silicon. It was a well-rounded keynote. There was a little bit of Apple TV Plus at the beginning, but not too much fluff. I kind of just expect that from Apple now. So I want to hear what you guys are most excited for. What do you think the best part of this event was? How much faster do you think Apple's going to get with the Mac Pro, and how many of you think the Mac Studio is going to be the perfect YouTube content creating machine? All that good stuff. Let me know what you're thinking down below. This is your Apple Sheep here. We'll see you all.
All right. We've reached the end.
On the next. Down below. This is your Apple Sheep here. We'll see you all in the next.
Ta-da! Just a little over 17 minutes. Not bad. All right, now let's start exporting. Peak recap. All right, you can watch the estimated export go. Why not go third party if you want a black looking Mac looking keyboard? I have one. Also, there's a keyboard in my MacBook Pro. I'd love to show you that, but yeah, you can't see it. Anyway, back to editing mode. Don't need to go third party. I actually prefer the look of the space gray aluminum. Now we gotta come up with a thumbnail. Oh God. Let me see here. What do I put? All right, 6%. Oh my God, too many emails. Oh, T-Mobile, are you freaking out again? Doctrinal says I'm shutting up now. The superior 24-inch iMac comes with the keyboard without the numeric keypad. But at what cost, Mike? I'm going to tell the guys I'm 15 minutes out. Alright. Shook face. Gotta grab some stills from this website. Give me a minute, guys. Got a few things to screenshot. Maybe, you know what? I think the back of the Mac Studio is more satisfying to look at, so I'm going to show that in the thumbnail. I'm a ports guy, you know? I like ports. I like big ports, and I cannot lie. Alright, what else freaking happened at this event? Oh, yeah. There's an iPhone. That's probably good enough. There's a new iPad. Ah, dang. All the iPad Air pictures are going to be with a black background. Oh, wait. Maybe not all. Here we go. Okay, I'm not sure how I'm going to stitch all these together, but I'm going to put the chat on my phone and let you guys at least watch part of this process, since you're members. Mac Studio for the thumbnail. Well, yeah, we know, guys. We know the Mac Studio is going to be in it. I'm just saying what else. All right, now you can see the iPad screen. So we're going to start grabbing these pictures and stitching them together. Yeah, I was impressed by how accurate Luke and Ian's renders were. That's well done. All right, we're going to crop these a little bit. Hopefully they all have similar white balance, but they probably don't. There's one. The stream is almost over, folks. As soon as this export is done, I'm gonna have to turn it off and start uploading. So we're almost done. We've reached the end. I'm gonna use my Apple Pencil. Super duper pencil. Magic pencil to erase. There. Of course, they always change the white balance between. Makes it much harder for me, but not impossible. Like that. Switch to behind. You need to be cropped a lot. Okay. Now we're gonna throw you in here because your ports are beautiful. They need to be admired. Okay. Are you trying to complete with Sir Mix-a-Lot? Are you starting a music career? Music career? Where did you get that idea? Okay. It looks like the SE white is a little off. So I'm going to adjust the contrast just a wee bit. That is usually how you match the white background. Now, I need everything in the background to be white, like that. Where does the Pro Display go? Do I need to move you? Not Pro Display, sorry. Studio Display. You're cut off at the bottom and at the top. Interesting. Let's see if I can squeeze you in here. Maybe this should be more. I gotta erase a bit. Okay, I'm racing against the export. This is always my goal. If I could finish my thumbnail before the video is done exporting, then I've done a good job. But with the M1 Max, that takes a lot longer. We've been watching for 6 hours. My goodness. Seek help. Oh, I didn't even get the green iPhone in here. Dang it. I'm going to throw that in somewhere. Alright, close enough. This side. I'm going to take you. Throw you down here. I don't like the spacing here. Dang it, Apple. Why do you gotta design things this way? So, recap. You know what? Sometimes the app crashes, so I'm going to save it there. That way I don't have to redo this whole thing. Okay. Hey, Joey Colgan, thanks for becoming a supporter. Finally a display that doesn't cost $5,000. Yeah, really. Oh, I like big ports. So much to put on this thumbnail. Yeah, the recaps are always challenging. And Apple always uses San Francisco, so that's what I'm going to use. Guess I can kind of put it there. I don't think there's room for a green iPhone. I think that's probably good. Maybe I'm okay putting text over things, right? That's not the end of the world. They're kind of detached from each other, but event recap. Maybe a little bit of a drop shadow. What does the Air mean for the 11-inch Pro? They kind of overlap? Not really. There's enough differences. I mean, the A15 chip is in the iPhone SE and the 13 Pro Max. There's a ton of differences, and the price isn't as drastic, so I don't think it'll hurt anything. People don't upgrade to the Pro for the silicon. They upgrade for features. Okay. I think that's pretty good. Airdrop here. Okay. Export is at 81%. I have notified our podcasting friends that I'll be ready shortly. I guess I should get... Well, that's exporting. I should get my camera ready. I gotta lower this. I appreciate you guys. It is a tad cluttered, but that's gonna happen when Apple announces that many things. It's intentionally cluttered. Cover the lightning port on the iPhone SE with text. Yeah, there's an idea. 86%. Turn on the cam link again. I'm plugging it back into my MacBook. SE, I guess, is more important compared to the green color. Yeah, you can't get it all. I didn't even fit everything they announced on that thumbnail, but it was still crowded. Alright, I'm plugging in my studio light. Making sure everything can be seen. Cover up the lightning port on everything. Let's try this. Okay. I'm gonna... Oh yeah, I had to change the focus. I was like, why do I look so out of focus? Alright, I'm gonna record like this. I'm gonna FaceTime them on the iPad probably. Oh yeah. If you guys want to see the export, it's at 96. Just wrapping up now. So it's been a long stream, almost 6 hours total. I'm at 5:52, but it's been fun. It's sorry, so many cameras. It's been real, And there's been a lot of announcements to cover. It's been quite the blast. But overall, guys, I'm just so thankful for those of you who stuck around and all the new supporters and members today. Um, the new Apple TV thing. But we'll have more streams on Thursday, so those will be public and everyone can watch, even non-members. And I'll do a tech video tomorrow for the members, for the behind the scenes. So I appreciate you all for your tremendous support just by watching, and I hope you all have an excellent rest of your day. Take care. Bye bye.